And you have to switch back to her, broadcast her feed. You have to actually right-click and broadcast it, right? No, not right-click, not right-click. Just click the arrow. Yeah. Okay, Adrian.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. As I was saying earlier, this is what you get when you Google welcome. Now you know. This is our first time, so please be kind. We have never done this before. We are very open to your feedback. We have a pretty exciting presentation, though, so let's just go ahead and get started with some housekeeping. So as you have in your little blue folder, there's a sheet in there that has this information in there as well, but if you need to use the restroom, the code is 5420*, and what you need to do is touch the left side, the bottom left side of the keypad to get it to light up. That's the tricky part. We do have a Slack channel, as you can see there, and this is a great way to send notes during the presentation, chit-chat with your friends instead of paying attention. We also have a Twitter. You can tweet about the workshop and the Wi-Fi, obviously, there. So, hi, welcome. Hi. I'll be with you in a moment.
Grab a seat, coming in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, just look at the agenda for today. I'm just going to go through until the first break. So, obviously, we are having breakfast currently. James Gwertzman, our CEO, is going to give your keynote in a moment. Just talk about the big picture and the future of PlayFab. Next, our CTO, Matt Augustine, is going to give a deep dive of the PlayFab architecture. And we'll have Brendan Vanous, who works with our, he's our developer success engineer. Probably you have talked to Brendan. Yes, you all know who Brendan is. And he's going to talk about some common mistakes that people generally, pitfalls using PlayFab. Okay. James Gwertzman, ladies and gentlemen. Yay.
This is super exciting. I remember going to one of the Okay, and let me just quickly set this up. Slideshow. Present speaker full screen. Okay. Excellent. Okay, are we still sharing the screen, Jack? Great. Okay. All right. Well, so yeah, so it's my fun task to kick things off with a talk, with no small hubris, PlayFab's big picture. So what I want to do basically is share with you sort of how we think about the whole market and really where this company's going. Because by building your games on PlayFab, you're making a huge bet on us, and we take that trust really seriously. And we want to kind of talk about where we're going, and then we have a whole 2 more days of content filled. So, what's the context? Why are we here? We're here because, as you all know, there's been this massive shift in the game industry, right? We've gone from packaged goods to services. And when you start operating a game as a service, things become a lot more complicated, right? It used to be all you had to do was build it, ship it, put it in a box, drink champagne, and you were done until you had to start working on the sequel. And that was great, but, and that was hard enough as it is. I mean, I spent 16 years making games. It's hard enough to build something fun and put it out there. When you have to worry about operating it post-launch, where the launch day is really just the beginning of the hard work, it's a whole new order of complexity. And so when we think about if you look at the companies that are most successful in the space, the ones that really have pulled this off, who've really been able to make live games and free-to-play work, are the ones who have figured out how to use real-time data and how to use information about their players to really hone in and target each player with a different experience. Because ultimately, that's why having a live game is a fundamentally better model than a static packaged goods game. It's because when a game is live, you can learn, you can react, and every player can ultimately get a slightly different experience, which if you're really good means they're getting exactly what they want and will stick around and have high retention and high monetization and all the things you need to be a successful, profitable game business. So the question, of course, is how do you do this? It's a lot of data. How do you gather it? How do you manage it? And how do you ultimately build your game so it's tuned from the beginning around a learning experience where you'll be able to constantly manage it and upgrade it and tune it as opposed to just take your best guess, put out there, and not have any feedback to the game experience. So when we first started PlayFab, we were really focusing originally on back-end infrastructure. This is sort of where we started. And when we think about what it takes from the back-end side to run your game, in my mind, these are basically features that players expect in your game that require back-end services. So things like leaderboards. Players want leaderboards because it's a way of measuring your progress and it's a way of competing and running live events. Players want to be able to store their data in the cloud so they don't lose their progress when they lose their phone. They want virtual items and in-game sales. So you want virtual sales and in-game items so you can ultimately add more content to the game as it goes and have a business model based around that. You want guilds and friends so you have the social experience. You want to be able to message your players, do gifting, chat, matchmaking, multiplayer, all the things you need on the back-end side. And so these, in my mind, are sort of core game features that you can't even build your game experience unless you have these things working. And this is where we got started. But that's not enough. That's just the beginning. The next step you need is you have to worry about distribution. You've built your game. How are you going to now get it out into the market and get it in front of your customers? And so for distribution, you need partnerships with app stores, Steam, Amazon making you run it now, Windows Marketplace starting up. And each of these app stores has its own authentication model, its own payment systems, its own social features. Often they want you to do special things just to get listed and featured in their kind of featured app. So there's a lot of specific things you've got to do for distribution. Then you've got to worry about player acquisition, and you've got to worry about virality and social and Facebook and Twitter and Twitch. And how do you start to tap into these amazing social networks that already exist? Players have voluntarily told you who their friends are. How do you use that information to build a game now that really takes advantage of that, the social ties? Then you've got to worry about making money, and you've got to worry about things like in-game advertising and receipt verification and figuring out the right pricing for right players and how do you promote and do sales and discounts. Then you've got to survive your first day of launch, which means you've got to make sure you can scale your servers. And if there are crashes on your client, get to crash reports and figure out why this Android device is crashing and that one isn't, and make sure that's running stably. You've got to be able to monitor, if you are running servers, monitor your servers so you don't have too many players on one server or too few so your performance is right. And then finally, you've got the actual LiveOps itself, all the things you do post-launch that we're going to talk a lot more about today, but things like BI and analytics, what's going on in your game. Things like user acquisition campaigns and attribution tracking. Things like community tools for forums or the ability to have sort of that sense of community among your players. It's an overwhelming amount of stuff you've got to deal with. And every single one of these blue lines represents an SDK or code or some sort of integration you've got to worry about just to get your game live. So we've gone from just this to this whole big explosion of stuff you've got to manage as a game developer. And so this world kind of sucks. I mean, there's a lot of nice things about live games, right? The fact that you can personalize, the fact you can target, but there's a lot of things that kind of suck about it. And that's ultimately why we started PlayFab. And so when I started saying to myself, what's the one big picture image I can put in your head to really share the PlayFab vision, not just for today, but where we're going 10 years from now, it's this. We want to be your cargo container, right? So why the cargo container? Right? I don't know if you've ever read the book Box or thought much about this, but the cargo container revolutionized global shipping, right? People can complain about globalization, but the massive revolution we've had in globalization, the ability to offshore, the ability to manufacture products around the world, really was only possible because of the cargo container. And the reason is because in the old days, this is what shipping looked like, right? Every box, every barrel, every bushel of bananas had to be loaded on ships individually. And it was incredibly expensive, very inefficient, and there was a lot of theft. There was a rotting of it. There was a lot of problems with this old model of managing cargo. What the cargo container did is it introduced a modular, kind of pre-factored way that an entire global logistics system could be built around. So with the cargo container, by introducing standardization around the box, you could then load it in your factory, put it on a truck, put it on a train, put it on a boat, put on another train, another truck, and get it to your destination as a sealed container. And the fact these were standardized, they're the same size, they fit together, they like Legos, made the whole thing possible. And so when you think about what kind of how the cargo container revolutionized shipping, we sort of are hoping that at PlayFab, by standardizing around things like data. Imagine your data is your cargo. These boxes are your games and your features. By standardizing around how data gets shared between partners and shared at the back end, we think we can introduce a similar revolution in gaming in terms of making it possible for every developer to focus on their game and not have to worry about all that other stuff. So when you think about the world might come to look like, our vision at least is PlayFab becomes the lingua franca. We make it possible for you as a game developer to plug into one platform, the PlayFab platform, and then through us and through our marketplace and things like PlayStream, interact with all the different services you might need as simply as possible. Ideally, without having to write custom code. That's not always going to be possible, but as much as possible, let your game developers and engineers focus on the game, and let us worry about how we interact with all the other services you might need. So that's the big picture. That's the big vision of where we're trying to get to as a company. And so when you think about sort of where we fit into that big picture, then we see PlayFab fitting in between you, the developers, the games you're building, all the vendors you need to use for the games, and ultimately all the data and information you're storing for your players, right? And so if we can sit here and if we can efficiently manage data back and forth and come up with standards for how we organize the data, how we share the data, how we describe the data, and be able to route that efficiently between the different partners, then we think we're going to be adding an enormous amount of value, not just to you guys, but to a lot of the vendors. So I'll give a simple example. We just launched in our marketplace last week one of our new features. It's a community sift. So I don't know how many people here have heard of community sift. We sent a mail out. Great, a number of you. So community sift does profanity filtering. And they started their business doing profanity filtering for chat and forums and every place you might have anything a player could see. They started big. I mean, the typical engagement with them was in the order of thousands of dollars a month, and they were focusing on customers like Disney. They did not have anything set up to focus on smaller developers where we're talking about maybe $50 a month, not $8,000 a month. And furthermore, integrating their technology required custom code. You had to take your packets, send it off, get it back. They did a nice job, but it was still custom work to make that happen. What we've done now within PlayFab is you can now go to our marketplace, and we've added a Community Sift plugin. If you just literally flip a switch, turn on Community Sift, immediately every call to set display name now gets routed through Community Sift. So previously, when you called set display name, a player could type in, ask wipe or whatever they want, and that now goes in your leaderboards, it goes in your message boards, it goes in your friends list. Now with that one switch flip, that no longer happens, because when a person tries ask wipe, they'll get a new error message saying, sorry, rejected for profanity, and then they can try again. So we've enabled now a vendor, Community Sift, to reach out to a bigger market, and we've also enabled you developers to take advantage of that new feature with literally just a switch up. And we've priced it, hopefully, really attractively. I think it's $50 a month to start. So that's meant to be something that's relatively easy to do that makes a whole new feature available in your game. So that's sort of where we see this kind of thing going, and we've got dozens more partnerships like that lined up in the marketplace where we're trying to help you with integrations. Does that make sense so far? Sort of, yeah. Okay. So that's the big vision of the PlayFab, and today we'll talk a lot about how we're realizing that. We'll also dig really deeply in core systems. We haven't forgotten about the need to build those core systems, because we're also looking at the whole rest of that platform. I do want to share, though, since it's my one chance to talk to you at big picture, about some aspects of PlayFab itself. So the part of my job I like the most, and the part of being at PlayFab I like the most, was inspired by this quote from John Lasseter at Pixar. So John talks about how the art challenges technology, technology inspires the art. What he means is the artists, the animators at Pixar were always coming to the engineers saying, hey, I don't want to just put 10 ants in a scene for the movie Bug's Life. I want to have hundreds of thousands of ants in a scene. And the engineers say, oh, that's impossible. We can't do hundreds of thousands of ants. But the engineers go away and go, well, maybe we could do it. And they come back to, guess what? Not only is it possible to do 100,000 ants in a scene, we can do 1 million ants in a scene. And then that, in turn, inspires the artists to say, oh, my God, if we could do 1 million, just think of all the cool stuff we could do. That relationship, that tension, we feel it every day here at PlayFab, because you guys come to us saying, I don't want to just have this one feature. I want to have 10,000 stats in my game. I want to have all these new things, and we're like, oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. I say, Matt, we got to do this. And Matt says, well, maybe we could do this. And they go, oh, not only does he figure out a way to do it, but he comes up with whole new ideas that we hadn't thought of, which we can then put in the product and hopefully inspire you to use those features in a new way and hopefully build a better live game. So this relationship is key to how we see our role with you. We love it when you challenge us, and we hope that the product we build inspires you. And every time Jordan or someone on our team puts out a new release note or announces a new feature, we're all excited because we love delighting you guys. We love it when you send us feedback saying that new feature you added is awesome, thank you. In fact, my favorite session, the session I'm most looking forward to today, is at the end of today, Matt and I are going to tag team and present to you the roadmap for the next probably 6 to 12 months. And hopefully you'll be as excited by the cool stuff we have planned as we are. And so that's really why, we get up in the morning. It's this relationship. We love inspiring you, and we love being challenged by you. And then finally, the last piece that I thought would be interesting is we talk a lot here at PlayFab about we call it our service priorities. This is how, people always ask us, how do you choose your small team? How do you pick and choose what you're going to do? Like, how do you prioritize the work you do? And so I figured it would be helpful to share with you how we prioritize. We prioritize based on these 4 things, and everyone on the team thinks about these in the same order. So the most important thing we think about is trustworthiness or reliability. We know that if we ever lose your data or go down or otherwise crash and your players can't play the game or can't spend money or can't engage, you're pissed, and then we're basically out of business. And so making sure that our system is trustworthy and reliable is the most important thing we think about. Then comes, once we get that squared away, the next order of business is, are we meeting your needs? Are we aligned with the challenges you're facing us with? Once you've got that squared away, then we worry about polish. So I'd rather launch a feature first, even if it's ugly, but it works and meets your needs, than making it really gorgeous and pretty. But once it works, I want it to be gorgeous and pretty. We think a big way to make PlayFab stand out is to have tools like the Game Manager that are actually fun to use. Because way too many games, if you've ever built your own in-house tools, you know, typically the tools look awful, and they're hard to use, and they're not very friendly, and that's status quo. We think we can stand out by having amazing, great, beautiful tools that are also functional and aligned to the needs and very reliable. And then finally, we worry about making sure what we do here is sustainable, right? So that means making sure we're using servers efficiently, storing data efficiently. We will launch a feature sometimes first to get it out there that might be too expensive for us to scale long term, and then later we go back and make it more efficient. But I want to get the feature out there first and then worry about cost efficiency. And our engineers know they can spin up an entire PlayFab cluster anytime for testing purposes and do stress testing, even if it's expensive, because it's how we meet the trustworthy goal. So that comes first. We're not putting our budget savings ahead of meeting your needs and making sure we're reliable. So the final thing to share is just a sense of sort of where we are as a company. So we launched the service fall of 2014. So it's almost 2 years now. We're almost about to hit our 2-year anniversary. And we've had a pretty amazing run. So these are some of the most recent growth numbers I figured I'd share with you. So the first things we look at is how many developers are using PlayFab. So we track how many games are live in the system. And right now, these numbers are actually a little bit low. We're more like about 200 games now are live using PlayFab. And that's up from roughly 50 or so games back in January. So we're growing about 20-30% month over month right now in terms of live games, which is great. So we love that. The red here, these are games in development. These are all the games that are somewhere in the middle of building that are not yet live. And so a lot of you maybe fit in this category. And then the green here are games just checking us out. They've made a couple API calls, but they're not yet really committed to the platform long term. We also look at how many players are total in our system. This is from end of June. We're actually up to 60 million players now as of end of July. So 60 million players across all the games. Now, we don't own those players. You do. We're just holding the data for you. But we do think about all the players that are out there and how many are in our system. That's one measurement of growth. And finally, we look at MAU. And so we're right now at about 17 million monthly active players across all the games that we're managing. And obviously, some games are bigger than others. I mean, that's a big game right there. But it's not, most of the traffic is other. I mean, we have a lot of smaller games that collectively add up to a lot of traffic. And so this has been growing pretty fast, and hopefully we'll just keep growing up there. So that's where we are as a company. I guess what's next for us is just as a business, since you're counting on us. We are continuing to grow our self-service business. That self-serve business, go to our website, sign up, use our services. That's been growing about 20% month over month by volume, and that will continue hopefully to grow at that rate, or maybe even faster. We are, however, starting to focus more of our energy on actually going after bigger companies. That was not something we started with. Really, only in the last few months have we started looking at bigger names. But hopefully, in the next few weeks or few months, you'll hear us starting to announce partnerships with companies you'll recognize. Companies, well, I can't really name them yet, but bigger companies. And that matters because This is partly credibility. It's also partly our own, being able to say we're working with the biggest companies is a massive, how do you put it, brand of confidence that helps translate down to the bulk of our accounts. But to be clear, investors often call it long tail. The long tail is actually where our hearts are, right? I was a PopCap for this. I had 2 of my own studios that you would certainly call indie studios. My heart is with smaller studios, frankly, with you guys. I mean, the smaller studios is, in my mind, where the innovation, the creativity in the industry comes from. And one of the reasons I started PlayFab is I don't want my kids to grow up in a world where every game is a formulaic spreadsheet, free-play game, which is just a copy and paste of the exact same game mechanics with a different skin. Right? That's the direction a lot of the game industry is heading in, because a lot of the biggest companies, the companies who can afford to build and run the sort of infrastructure we are providing at PlayFab, they're not interested in creativity and innovation and trying new things. They just want to basically build a big business. And the problem is, with the scope of complexity growing the way it is, we're a little bit of an arms race. And part of my fear is that the market is getting so big and so complex and so expensive, small companies can't compete anymore. And so what we're doing here at PlayFab, we think of it sometimes as arming the rebels. I mean, we see ourselves as giving smaller studios the tools and the resources and the world-class platform that is every bit as powerful and every bit as capable as what a Machine Zone has or what a Supercell has. And by giving you that level of tools, you still have to use them effectively, but at least we're leveling the playing field. You get the same quality tools, same back-end services that the biggest companies have. And so hopefully what we're doing is resetting the focus away from how well can you target your game behavior to players or how well can you A/B test new mechanics to who's got better gameplay, who's got better creativity. And if we do that, we're confident the small studios will win every time. And so hopefully what we're doing is giving you the opportunity to grow and scale and be successful in a world where sometimes it seems kind of scary, because it seems like these big guys have all the advantages. They've got the most traffic, they've got the most investment for technology. We can level that. And especially over time, we've got 60 million players in our system now. If we eventually start rolling out networks that help you cooperate with each other to cross-promote and promote each other's games, that can also help level that playing field and remove the one last true structural advantage the biggest companies have. So that'll be kind of fun. However, we are also working with them. And I should also say that we're actually starting to focus on revenue. We've been free for a long time, and that's by design. We basically wanted to, well, the product was still maturing. But we do feel like we're getting to the point now where our product is mature enough, we can start to charge. And we are committed to always having a free tier. We want everyone to be able to launch a game at the free level and have the ability to go as big as they want to with that and not pay a dime. But we do have to make a living. We do have to be a sustainable business. And so we have been giving a little bit too much, and we are looking now at how do we set new limits that are reasonable. We've got a whole roundtable tomorrow afternoon just on this topic of business model and pricing, and we want your feedback. This is, of all the things that are hard to do to a company like PlayFab, I thought the technology would be hard. I thought scaling servers would be hard. No, pricing and revenue is the hardest problem. Figuring out a model that's fair, that feels good, that also meets our needs is really, really hard. And so we're going to be talking a lot about that tomorrow afternoon. So with that, I'm going to close with our motto, ad facile per aspera, which means basically from hard things easy. It means we see ourselves as doing the really hard things and making them easy for you. That's our motto. The elephant is our kind of, I guess, motto, spirit animal, whatever you call it, because basically, what's that? Mascot, yeah, because, what's that? Yeah, because basically we see the elephant is big and powerful and strong and has a really good memory and doesn't forget things and is very trustworthy and just kind of barrels forward. And that's sort of how we see ourselves helping you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to CTO Matt, who's going to come up and talk about deep dive architecture.
I'll talk about the easy part, scaling, right?
Let me set this up for you. Just 1 second. I've got one thing to fix here. Boom. Okay.
We're not doing questions.
Oh yeah. How much time? We're actually on time. Well, a little bit over. So we should take 2 minutes. Questions on anything I presented just now? And hand the microphone. The reason we have the microphone is not so you can hear me. It's so the live stream people can hear you, because we are live streaming this and recording it for posterity. So when you ask a question, please use the mic.
So you talked about. Hello.
Let me make sure it's on. Is it green light on? Green light's good. Beautiful.
So you talked about SIFT. I don't know what's the full name of the
Community SIFT.
Community SIFT, and that's a service that's like an add-on, it's an extension. What would you say the prioritization right now is between the underlying architecture, the back end, and these new services that you're trying to add that are useful, but the basis stuff needs to be solid.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
trying to say.
right now, in terms of effort, we're probably spending about 60 or 70% of effort on the back-end systems and about 30% or so on the marketplace offerings. We hope to get to a point where eventually it's more like 50-50. And we also hope to get to a point where the marketplace is a self-serve marketplace where vendors can add themselves, and we don't have to do the work ourselves. Right now, we're the equivalent of a big green field, and we're like doing the work ourselves to figure out where the paths have to go. Once we've done enough of these ourselves, we'll be able to cement down the paths and publish an SDK and allow vendors to add themselves to the platform.
Okay, great.
Other questions? No one else? Well, I'll be around at the coffee breaks. You're free to come corner me and you know, oh, you said this and what happened to that. And let me give you the lapel mic. No, I'll start it. Yeah. Here.
Right arrow.
What's that? Yep. Or N. Right. Matt loves giving presentations. That's why he's a CTO.
My favorite thing.
That's right. Just put that in your pocket, and then start that.
You hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's going to be a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. We're going to dive into the architecture, and I know the reason a lot of you use PlayFab is so you don't have to worry about this stuff. So why are we talking about it? Well, hopefully it'll be of interest to some of you, but also I think by learning a little bit about the internals, you can actually learn to use PlayFab better and make, you know, higher performance, better games. So you all know, typically when I give a presentation, it's to people that aren't in the game industry, and they're like, "Whoa!" Like, you know that online games are challenging, and there are unique challenges to running games, you know, as services that are in some ways harder than other consumer services. For example, the traffic is really, really unpredictable, right? Like, you know, a lot of times day one is your highest traffic day ever, and it's impossible to predict accurately at all, like what that traffic's going to be. And it's also really hard to test ahead of time. So you see it time and again, games launch and crash and burn, right? And we're not just talking Pokemon Go here. Like, we're like even, you know, moderate-sized, smaller games have problems. And one of the reasons is that games have a very high write-heavy workload, right? So as players are playing the game, they're constantly doing things like, you know, scoring points and acquiring items and changing, you know, all kinds of things are happening in the game that need to be persisted, and they need to be persisted reliably and also consistently, right? So if a player, you know, earns some rare item, they're not going to be happy if they can't use it immediately, right? So a lot of the strategies that typical online services use don't work that well for games. So you can't just put a cache in front of everything and, you know, let that like handle your load, because, as I said, it's write heavy. Whereas a typical, you know, more traditional app might use a database with a bunch of front-end web servers. That scales fine in terms of compute, but it doesn't scale with, you know, the storage doesn't scale, right? So you end up with a database being a bottleneck, and that's what affects so many of these games. So let's talk about our goals for PlayFab. When we set out to build PlayFab, we had a few goals. You know, first and foremost was solving that problem that we saw on the previous slide. So performance is probably the #1 goal. Building a system that can handle that kind of unpredictable load takes scalable compute and storage, right? So the compute part is a pretty well-solved problem. You just add a bunch of web servers and scale them up. But the storage part is pretty hard. Second, we need to find, you know, a way to do these things with a reasonable cost, right? So as James alluded to, you know, we have to build a sustainable business in order to keep doing this, right? And third, you know, API response times are important, right? So we need to have snappy, good performance no matter what the load. Second, flexibility. So we call ourselves an opinionated product. Like, for example, we have this catalog of inventory items that have lots of features that are unique to games, and they kind of guide you towards using the product well. But at the same time, we don't want to box you in, right? So we want to provide features such as like our data APIs that allow you to store whatever makes sense for your game, and Cloud Script that lets you implement custom logic for your game, because we know every game has different, unique features and requirements. But that can be difficult to do. Since we're a shared platform, and that's because on the cost side, by sharing resources, we can make this service available even to the smallest indies, right? But that's a challenge because we have to provide isolation between titles, right? We can't have one game doing something that negatively affects others. And then third, for flexibility, we want to provide tools that empower developers to debug and troubleshoot their own games, right? So, like anytime you run into a problem, that can't be a support ticket. That takes too long and it's frustrating, right? So we're constantly thinking of ways to, give you better insight into how your game's performing and find ways to fix problems. And third, and maybe most importantly, dependability and availability, right? So James mentioned this, like gamers are always playing your game, right? There's no off hours, there's no timeout, and if your game isn't up and available, they're not happy, right? So that is a very important part of our mission, is providing services that you can rely on and not have to worry about. But that also means no scheduled downtime. So when we do an update, we can't just have a maintenance window and go down for an hour, right? So everything we do has to be planned such that we can roll out new updates without affecting existing traffic. And then finally, this is a personal pet peeve, is developer platforms that do things like email you and say, hey, stop using this API because it won't work anymore in 2 weeks, and you have to go update all your existing apps. Like I think that's lame, and we set out to not do that if at all possible. All right, so let's dive into some of the architectures. You're going to see a lot of AWS icons and hear a lot of jargon. How many of you have used AWS? I know that. All right, cool. So you're probably all familiar with it, but I'll try to explain what they mean along the way. Okay, so I'm going to go through a series of different aspects of our service and drill into the overall architecture. So this is kind of, at a very high level, the basic API processing system. And this, almost every API goes through this, at least at some point. So first you see Route 53 DNS. One thing you may have noticed when you provisioned your title in PlayFab is every title gets a unique endpoint. So like titleid.playfabapi.com. By doing that, we get to use DNS to route traffic. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a later slide. So let's just follow a request through. Let's say typical requests like update player stat. So player resolves that API endpoint name. It points to a load balancer. And I can't point at the slide, but hopefully you can follow the arrows. Okay, cool. So load balancer. And a load balancer is, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar, takes incoming requests and then routes them to machines. In our case, this load balancer spans 3 availability zones, which is Amazon speak for data centers. So that goes back to our reliability and availability. Everything we do, like every single service that we build has to run in at least 2 AZs and usually 3, right? So if you resolve your title's API endpoint, the DNS name, like it'll usually return 3 IP addresses, and that's why it's three separate availability zones, and pick one at random. So then the request routes through to one of our API processing machines. These are just EC2 instances, and each availability zone they run in auto-scaling groups. This goes back to performance and availability, like making sure that we can scale up and down to meet load quickly, and that's what these do. They are scaling, adding servers when CPU crosses a threshold, and then removing them when it falls beneath the lower threshold, which is also important because that's the cost control. So from here, pretty much every API touches storage in some way, right? So in our stat update case, the stats are stored in DynamoDB. I'll go into more detail about DynamoDB later, but just as an overview of some of the other stores, we use S3 for like data blobs, so larger player data values or files or log files, that kind of thing. RDS, which is like a managed SQL Server deployment that we use for leaderboards and a couple other things. And we use a variety of other stores that aren't on here, but we're always like picking new data stores that have unique capabilities. Like for example, we recently added Elasticsearch, which is a search. I guess it's an index store where we can use it to do full text search and that kind of thing. And then finally we have Kinesis, which is the head of PlayStream, which I'm going to talk about more tomorrow. CloudScript. So how many of you are using CloudScript? At least half. It's very similar in that, well, how many are using the new API, the execute CloudScript function? All right, some of you. So this new API is just like all the others in that it goes through our main API endpoint that you saw on the last slide, and it goes through the front-end servers. But then because we don't want to run these scripts in the context of the rest of our API requests, because we trust all you guys, but like it's still code that we don't control, right? Those scripts run inside of containers that basically wrap the V8 JavaScript engine. So a request to execute a CloudScript function comes through. We pick which server has your revision of your script, and then it runs on that machine. And then from there, you can do things like make external API requests to other services, or make internal server API requests. And those actually just get routed all the way back through at the moment to the public API endpoint. Multiplayer game servers. So probably fewer of you are using those. How many? Some, yeah, fair number. So this system is where we take your own purpose-built multiplayer game server and then host it in regions around the world. And typically these are used for multiplayer synchronous like type games where low latency is very important. We have auto-scaling instances in all the different regions. We take care of installing your server on these machines as they come up. But we still have this, for now, it's a centralized point of matchmaking. So all the state of which players are in which games and which games are running in which regions, it's actually in memory backed by a persistent store, but in memory on one of these matchmakers. And for the availability aspect of that, we have a hot failover scheme. So if this machine dies within 10 seconds, we use like health check DNS to detect that, and then map requests over to the failover, which is in a different availability zone. So PlayStream, I'm going to go into way more detail tomorrow, but basically it's a stream of events that get siphoned off and processed, and then stuffed into a bunch of different stores and various other things that I'll talk about tomorrow. Okay, so I want to go into a little bit more detail about a few of the things that we saw earlier. So the title request routing DNS, like I said, everyone gets their own unique title API endpoint. And one of the things that we can do with that is use that to shift traffic from one or a subset of titles to a different endpoint, right? And why would we do that? Well, a couple reasons. So for one, let's say you want to have your own dedicated API endpoint, which some of our customers have. We can actually map all of your player traffic over to that new endpoint without you having to ship a client update, because we just change the DNS entry on our side and it maps over. Another reason we use it, which has been really helpful in the past, is from time to time a game ships with a bug that, like, maybe it has the API request in the main game loop or something like that, and it's just like basically a DDoS attack on our endpoint. We can actually map that over to its own dedicated endpoint, and that way it doesn't affect other titles. So DynamoDB deserves its own slide because it's pretty fundamental to how PlayFab works. It's our primary data store. Like I mentioned, like player stats are stored there, but also things like inventories, custom player data, that kind of stuff. And knowing a little bit about how it works can actually help you or guide you towards using PlayFab in a way that performs better. So basically, it's a non-relational database. So it doesn't have joins, doesn't have transactions, but it has a very simple indexing scheme where you have hash keys and an optional range key. And that maps to a partition where the data lives. So most of our data is partitioned by either player ID or character ID or something like that. So a player's data will all be on the same partition. That means it lives somewhere in the bowels of DynamoDB on an individual machine there. And the reason that's important is that even though DynamoDB lets you scale read and write throughput arbitrarily, you still can get into trouble if you have two what they call hot hash keys. So if you have one player that you're constantly storing data for, even if all your other players have pretty light load, that can actually get overloaded within their system. So this is a heat map that they provided that kind of illustrates this concept. What that means to you is try to avoid, well, this scenario actually comes up in testing quite frequently, but taking the same player and then very frequently updating data or reading custom data or reading the inventory over and over in a tight loop, because that can cause throttling, which basically makes itself apparent as like database temporarily unavailable errors, I think, is our API code. So if you ever get that, that's probably why. Some of the other interesting aspects of DynamoDB, since it has no joins or transactions, we actually do a lot of work to build our own transaction system on top of that. So things like granting, or let's say an item purchases, a player purchases an item, there's multiple pieces of data that have to be updated as part of that. And if one, if you charge the player and don't grant the item, for example, that would be a major problem. So we deal with this in a couple ways. One is pretty simple. We just make sure that the order of operations is such that if it fails anywhere along the line, it's left in a not too terrible state, right? So if a player, 1 out of a million times buys an item and they get the item but don't get charged, like, let's just say we've never had any complaints about that, right? But if the reverse happens, it's an issue. The second way we deal with it is we've built this system of basically locking a region of storage and then doing a transactional operation on it by using a combination of queues and atomic writes, which we can geek out on later, but just suffice it to say there's a lot of work involved to make sure that the scalable storage actually performs in the way that you expect it to. Metrics. So we are pretty heavy users of time series metrics. And the reason I wanted to talk about it is both because we're constantly finding ways to take the data that we use internally and make it useful to you and expose it to you, but also just because I think it's cool and it's something that you all can probably benefit from, like with your own data. So on the left, you see basically top and bottom, you see two single metrics that we write, but they're used for a wide variety of things. Like, so in the top, API request executed, that's one counter that we increment every time an API request executes. And we set several different dimensions on it, like what the title is, which API, what the error code was. But from just that information, we can show things ranging from, like on the top, these are graphs that you can see on your dashboard, like API requests by volume by request or errors, and also things that we use internally, like which APIs are having a sudden increase in traffic, and which APIs and error codes are trending, if you will. But I guess the important part is by choosing these metrics carefully, you can really get a lot of insight into your game and also like be able to alert on weird anomalies and such. And then similarly on the bottom, this is another metric, service limit check value. So I don't know, you may have noticed we rolled out a new like limits and tracking system recently, and basically it all boils down to a couple of counters. This is one of them. This counter basically, every time your game does something that has a limit, this writes out the value that you're attempting to use and also what the limit was. And from that, we can do things ranging from show you your usage of that limit, like show you, whenever you've gone over it, and then internally, we can see like aggregated across all titles, like what percentage of titles would be under or above some proposed limit that we have, or a heat map of title usage. Yeah, so actually one thing. so I'll talk more about this like over the next couple days, but I mentioned like some of the issues with DynamoDB and title isolation and throttling. Well, one of the things that we've spent a whole lot of time thinking about is how we can both provide you with a very flexible way of storing data, which everyone wants. Everyone wants more data keys and larger data keys, and we get that, but also provide it in a way that it doesn't affect other titles. Like if you load 10,000 keys over and over again, that might cause a throttle that would affect other titles. So it's a difficult balance, and like James says, that one of the hardest things that we've dealt with is pricing. Well, also isolating people's use of custom data. I would put that in the top 3 list probably. So what we're working on is a new model that we think will be both more convenient to use and easier to reason about, but also like easier for us to scale in a more predictable way. So rather than just have key value pairs like we have today, we're proposing breaking this into 2 separate patterns. One for data objects, which is basically small JSON objects that you might use. You might want to do things like use them as part of PlayStream actions or as part of segmentation, that kind of thing. And then files, which could be binary, could be assets, could be whatever you want, but they're opaque to us, right? We don't know anything about the structure. And by doing this, by keeping these small, we can make sure that we operate on them quickly, and we can load them anywhere in the system and reach into them and do things based on properties inside of them, and that will scale well. And then files, we can actually offload the streaming of reading and writing those files directly to S3, which is where they'll be stored, and that'll actually take load off of our centralized API system that we saw earlier. and should just scale better in general. And then the third aspect is for both of these, we're building a new access permission system. So today you're probably familiar, we have like 18 different APIs for every combination of like updating or reading like character or player or title or publisher data, and is it read only or public? We're basically going to abstract that and say there's one common set of permissions definitions that you can use across all of your data objects, but also potentially other things within PlayFab. So we think it'll be more natural. It'll be more like this data for this player, this particular data object can be read by their friends, and it can be updated by like members of this shared object, that kind of thing, more symbolic. All right. Questions? Let me get the microphone. Yep.
This is just clarifying something. You said to avoid frequently reading and writing to the same player, which if I understand is a partition. Like that's how that works.
Yeah.
What is frequent? I know that's a big
well,
question.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I said it's hard. So the way DynamoDB works is, I'll go into a little bit more detail. So like I said, we have a hash key, which is like your player ID in this case. And then there's throughput on the table in terms of reads and writes per second. And that's something that we set and we constantly monitor. If it approaches that, we auto scale it up and down. But there's like a few minute lag there. The problem is that overall throughput, even if you're not exceeding that, if you divide it down by the number of shards internally, like so you get down to the one player level, even a small fraction of our overall throughput could be throttled. So like I said, it's hard for me to give you an exact number, which is why it's hard, right? Okay. And so what we're trying to do is build APIs where you don't have to think about that. And maybe we have limits that are upgradable for things like how many data objects you have, but there will always be some sort of per player time-based limit on number of updates. So anyway, like ballpark, once a minute is okay, but like once a second will probably cause problems. But it's not just the frequency either; it's also the size, right? Okay. Thanks. So we can talk more offline. First.
It's a very technical question.
All right.
Who built the graphics in your slide? Because those were excellent.
I knew someone was going to ask that.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're excellent. I'm like, wow, I've never seen architecture slides built so well. I'm like, wow, I would love to.
Probably spent a little too much time on it yesterday. Yeah. But so that is a company called cloudcraft.co that I used. And they're pretty awesome, I got to say. It's fun. Like it's the, what is it, the isographic or it's like, Legos, and they have all the different AWS icons and whatnot in there.
And it would be really neat if you were able to integrate that into PlayFab, so that when we're talking about it, right, you can go, hey, check this out. This is how my architecture works, right?
It's a good idea. Just like I want this.
Just hot swap that in. That'd be pretty sweet.
That's a good idea. Cool. Thanks. Back.
So you mentioned that you were working in 3 availability zones.
That's right.
Of course, AWS has a lot more than 3. And I'm wondering what you didn't mention what regions that actually corresponds to, but what are your thoughts around like more edge availability?
Sure. Okay, a couple parts to that. First part, the number of availability zones differs by region. So our primary API endpoints are in the.
Yeah, I guess maybe I was confusing that, but I was thinking more like regions.
Regions, okay, yeah.
And edge just services.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, just to clarify, availability zones are like data centers, like buildings, but within a single region. So they're totally isolated in terms of like power and fire and all that, but they're in the same region. Currently, all of our centralized API requests go to the same region. The game servers, as you saw, like those can be in all regions, but there's still like the central API is in one region because the data is there, right? Like the important part is we want our wherever the APIs are processed should be in the same region as the data, or else like it'll be really slow, right? But what we have talked about, and I think we'll probably end up doing, I just can't tell you exactly when, is give you a choice of region for where you want your game to be based, let's say, because given that there's not really much sharing of data between publishers, if any, it's perfectly reasonable to say I want my publisher to be in like the Frankfurt region, and all my player data will be stored there, and I'll go against that region. Is that?
I was thinking more along the lines of players. Sorry, I was thinking more along the lines of like players. Edge services are about performance.
Yep.
Right. Pushing content as close to the endpoint as possible, and so that was more the thrust of my question.
Sure. So, yeah. Okay. So, another couple things about that. So, one thing that we do already is if you use our content APIs, that's actually uses a CDN. So if you have assets that all players or a lot of your players need, putting in there is an easy win, because those get cached locally on not just in each region, but like within a given region, like in lots of different points of presence that are close to your players. And that works for read-only data. That doesn't work so well for per player write data. Having players have their own home base in different regions, that's a larger undertaking that maybe someday, but it's not in the immediate future. One other thought about that, we've been experimenting with actually routing all API requests through CloudFront, which is the CDN distribution, which sorry, okay, seems wacky, but actually has some advantages that we can talk about it after the talk.
We have one question from the internet. When multiple services can reach into these JSON blobs, how do you detect and resolve concurrent updates to a given JSON blob?
Great question. Yeah, so that's actually another problem we're trying to solve well with this new data API. Like we've had a lot of requests for, hey, can we have concurrency controls on your data APIs? And it's a great question because it makes sense, and we're glad you asked that because that's a smart question. The new data API will have concurrency options built in, so you can do things like, say, create this object if it doesn't exist already, or update this if it doesn't exist, or if its version matches the version that I loaded, that kind of thing. So that'll be coming soon.
Okay, last question back here.
Oh, I was just wondering, do you do any kind of caching and lazy store for high volatile things like virtual currencies?
It's a good question. I wish we could do more of it, and that's actually one of the things we want to solve with this concurrency options. Like maybe you can tell us this virtual currency or this data, it's okay if it's inconsistent as long as I can do twice as many writes as the default limit, right? But by default, across all titles, we've opted to be err on the side of caution, and all of our virtual currency and data updates by default are consistent. So if you do a write and then immediate read, you'll get the new value. I think that's probably the right default, but it is more expensive.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, and with that,
all right.
Introduce Brendan.
With that, the man you all know and love, Brendan Vanous.
Yeah, so that's a good question. Yeah. So for anyone who wants to share a link to the live stream with your peeps back home, the fastest way to get there is tell them to go to PlayFab.com, click on our blog, and in our blog, the very first blog entry has links to the live stream, so they can get it from there. Okay, you're up, Brendan.
All righty. So My talk won't be as pretty as Matt's. He had the lovely diagrams. In fact, mine's not going to be pretty at all because I'm going to be talking about problems. So a little bit of background on me for anyone who hasn't heard me talk about my past before. I've been in games for 20 years. I spent the first 10 years working as a game developer. I started out at Sierra Online, working with Ken and Roberta Williams. As you might imagine, given that that was the latter half of the Sierra lifetime, for those of you familiar with Sierra, there were certainly mistakes made, and I certainly got to be a part of some teams that were, making some of them. So some of those mistakes were mine, but then the second half of my career, I've been spending helping people to make their games and make them better. I started into that by going over to work in the Xbox team for a little group called the Advanced Technology Group. Stupid name, but it's a really great team. It's basically a bunch of people who are experts in various game technologies, and they work with game developers to make their games better and make them work at all in some cases on Microsoft's platforms. I went over there to basically own the Xbox Live story for the game development community. Had a fantastic time doing it. Like I said, great people in that team, really smart, learned tons while doing it. Got to live through the escalation and growth of the Xbox Live service from before the launch of the Xbox 360 all the way through its life cycle. So certainly a lot of things we're seeing there. If you guys spend time on Xbox Live at all over that period, or if you read the news, you're probably aware of some places where there were hiccups in the experience. So all of that then I brought along with me when I joined this team here at PlayFab, because James basically told me what we were doing here, and I had to be a part of this. Because this is what I found that I really love doing, is helping people make their games, and in particular, helping them to find ways to make new experiences work in online games and online parts of the experience. And it's even for games that don't think they're online, they are, because you're going to want to get your telemetry for your game, make your next games better using it. You're going to want authentication systems to get your players in. Basically, every game going forward should be connected. Okay. So I'll be talking about what we've seen in particular with the use of PlayFab in terms of stumbling blocks people have run into and how to prevent them from happening in your games. So the most important thing that you can take away from this is to talk to us. We are here for you guys. We are your back-end team. And we want to hear from you. We want to hear about your design concepts. We want to hear about any problems you're running into. We want to hear about the things that you want to see in the future, about the things you think can be better. Everything is good information for us, and you can always come to us at Devrel, it's DEVREL, at PlayFab.com. You guys are probably intimately familiar with that one already. And of course, our community forums are available for you guys. We've also got the Slack channel that we launched recently so that you can come in and have good discussions with each other and with us. Okay. We've got obviously loads and loads of documentation, samples, white papers. One of the reasons why I emphasize talk to us is because there is a load of documentations and samples and papers and things like that. We don't expect anybody to read all of it. It's there so that you can search through it like you do. You Google on what it is you're looking for, you find it, and you go implement that thing. So there's going to be things that you haven't read through. There's going to be aspects of our functionality that you're not aware of. So if you come to us with a design concept, we're usually able to take it and say, oh, well, yeah, here are the pieces that you need in order to be able to do that. And that's specifically one of my favorite parts of the job. So. And yeah, when you're talking to us about it, like I say, every game is going to have custom needs. There will be certainly, same features. People might say to me, oh, well, it's the same feature that you see in this game. But at the same time, you guys are often going for new experiences. You're trying to come up with new ways that people can use your games. So instead of coming to us and saying, I want to do specifically this type of query, come to us with your design goals. Come tell us what it is your high-level vision is for what it is you want to do, and we can then dig in and find the right ways to make that work for you. Okay, so with that said, let me dig right into the ugly. Okay, this first one, this is totally on us, as JJ is intimately familiar with. We had a new tech that we'd rolled out. We realized that we could put together what we called shared group data. The idea was to give you a place where you could have data that's being written up by multiple different players, and you could have multiple players able to read from it as well. Okay. convenient, simple little system for you to be able to do a variety of different things with it. But when we launched with this, we got really too excited about it. It was a new toy, and we proceeded to say, oh, you could use it for massive amounts of communication. No. The way shared group data is designed to work is for a limited set of players to be able to share data. So think like 100 players or less. Since shared group data is generally speaking limited to 100 keys anyway, and because of, I heard you guys talking about concurrency issues and things like that with data, you don't want to have multiple people writing to the same data unless you honestly don't care which one of them wins. You'll wind up using a separate key for each player, usually using their PlayFab ID to determine which key they're writing to. So like I say, about 100 players, given that you've only got 100 keys to work with. When you're reading from it then, it's the same thing. You've got a limited number of people who are reading from it. The reason is there's basically, and I'll talk about this a bit more later too, there's two types of data systems in PlayFab. You've got one, title data type systems. Okay, title data is sharded, cached. It's designed so that millions of players can be reading from it all at the same time, right? On the flip side, you've got user data type systems, and that's really where shared group data comes in. User data type systems are not sharded, they are not cached. It is one data table, it is one entry in the data table for one key. So if you've got 1,000 people trying to read it all at the same time, that queues up and they get fed out as best they can, and they might time out. So that's why you don't overload that type of a data system with too many people attempting to read from it. And so, like I say, shared group data, our apologies for getting too excited about it at the start, but that is the correct way to use it. And then again, too, I should point out, if you do have a need for something that does require something a little bit different, where you need to have something that has players able to make updates, but then be able to share that out to your entire community. And user-generated content systems are a good example of that. Come talk to us about your design goals. Most often when you're building out a system like that, because I know some folks here have the experience of doing this, when you're building out a system like that where it does require frequent updates but also massive distribution, you're usually designing your implementation very specifically based upon the needs of that system. Because it's a very difficult thing to pull off, but the specifics of the actual design goals will usually inform what you need to do that will actually accomplish that goal. So there's no short version. There's no one simple generic way to do that. Massive numbers of inputs and massive distribution. But we can certainly work with you if you have a design that is where this is a requirement for your game. Okay. And I am going to try to catch us up. I don't want to dig into your break time too much. Catalog usage. So we initially designed the catalog system as a single string of updates. That was how we envisioned it anyway. Hence, that's why we called it a catalog version. So you'd create a catalog, every item in your game would be in it, and then as you iterate and update your game, you'd do another version of your catalog and another version. We obviously, people are going to use the system in ways that make most sense to them. So what we immediately saw was a lot of people were creating games where they had multiple catalogs for different purposes. So they were segmenting out, all the armor was in one catalog and all of the treasure chests were in another catalog. It's fine if you want to use it that way, and we are actually planning on making some changes to make that a little bit more convenient for you. But right now, there are a couple of limitations when you do that, and the most important one to be aware of is receipt validation. Receipt validation uses the primary catalog in your game. So you need to make sure that that catalog that contains things that you're selling, if you're using any form of receipt validation for mobile devices, you need to make sure that that catalog is selected as your primary. Like I say, we will be updating to provide better ways for you to use the catalogs in the ways that we've seen you use them, but that was the initial design. Okay. Device ID and custom ID. This is an interesting one because we want you to have the way to get players into your game quickly and easily, so device ID, custom ID. You get a zero friction sign in that way. It minimizes the amount of churn that you have of people running into that barricade of like username, password, and abandoning the game. But at the same time, you need to have some form of a consistent identity that you can then get the player back to whenever they switch devices or if you're playing across multiple devices. So it's a little bit of both. What we normally recommend is use the simple method, the device ID, custom ID, to get players playing, and then incentivize them later to add something else. Using multiple systems is definitely the way you want to go. A Facebook, a Google, something like that, where the player is going to take that identity with them across every experience they have, that's usually your best route. Some key tricks here. For iOS, you can certainly write, if you use a custom ID, for instance, and you generate a GUID, you can write that into the keychain, and then you're able to read the keychain from any iOS device that player logs into. So that's one trick you can use. On Android, the one thing to think about is, unlike iOS, where every time even if you unload all your games and then load one game onto it, you get a totally different ID, just because of the way that Apple is doing that. They generate a new identifier for the player for each different publisher, right? As opposed to that, on Android, the device ID never changes, ever. Even if you send your device in and it gets repaired and then sold as a used unit to somebody else, it's got the same device identifier. So if you're using that as your primary means of logging in, bear in mind that there will occasionally be the case where somebody's going to say, oh, hey, somebody's somebody's messing with my account, and you might find that looking at the IP addresses, maybe they are coming from very distinct regions. So it might be the case, you might want to ask them, did you, RMA your device or something along those lines? If they did, then that's something to be aware of. Okay, virtual currency. The purchase item call, the one that we provide to you as part of the API, that one is safe, reasonably so, right? The overwhelming majority of the time when you're making that call, even if you've got somebody who's making multiple calls at the same time to try to, game the system and get things they shouldn't, it will protect you from the case where somebody's balance gets down and then they try to make a purchase that would go negative. That won't happen. However, we deliberately designed the modify currency options that you have through the server APIs to give you the ability to go negative, because some games need that. So we've seen this trip a couple of folks up where they thought that the modify currency would fail if it would go to negative. That's not the case. So that is something you need to be aware of. If you're doing an operation where, like we call it an alchemy or crafting system, for example, where you're doing some exchange of items and currencies in a cloud script for something else, make sure to check at the end of the operation to make sure that the currency didn't go negative, have a way to roll it back, or in some way deal with that scenario. Game servers, this is a pretty common one as well for folks who need to use dedicated game servers or custom game servers. The most important thing I want to point out is here, set up New Relic. It's free. You get an account in the New Relic system. You set your key in our service. Just go to the add-ons tab, click into New Relic, and paste your key in there. The next time a server starts up for you, a custom server, immediately start sending data out to New Relic so that you can check on CPU usage, your memory usage, your disk profile, all of that. That way you can look at it and make the determination about what size of machines that you need. Oh, and I just got to throw this out there because this is something that present to me the other day. We now have the ability to use all of the 4 types, the C4s, M4s, etc., in the EC2 as well. So for those of you who are using dedicated servers and you are using C3s, if you want to move up to a C4, let me know. We can now do that for you. But then once you've done the analysis and made the determination about what service or what server sizes you're using, also check on capacity. So always monitor and make sure that you know what your community's doing, how much user acquisition push you're doing, if you're getting spikes in new users, because you are limited on the number of servers that you have total. We can up that number for you, but it's going to be whatever you last told us is what it's going to be set to. So if you're getting close to, keep track of it. If you're getting close to it, we'll try to also monitor and keep track and let you know if you're getting close to it, but please try to keep track. Let us know if you need more servers. And we scale based upon your settings as well. So if you're seeing long times of people trying to get it, wait times for people getting into games because servers are spinning up, it might be that you have people coming in and searching on games faster than you thought you would, and so you need to increase the number of available instance slots that you have. Now, if you have any questions about that, again, forums, write to us at DevRel, certainly get you all the info you need. The last thing there is that the log file path that we generate, that's us. We generate the log file path. Please don't write to your own path and expect us to find it. It has to be there for us to be able to pull it and get it into the archived games for you. That the page whenever your game shuts down, we pull the log files, put them in archived. That's how we do it, is because that's a path that we generate on your behalf. Abuse of the data system. This is pretty straightforward, and you guys have probably seen me going on about this in the forum, so I won't spend much time on it. It's just basically we added into the limit system to make sure that you can't write too many keys at once. But the main one that we're talking to a couple of folks about right now is the too many writes per session. We designed our service around a certain model in terms of our costs, right? And the costs increase the more data exchange takes place. I mean, it's a simple math. Yeah, if you go look at the AWS pages on their pricing, you can see how it works. We absolutely can work with you if you need to have a higher write rate. If you're doing something like a Pokemon Go and it's geo-based and you need to be writing to us all the time or reading from us all the time to check on things, we can do that. It's just we need to work with you on a custom contract around that, because the idea of the base service, and in particular the free service, is that the reads and writes aren't every second. They're longer periods of time between. And if you have a lot of stuff that goes on, you might need to batch them up, submit them to a cloud script where you do evaluation on it to determine whether or not it's a valid thing for the player to be doing. And speaking of the players, sorry, I'm going to push on a little bit because, like I said, I don't want to get into your break time. I'm amazed at the number of people who are trusting the players with virtual currency balances and statistics. I personally, my gut instinct on that one is never, 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 never. I've just seen it happen too many times where if you've got, a leaderboard which is competitive, I can guarantee you somebody, if you give them the ability to write whatever score they want through there, it's going to be all 9s, and it's going to be day 1, right, for any reasonable size player population. And the same is true with virtual currencies. If you give them the ability to modify their own virtual currency, don't expect that they're not going to figure that out. Somebody's going to find that, and they're going to abuse it like crazy. You can ban them, sure, but they're just going to make another account. They're going to pass the information on to their friends. So just my advice: don't trust the players. We by default have these APIs turned off in our service for a reason. And then of course, trying to use or I should say trying to use, but thinking of us as an open database. People have asked, and the answer is no, we don't support open query on the data tables that we created for our service. And the reason is simple. That is one of the most common ways that titles have gotten themselves into trouble historically when you look at online games. One bad query causes the entire table to slow down. And for us, that means every title would be impacted. So that's the reason why we don't allow it. Now, we do give you the ability to hook up your own data tables right now. There's an HTTP call you can use in Cloud Script that allows you to do that. And we're going to be making it more directly an option later on. So if you do have a need for that, we can certainly work with you on it. But the tables that in our service directly, they're not available for open calls. And please don't ask us to make manual changes to them, because that's just dangerous. And then really, this is one where working around the limits is the way I phrased it here. But honestly, I mean, you guys are all game developers. Everybody here is accustomed to thinking outside the box, trying to design something, where you're coming at it from different creative angles. When you're using our data systems, look at how they're designed and look at how our design patterns are with it, particularly in samples and things like that. If you're doing something where it feels like you're really going around how we're using it, like you're coming up with some creative way that doesn't seem to fit into the model, it may well be that you're doing something that isn't really sustainable long term, and it might actually cause your title problems. So the best thing to do in those cases, like I say, goes back to what I said at the beginning. Talk to us about it. If you've got a creative idea, it might not be a bad thing. I mean, I've got a talk a little later today where I'm going to talk about some really creative things people have done. But some scenarios in that creative use space are just not going to work. What we'd prefer to do in those cases, again, we take your design goals, talk to you about how best to approach the problem and how to make it work within our system. Because we definitely want it to work for you. This is a big one for me. Plan for success. When I talk to people and they're like, it's not going to be that many players, I'm like, why? Why would you say that? You need to make sure that you're planning for having 1 million+ players. When Penny Arcade suddenly goes, hey, this game's really awesome, go look at it, you're going to get more players than you were expecting. Yeah, that's what you want, and you need to plan for it. Make sure that that is in the back of your head. And then when you're looking at your game's components and how it's using the service and all of it, think about what happens if you have a sudden glut of players all joining at the same time. I mean, seriously, if they post about your game, it will be you're going to get 10,000 players all logging in at the same time. what if you had, you know, a concurrency level of, you know, go to Xbox scale. You know, what if you had 1 million players concurrent, and they were searching on games at a rate that you wound up having 50,000 players looking for a match at the same time? Great problem to have, but one that you should give some thought to make sure that you understand what, you know, what your needs are. And I believe me, we will scale up for you for those levels, no problem. So yeah, the call to action here is just talk to us. That's like my big hot button. Talk to us. I do what I do because I love working with game developers, and I love the creative conversations that we have around the features that you guys are trying to build. And that's what gets me going in the morning. That's the reason I am here, right? Is to help you guys design this stuff. And like I say, if it's a creative use, just come talk to us. We want to enable the features that you want to have in your games. We want to make sure that we're able to give them to you, and you know, give you the features that you need in order to make them happen. If there's work that we need to do to fill a gap, we need to know about that. And we take it very seriously. I mean, in addition to what I do to the outwards communication to you guys, another big part of what I do is I'm also taking all the input that's coming in, and I'm filtering that for the team internally, so that every day I'm opening up additional items where I'm saying we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, and I'm tracking on how many people are asking for all these things so that we can prioritize them effectively. So we're helping, you know, the majority need of our development community. Every stage of this, talk to us. Okay, so with that, I kind of went a little bit fast, but I want to see, do you guys have any questions? Are there things that you guys ran into that have confused you that you wanted to just ask about now? Because I mean, I'm right here. Yeah. The mic.
For segmentation, can we tie segmentation to push notifications? Like if we want to say, hey, this group on the leaderboard, count them as a segment and notify them that they've won.
Yeah, what you're talking about is you want to be able to do batch operations on segments, right?
Yes.
That is coming. That is specifically one of the things that we're working on in the very near future. Yes. Cool. And it's going to be more than push, by the way. It's batch of actions. So it'll be quite a few things.
How near is near?
Oh. So I can repeat the question. The question was, how near is near?
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. We're doing a roadmap session. That's end of day today, right? Yeah, we're doing a roadmap session end of day today. We will be talking about what's coming.
Actually begun working on it this spring.
Yeah. Oh yes, and what James was just saying is that we are actually already working on that particular that particular improvement to the system.
Just a question, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
What happens when you exceed the 100 keys for shared group data?
Well, actually, you can't. Not right now.
So does the API fail?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me think about that for a sec. I believe there's a failure. You know what? I would actually have to look at the code and double check to make absolutely sure. But yeah, if you try to write too many keys into a shared group, there should be an error message coming back to you. Let me follow up on that. We'll talk about where we're going to post answers to questions later today. Anyone else? I can repeat the questions.
Yeah. So talking about like the creative uses and working around limits.
Yep.
And I think this is why you guys mentioned in the last talk data objects.
Mm-hmm.
So storing multiple keys in one object that kind of relate to in one key field currently.
Right. So the question is basically you wanted to know about being able to store multiple keys within one object for, I'm guessing just for efficiency of your own code use and your data operations.
Object that makes sense to store under one value.
Right. So my answer to that would be, have you seen our proposed data update paper? Okay, so talk to me later. I will get you the link to that. If anybody hasn't seen that, it's in our community Slack channel as well. Please do have a look at that and give us feedback on it.
I mean, just the summary is that Matt talked about it today. We will have these JSON objects, and the goal is one object can have many keys in it. And because we know it's JSON, we can actually do inspections into it and actually do cool things with it. So the new model is, instead of having lots of keys with like small values, have one JSON object, put as many keys and values in there as you can within the size limits, and then we can do things like merge JSONs together into a single object for things like segmentation and targeting and A/B testing and so on.
Okay, so there was one more.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the actual like in-editor
Mhm.
Is there anything like any focus being put on being able to edit your title and title data and do all this stuff from within Unity editor instead of having to go to game manager?
Right. So the question is there any focus being put on adding functionality to the Unity editor to be able to manage your game's, like title data, catalog, all that sort of thing?
Yeah. For example, we have designers who would prefer to work in the Unity editor or.
We have designers who would rather work in the Unity editor. That's amazing. Okay. Well, the short answer is yes. We are absolutely doing that. That's one of the things actually Marco is pretty excited about, is providing more functionality. I mean, if you guys aren't aware, the majority of developers on our platform are Unity developers. So yeah, we spend more time on the Unity SDK than we do on the others, just to put it out there and be fair about it. But yes, that is specifically one of the things that we're going to be doing, is adding to the Unity editor for managing your title in that way. Did you have one more?
One more.
Yeah.
So for Community Sift, is that English only? How does it handle it?
Community Sift. Okay, so the question is, does Community Sift handle localization for other languages? That is a great question.
I think they have multiple language support. I don't know if we're tapping into it. That's a great question for us to look into.
Yeah. Are you capturing the questions with it? Okay, great.
All right.
All right. Well, let's take one more, and then we'll.
What are you guys going to? What are your plans around the boilerplate?
Reducing boilerplate in the Unity SDK.
There's an awful lot of like all the code integration samples are really simple.
Mm-hmm.
That's great, but the reality is like we have to do caching, and I end up writing thousands of lines of code.
I see.
To actually provide a good user experience.
Right. So you're talking about the question is around adding more functionality in like a client SDK that does some of the common tasks. Like, for instance, always caching the catalog so that you can use it for the extra information you need about items, right? Yeah. We do want to do that. I mean, honestly, we've spent the majority of our time working on the backend features and backend functionality. So that's been our overwhelming focus. There is work that we want to do on the client side to help make that. I mean, anything like that where it's, every title is going to need to do this thing, well, multiply that bit of work times every developer on our platform. For us to do it, to be able to do it once, and give you a good design pattern for it, would save that time. So yeah, we do want to do that. It's just a matter of how we prioritize and when we can get to it. It's one of those things. It's like love to. Time.
It is in the roadmap. Yeah, it is in the roadmap. We'll talk about it at the session. But we're thinking of doing better offline caching support. It's an explicit feature.
Okay, but with that, let's get you guys to the break.
Yeah, so break now. We're going to resume in 20 minutes at exactly 11 o'clock. For those of you who are live streaming, sit tight, and we'll resume at 11 o'clock PST. PDT.
All right. Let's slip into the next one, yeah.
That's not who he is. So I love it. That's a lot. So that's it's modeled after Ellen. So yeah, check this out. So we're doing a game called Trivia Maze, right? And that's going to be our enigmatic trivia host, right?
Nice.
And so her name is Jules, and she's an enigmatic. She's Ellen, basically, right? So really just kind of out there, fun, a little bit goofy, like Dory, right? And then she's paired with a old German light bulb, right? Named Ludwig, right? So she's like she's front office, she's back office. He's the one who designs the maze. She does the trivia, like pomp and circumstance. He's like, oh, no. Yeah, so it's like a fun, cool dynamic. And then we actually, Paul's not here. We actually came up with so that's the front end. We have a store where the store is fronted by an egg and bacon, right? Right? The egg is a Latin woman with like lots of flair, and the bacon is Nick Bacon from England. He's like a used car salesman type of guy, trying to sell you everything in the store.
Wow.
Yeah. Characters.
Oh yeah.
Beer in the morning. No, it's my hero. It's a cold. I saw it too. I was like, Steve, right? Dude, I saw it too. I was like,
I'm on the NC2
I can barely hear you. What was that?
I'm on the NC2 Slack channel, and you always respond.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I ran into a thing just the other day where, just like that guy was saying, like, we do all our data entry in Unity, and then I just write scripts to upload them to PlayFab. And I'm wondering if you guys ran into an issue. They're all editor scripts, so I'm like going to a menu and saying upload, and I need to like do those over several ticks. So I was like doing like kind of like stuff, and I found out like if I say www and it's running in a pseudo coroutine, it like won't update unless I'm like moving the editor. Like really weird little things like that. So I'm just wondering if you guys have run into that and if you know ways around it.
Does not sound fair. Hang on, let me. Hey, Zach. Come over, Zach. Oh, okay. He's basically talking about an error. Did you describe that again?
So basically, I'm running. I made a little coroutine system in the Unity editor. So I want to upload a bunch of data using the admin stuff. So I would start the coroutine. It hooks up to editor application.update, and it's just updating the coroutine. But for some reason, www.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Mic check, check. Testing, testing, testing. Check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check. Check, check. Testing, testing. Check, check, check. Checking, check, check. Check, check, check. Mic, 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 mic. Hello. Testing, testing. Testing. Check. Period. Testing, uniform model. Testing, testing, testing. Ah. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. You can see that kind of, and that's probably too loud. Like when I'm pegging out the end of the board, you may want to turn this down, the lapel mic. So I'm going to turn that down a little bit, and you can already see that level's dropped off until I talk like right on it. But I'll be talking out like this. So if you see that just pegging out all the time, like it's fine if it hits it a little. And then you can always tune in. You'll want to bring in your own laptop or maybe get on James's for the real stream so that you can see what's coming over actually.
Are you taking that?
That's not mine. Mine's up there. This is James's.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't have a way that you have to have a third laptop to see the other stream.
Okay, I can't use that one.
Well, that's the James's. So if he comes in here and boots you off of it, that's just what's going to happen.
All right.
But you can use it. It's just he might boot you, and he might overrun the stream too. So he might come over here and just start doing it. Don't take that personally.
I will not.
Let's see. I'm muted. Yeah, everything is basically live. Broadcasting to everybody. How's it going? This is Zach Bragg here. Handing over to my backup sound guy, Jordan Rohr, aka the web developer. Looking forward to presenting Unicorn Battle Teardown. So we'll be with you shortly, 2-3 minutes or so, until everybody gets back in the room. Otherwise, I'm muting out until. All right, testing my mic. Testing. What's going on, man? Hi. Thanks for coming. Hey, checking. All right, live stream viewers, we'll be getting started in just a few minutes here. Thanks for being patient, and we will move into Unicorn Battle Teardown. Hey. Doing well. How about you? Front row. Yeah, we did the best we could on that projector. Cool. All right. Thanks for coming, everyone. We're gonna get started here with Unicorn Battle Teardown. And I'm Zach Bragg, and this talk and application was helped put together by Marco Williams. He's my boss. You've probably all seen him, worked with him at conferences and other places. So today we'd like to present Unicorn Battle. So for those who are not familiar with what Unicorn Battle is, it's a Unity 3D game basically demoing live game systems. We use it as our internal tool for testing. We also use it for our demonstration tool. So you may have seen it presented at GDC. I think that's the first time we presented it publicly. But since then, we've continued to iterate on it, add additional new features that PlayFab has released to kind of keep it up to speed with, close to bleeding edge as we have on the surface. Additionally, we have it now as a community sandbox. So we put all of the source code onto GitHub, and that code, you can download it there at the GitHub link. And I like to think of this as a good example of dynamic gameplay, and that'll be the theme throughout this whole Unicorn Battle presentation. So with that being said, here's a massive amount of features just kind of thrown up on there. All of these things are integrated into Unicorn Battle, so these are things you get to play with, get to see working, and get to see how a potential way to construct these systems would be. In these features, I'm not saying that we have the end-all, be-all, best way, best design on all of these, but we'll be happy to work with to make these as good as possible, extend this application into as many areas or many avenues as people are interested in seeing. We think it's a great platform for teaching as well as showing off the technology. So as Unicorn Battle starts up, basically we have a login system. It's a very simple login system that combines device ID with Facebook ID. And we did this in such a way that basically everyone comes in first with device ID, and then later is prompted to link their account or completely register their account, and then they can come in and log in with Facebook account. And I'll pause here just for one moment to talk about why we did it that way rather than logging in with Facebook account from the beginning and having that create account from the beginning. So as you may be aware, if you are using our login calls, we have a Boolean that can be passed in called create account set to true or false. And with Facebook account set to true, you're automatically going to set up a new account on that device if you log in on the first screen with that account. But if you're coming from a previous device, we set it up in such a way that it only allows people that have a previous account on Facebook to come in with that account. And for that reason, it's very easy to keep things neat in the authentication flow rather than having a device ID created, it gets orphaned off, and then you end up on the Facebook account. This way forces you to come in with the device account, then link in that Facebook account, and then additional details. That way, preventing the account loss. Right after that, you go into the character select screen, and I'm just going to quickly go over these, and then I'm going to show it in live from within the Unity editor. At the character select, as you might imagine, this is where characters are saved. You can look at the characters that your profile has, their different statistics, their attributes, buy new characters with the premium currency, and then select your character that you'd like to play, which takes you into the profile screen. The profile screen is essentially a hub, and from here, all of the other actions and game elements can be accessed. And I say game with air quotes because, whoa, that's an interstitial. So more about that, but in a minute. But just keep this in mind because we're going to keep coming back to the concept of interstitial, the concept of player flow, and the concept of creating this dynamic gameplay. So moving on to the main gameplay loop. So going back to what I was saying, the gameplay loop here is intentionally very basic. Basic for the concept of gameplay, but also basic in code, so that it's fairly easy to get through and digest if you're looking through the code and kind of following. But it's also like we said earlier, a sandbox to start developing all kinds of different complex live game features or whatever the community is looking for at the given time. So the main gameplay loop is basically enemies do some stuff, you do some stuff, some other stuff happens, and then you profit at the end. Then you end up back where you started, kind of at the hub. And then now I'm going to show it in live. So here's our Unity project, and I've got the Unity project scene names on those previous slides. So if you're looking at the stream after the fact, you can know kind of where things happen inside of the project. This is our authenticate screen, so I'm just going to log in with device ID. Real quick, before I do that, I will point out one of the cool features that Unicorn Battle has is the ability to change your title ID. So all the source code is out there and available. So if you download that source code, that gives you the client. That basically would need to connect into the PlayFab backend. So to make that a little bit more approachable and more of a tutorial, we've also built a tool called the UB Uploader. And that allows you to upload the Unicorn Battle backend to any title you want. So you go into PlayFab, set up your title, run the Unicorn Battle uploader. That uploads the entire backend from Unicorn Battle into the title of your choosing. And this menu feature here on the login screen allows you to switch the title to whichever title you'd like to hit for the purposes of this demo. So I'm happy on to ABE, and we'll get started. So after we log in, we see the initial loading screen. And for anyone knowing, these spinning stars in the bottom right is, for this particular demo, an artificial loader. So you'll see me click on that star, and it'll just skip the load. Just a feature we built in to kind of aid with the demoing. So here's the character select screen. We can see the different characters I've built in here. They're all based on certain class types. So when you want to create a new class, you can choose between one of these 3 class types. And these are more or less arbitrary, with arbitrary data attached to them. All of the data that you see in this demo is hosted into the PlayFab backend at some point. So it's either going to be in a title object, it's going to be in a catalog object, or in some kind of custom player data. So everything you're seeing here could be tweaked in the backend, and we'll see examples of that as we get into it. So let's go ahead and let's just play on Roach here and go into the next profile screen. So here's the profile screen. I like to think of this as a central point for everything that's happening, not only for information's sake, so you can figure out what's going on, but also for the player's sake of launching into things quickly, coming back into the central hub. It's a pretty common pattern that reoccurs in a lot of games. So at this point, we are going to launch a quest. So I've got several quests here available. And again, all of this data, the text, the parameters, the icons, all of this stuff is set up in title data. And I'll take you through that after we're done here. So I'm going to play one quick battle here, the cave. It's an easy one, break in the new recruits. So loading through this interstitial, I'm going to skip that. Another spinning star, I can skip that. And we've automatically generated all of our battle information. And then this is the result of that battle. We defeated some enemies, we collected some gold, we found an item. What did we find? Crystal container. And then we didn't lose any lives, so great time. Once you click connect or continue, that saves it through CloudScript back into the various parts of the player profile. And then we're back here at the profile screen. So that really is the beginning setup loop as well as the main gameplay loop. And now I'm going to get into the details for the live game, the dynamic parts of this, and how to take a little bit deeper level into this. So driving dynamic gameplay. What I mean by that is really these 3 major things. So when we were building and designing Unicorn Battle like about 8 months ago, the purpose was really to cover the PlayFab API, show people good practices for using and executing the API, as well as build in common game mechanics that are seen either in common popular mobile games or in games that customers on our platform or developers are already implementing in their own games. So the general point here is build and design your game configuration around title data, or the data that you put into title data. Use that from your client to configure various parts of your client experience. And for the purposes of Unicorn Battle, we are doing adding and we wanted to be able to add quests post-launch, tune the existing configuration. Maybe one class, hypothetically ends up being more powerful than the other, and some post-release balancing has to happen. We wanted to be able to have the systems in place to demonstrate that, as well as validate client actions. And I will say to that point, Unicorn Battle still has a long way to go in terms of making the client less authoritative and putting all of that information into the server to be fully server authoritative. But at the end, I'd love to take some ideas on how we go about doing that. It's kind of a community joint project at this point, so I'm opening up to see what people are interested in. Next, we wanted to design a tiered statistics system for tracking not only the player statistics, but also the character statistics. And we went a step further and broke this down basically so that you can see how a particular player with their character performs on each level or quest that they play. And these statistics, I don't know if everyone has worked with them in their entirety, but the PlayFab statistics are a special data type which can be used and reused to great effect, not only in the tracking systems for just how many boss kills do I have, but also the achievement system that you saw on the character screen, that is being driven with the statistics on a character basis. The leaderboards, which are global at the title level, character, friend, and player leaderboards, also driven with these statistics. For Unicorn Battle specifically, we have a community forums integration. So we have a partner called Innervate. They're in our marketplace, and they basically do turnkey custom forums. So it's turnkey in a way that they basically can boot you up with any PlayFab title, give your forums and community site access to the player data or the game data, and then they can take your art assets, they can take your look and feel, and work with you on custom features to kind of take it beyond just a turnkey solution to a fully bespoke game community. And we kind of have a demonstration here with that, and that uses the statistics that are being driven in this demonstration. And then lastly, the segmentation. So one of the more recent features we've launched is segmentation, and one of the major segmentation pivot points is around statistics. So keep that in mind when you're using statistics. We definitely kept that in mind for building Unicorn Battle. And then lastly, we're using CloudScript as a in-place game server. So this is doing things like updating you can do things like update the logic post-launch, and it has full access to our protected server API calls. So we saw the real brief quest happen where the enemy does some stuff, we do some stuff, and then it kind of ends. To make that happen, we basically have a quest builder that runs locally on the client. It pulls down data from title data, and inside of that data, we have several properties that basically tells the client how to construct that experience. And you can see everything from text in here to which icon to use, which stat prefix to put onto the statistics so that we know what happened in a particular level. We also have some additional properties in here that are not fully being used in the client, but these are there to illustrate how much change and dynamic experiences you can create from giving people additional things to collect that they use tickets like an amusement park to take a ride, which is draws a parallel to the quest. So you've got to have tickets to play the quest. Maybe you've got a special event that generates those tickets, and all of this basically is set up to build systems like that in Unicorn Battle today. However, all of the complexities are not all turned on. So that's something we're looking to get into in the future. More on the levels. Each level is comprised of acts. Each act defines what encounters happen in that act and how those encounters might play out. How strong they are, how frequent they occur, how many helping things there are. Like there's rescuable heroes that you can add. There's merchants that you can add that give access to special stores. All of those kind of make the overall encounter or quest a little bit easier. So you can tune the difficulty, the complexity, the length of these acts just here in the JSON for the title data. And one thing I'd like to point out is it would be particularly useful if we had lots of people coming through here and playing this game to know what the average session length is on an act. That way you can add or remove content if things are, they're dropping off before the end, or maybe they are, the sessions are just really, really fast. So you want to add additional content to that. You can work with your content creation teams to make sure that the content is, giving the right amount of play length for the session length that you're trying to hit. And then the quest builder as a final product, it ends up being these boxes down here in the embark on a quest. This is located on the profile scene. And then one other thing I'll point out is this hard mode box. And this hard mode box is not always available. So it's available after you've successfully beat a mission one time. So if you haven't played a mission and you haven't beat it, you don't get access to the hard mode. So the way we've done this is we track the statistics on have they beat a level or not. And then if they have beat it, we give them access to a hard mode, which in theory would give you harder enemies, better rewards. It's the classic hardcore mode from like World of Warcraft or something like that. Moving on to statistics, we got a pretty good overview of that just a couple slides ago. But here is the leaderboard over here on the right, or on your left. And we've got the forums picture there. Basically, statistics are driving all of these experiences on the left. The example of those statistics is over here on the right, and that's just a peek into the game manager for the player level, and then within the player you've got all of the characters underneath that player. That's really what I'm illustrating there. And then CloudScript. So Unicorn Battle is using CloudScript as like it is cloud-hosted JavaScript, and this basically creates your character, deletes characters, transfers item between character and player, or between character to character, and saves the player data for a particular progress. We also use the CloudScript for subtracting lives, any kind of virtual currency balances, things like that, evaluating the achievements. Does the player have an achievement or not? We make that grant. We make the analysis and the grant all within the CloudScript so that clients don't have to worry about that in particular. Moving on to the virtual items in the game, we basically went down the PlayFab catalog and selected one of everything. So if you're not using these items or have not checked these items out for your own game, definitely take a look at these. Starting with the virtual currencies, we have the standard medium of exchange. For this game, it's gold. We have a premium medium of exchange that's converted from a particular asset store or a content store like iTunes or Google Play. That gets converted into premium currency, in this case, gems. And then that's all in-app purchase, real money transaction. And then we have lives, which are exactly what it sounds like. They regenerate every 5 minutes. You get 1 life, and then presumably you would consume those lives in the gameplay or gate people into content if they don't have the right amount of lives to spend on the content. Lastly, the virtual items. So within virtual items, I'm sure everyone knows what they are, but maybe you haven't checked out all the different types. Definitely look at character tokens, durable virtual items. These are the things that don't disappear. For Unicorn Battle specifically, these are the character locks. So you see that you may not know, but we provide 2 character slots by default. To get additional character slots, you have to spend gems to get additionals, and those are durable goods that stay in the player's inventory forever. Consumables, kind of the opposite. They are items that the player gets that can be consumed and have a fixed usage. Once those usages are consumed, they no longer are around. Containers, consumable, but they also give you a random drop chance to get certain items. And then keys to open those containers, and then the premium virtual currency bundles, which we talked about above. And then moving into the part 2. So this is where we start to get into more of the demonstrations, and this is where it starts to become a little bit more interactive too. So I will maybe take things different ways based on some feedback here. So we've got the stores in Unicorn Battle. I would highly recommend stores to be used whenever possible. Not only does it give you the ability to move things around outside the game, it gives you unique pricing. So you've got one default price in your catalog, but you may have 3 different places in your game where that item can be purchased. Each of those 3 items using stores can have a different price point. It can be sold with different items and have additional parameters. You can reorder the items in the catalog. So if you want a particular item to be first, second, and third, you can ensure that that's done so through ordering those in the API call. And then you, for the purposes of Unicorn Battle, we're going to show how we control what's on sale and when. And that basically comes down to tying multiple systems together to get the dynamic gameplay that we're looking for. So starting off, we're going to show the real money store here. This is our basic real money or monetization strategy for this game. We've got 6 premium bundles, small to epic, and they all have varying levels of value depending on how much you're spending. All of these have corresponding matching items in the Google Play and iTunes catalogs. And then we're using, I believe, the OpenIAB for the plugin to interface with those native marketplaces. So basically, the process is you use the plugin with the Apple API or Google API, make the transaction. After that transaction succeeds, you pass the receipt data back to PlayFab through the validation call, and then we make the grant for the particular items into the player's inventory, given that that receipt is a valid receipt. All right, so back to this interstitial screen that I threw up before. So this is showing off the new gem store that we just showed in the previous slide, where you make gem purchases, as well as the tips down at the bottom, which is a combination of the title news system. And the title news, basically, we're using it here as tips, so you can continuously add tips into the title news, and those are displayed here randomly and can be cycled through with left and right arrows. Pretty common in today's games. There's a lot of games that do examples of that. Using the title news is a really easy way to get that feature, and check out the source code if you want to see how that's put together. But the art here, so this art here, new gem store, this is what I call a splash screen, and this is what I call the banner. So these two art pieces are loaded into a Unity asset bundle. Those bundles are stored into the PlayFab CDN system, and then based on the title data that's active when this client starts, it will fetch those asset bundles, load in the art, and then display the circular stores that are active at the given time. So a little bit further into that, this is a detailed look as to what data is triggering the sale. So we have this key called sales, and then within the sales there's multiple sales. This one in particular is sale 200, where it's a happy hour, where we're saying, you know, these are the parameters for the store, start at this particular point in time, end at this particular point in time, and then the bundle ID, that's the key that I'm using in the CDN service to pull the right bundle and attach to this sale. We also, I put in some additional data in here. I'm not using the availability, but like a true happy hour, this would be something that happens on a day basis and then would, you know, start and stop at a particular hour. For the purposes of this, I'm really only looking at start date and end date, but with just a few more parameters and a little bit more client logic, you've got a even more robust way to display your sales and cross-promote to your players. So one thing I think that PopCap did really well a long time ago was figured out that they could cross-promote their own products to their own players and get them to cross-play, cross-promote. And we're doing that here with our own sales, our own bundles, and then we also do that to try and get people over to our community site. I mean, again, this is hypothetical because this is our demo game, but these are patterns that you may want to look at using. They all naturally kind of come out easily just by using the PlayFab system. So in addition to the sales, we have friends lists. So, you know, that's exactly what it sounds like. You can pull Facebook friends. There's an example of that in Unicorn Battle. Tag your friends with, you know, things that you think that may help you remember who they are, you know, where they're from, their good tank, their crappy healer, you know, whatever they are in the context of the game. And then, you know, these friends can be used in friend leaderboards and can be compared pretty easily using that to see how you rank against your friends and how your friends rank, you know, overall in the global leaderboards. Error handling. So I'll spend just a minute here talking about the Unicorn Battle error handling. It's, you know, it could be better, but it's really good at catching when things break. So one of the more common things you see in the mobile space is a call will time out, particularly, you know, in low cell signal, something like that. So what we do is we detect when a call is, you know, approximately timing out, and I give an error message that says, hey, we think it timed out. Do you want to continue on if you know that the call might be a less important call, or reload the scene from the beginning to kind of start that whole process again? And This widely would vary depending on your game and how you handle your error messages, but definitely think about those scenarios when you're building this experience. Additionally, loading screens are helpful when you know you've got longer calls that are going to take upwards of a second to return, and locking the UI so that you don't have users that are just continuously hitting call after call after call when you know the first one hasn't possibly returned yet. These are all just good practices to do to either mitigate error handling or to handle errors when they happen. And then, all of the specific game error handling that you do for your game, is in addition to all of this. So now I'm going to take you through the Unicorn Battle Uploader, and this is the tool that you would use to get a copy of Unicorn Battle for yourself. So I'm going to switch over to my virtual machine. All right, so we've got over here on our GitHub page. Unicorn Battle. And from the Unicorn Battle main repository, we have a subdirectory called Unicorn Battle Uploader. Here you can download either the source project if you'd like to build this to other targets or want to modify it or see how we have built it. I highly encourage people to take a look at that. We have a good example of using the admin API set, which is, I don't think, well represented in our other documentation. So if you're looking at building custom tools for your game, if you're looking at configuration settings and wanting to set those programmatically, maybe integrating things into your already existing build pipeline, the admin API set is definitely worth a look, and this source project is a great example of how we use that admin API to do what you're about to see here. If you don't care about any of that, you can download the executable and then run that for your particular game and title. So because it exists on this machine, I already have it on here. I'm just going to switch over to the repository. Okay, I'm an uploader here. So in the data folder, I have all of the Unicorn Battle data, more or less in JSON format. And under the title settings.json, this is set to a title ID and developer secret key for this particular title. So I'm going to make a new title over on PlayFab. Here in my publisher demo studio, create a new game. All right, once we have a game and a title, we have a title ID and a developer secret key. So copy E6B. Save that. Now we're saved, and we can run our executable. And you'll just see it go through all the different items, and this is uploading catalog, it's uploading title data, it's uploading statistics, CDN content. After this thing runs, you're basically all set for Unicorn Battle as your own personal sandbox. So that ended successfully. Press enter to return. Now we can go back over and take a look at our developer title. And then looking at title data. There's all of our title data there, and then now we can connect in with our Unity or phone client. Change my title ID. E6B. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, so we will put up the PlayStream debugger. And if anybody's live streaming that hasn't got a chance to play with the PlayStream debugger, definitely take a look here at this this bottom left here. I'm going to put it in the bottom left corner so that we can see events come in after I connect. So Play Stream Debugger basically gives you insight into everything that's happening for your title. And we will see that after we sign on here. So there we just got in a new player account. That player was created. We're loading in. Here's all of our settings. So we can set this to... Maybe next time. So just switched up my player name just for ease of detection. I'm going to create a character here. I automatically generate character names. You can set your own if you want, but by default they're set. Actually, that's a good thing to talk about right there. So in the settings menu, I've got additional settings. This checkbox here, show on login, while it's pretty straightforward and simple here, the point I want to illustrate is we're saving UI, UX experiences in the player profile data so that that is a consistent UI across the devices. So you don't see this every time if you don't want to see it. You do see it every time if you do want to see it. Obviously, that you could get a lot more complex and advanced with that, depending on how your game presents its UI and what effect you're trying to achieve. While we're in here, I just want to point out we have push notification example here, and the link to Facebook. So that's where the player settings is where the link to Facebook happens to register, where you can set username and password for password reset email. All of that you can test using this settings panel in Unicorn Battle. We just saved that, so that just wrote that back to the player profile. We're going to go back. Here we see what I was mentioning earlier, where you get 8 characters in total. 6 of them, or 2 of them are free by default. The other ones have to be unlocked. And you can see an extra character slot costs 5 gems. And moving on to seeing what Roach is up to. Yeah, basically, it's Unicorn Battle. Here it is. We have all the same samples, all the same examples. And that is, in a sense, the uploader. So you just saw an entire title cloned. And then the source code is also in GitHub, so you'll have the Unity project and everything else that you're seeing here in this window. I'm going to bounce back over to my deck. And that pretty much concludes this presentation for the interaction's sake. I do have some other demos if we want to show those, like building a store, showing a dynamic store. We can also look into any other piece of this code deeper and show it here on the stream, any piece of the backend, any piece of the client. If we can get a microphone back there, we can take questions.
Hi. At the beginning, you mentioned that your login flow, you're logging the user in with a custom ID first and then allowing them to link a Facebook account afterwards. And I think you mentioned that on Android you're using a device ID to generate that custom ID. So I'm curious about the situation where a user installs your app on their first phone and it creates an account with their device ID, and then they link that Facebook account, and then they get a new phone. When they log in with a new phone, it's going to create a second account with that device, with the new device ID, before they can link the account to it. So then when they try to link the Facebook account, it's already linked to an already existing account. So do you handle that in the client as an example, or is that something you'd need a support ticket to the whoever is managing accounts to handle?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll show it how it works live. So I'd like to stress and point out that the account flow, that first 5-10 seconds that the users get with your app is so important. And we definitely designed and redesigned this account flow several times to kind of iron this out to where we thought we were happy with what was going on. So first note, if somebody is playing across devices, when they come in to that second device wanting to play and access that previous account, at that point they can log in directly with Facebook and they will maintain that continuity directly. But let's say, for instance, you didn't recognize that was happening, or somehow the new device automatically got created. I stopped that. Forgot to set the title ID. But let's say that second one automatically got created over here on my other example where I've got my phone logged in on my Android account and Facebook linked. When I try and get in with this device account and link in with the same Facebook account, you'll see something interesting happens. So the account settings, go to link Facebook. Oh, forgot about that. Live demos.
Just to be clear, what's going on here is because if you're on a mobile device, Facebook API is linked automatically. When you're going through the PC emulator, Facebook's not as easily linked in. So what Zac's doing right now is emulating what would naturally happen invisibly if you're using the Facebook APIs on a mobile device.
Okay, and at this point, we basically have got a situation where our login flow says, "Hey, wait a second, this already exists." So we have a parameter in the link call, which is called force, and that force will basically stomp over whatever else it's bound to and force bind it to this account. So that's what we're doing here when you hit yes. So when I link that in, bam, there's my Facebook account, and then now we are now linked to this device with this Facebook account, and we've kind of merged that over. So
he wanted the opposite. He wanted to say, I already have this other account. I've inadvertently created a new account on this new phone. Recover my progress, please, using my Facebook credentials from my old account.
Yeah.
So can you show that?
Yeah, well, I can talk about it. I can't show it. So what would happen is you could have logged in from your Facebook account from the beginning, and you would have had that same thing. Then what is not displayed here that you would need in your game would be link and unlink device ID, which we have APIs for that. So at that point, you would say you're looking at your Facebook account, and you would say, hey, I got a new phone, and you'd have a flow for new phone, unlink one, and then link your new one. So I don't have that one built in the exact flow, but again, definitely take the time to go through your login flow time and time again with all the different permutations. There's a whole lot there when you start digging.
So does that answer your question, or okay, all right.
All right. Any other questions?
Sure. So for subscriptions, is that considered a durable?
In our system or in theirs?
I guess in your system. What would I categorize it under? Should I put it as a durable?
Perhaps time bound. So subscriptions? Do we how?
So we're we've been watching the Apple subscriptions with a lot of interest, and in particular, the announcement that you can now get bigger share of revenue from Apple if you have a subscription. Yeah. So we're looking at that, and there's a couple ways of doing that. It comes down to receipt validation, and if you set up a subscription with Apple, for example, they'll automatically bill the account every month, let's say, and you can then recover the receipt from Apple. The receipt you get says, this is a receipt for a subscription that's been renewed. What we're recommending you do in your code is use that subscription renewal from Apple to give the person an item in their inventory where the item can have a 30-day expiration period. So basically, you can give the person an item, and then your game on login can check the inventory, and if that item is there, unlock the game and allow it to continue. And then eventually that item will eventually time out, it will go away, and then next time the player tries to run the game, item's not there, it'll fail. You can then use that as a trigger to go check Apple again to see if the subscription's been renewed. That's a flow you could do today as a workaround. We're talking about things we can do to make that more automated. But you can do it today, and the easiest way would be a 30-day expiring item in the inventory. In the front.
Hi. So our title uses a very similar system to your uploader to handle our data flow. And I noticed yours uploaded rather quickly compared to ours. I'm just kind of curious what kind of data you're working with, because anytime we're setting title data keys faster than 1 second, we get server timeouts.
So I think I'm doing a batch update on my keys. I don't know if Unicorn Battle has additional limits or not for that. I don't think so, because it uploaded it to a new title that isn't set for that. So definitely take a look at the script and compare that with yours. I don't know what the differences are, but we have the source code up there, and write me, Zac at PlayFab.com, or DevRel at PlayFab.com. Me or any of us will be happy to work with you on. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a question since I have the mic. Multi-device sign-ins. I liked your word endless permutations, which there are, but it also seems like every one of us has a game, has the exact same problem, and we're all trying to figure out which, endless permutation we solve for. And it seems like Cloud Bill, your unicorn battle, isn't all of them. You didn't have the device unlink and link.
Right.
And it seems that's something that we do need, or there needs to be a suggested recipe or whatever for we all have the same exact problem. Here's the best that somebody's done.
Yeah, Marco and I are definitely keen on the authentication flow. We have put together, I doubt we'd be doing it through the Unicorn Battle platform, but we will be putting together like a recipe and a flowchart and recommended process for handling a large subset of those issues. That's certainly close to the developer tool's heart. Because we see those issues, especially when dealing in the mobile space.
So one part of that problem is, what happens if the player does create 2 accounts and has progress on both of them? What do you do then, right? And that's a much harder problem because there is no universal answer, right? Like you can pick one or the other, or you can merge. Now merge is, I don't know, it's deceptively complicated, I guess. So I'd love to talk to you guys about like how you would handle merge ideally for your game, and if we can come up with some technique, like say call a cloud script function that has both accounts and returns the merged result of each data type, maybe something like that. But it's something we've thought about. We don't have anything for yet.
We could look at Unicorn Battle. So if you do log in with Facebook and the device ID is not linked to that Facebook account, we could do an add link. That wouldn't be too hard to modify. And then basically we would have a best practice example. Not do the merge case. Basically in that case, if you're linking an account, any progress will be thrown away. But generally when a player starts a game on a new device, they don't play a lot of progress before they realize, wait a minute, where's my 20 hours of invested gameplay? I want to recover my account. And they don't usually go too deep before they realize that fact. So merging is, it's important, but I think we can probably, in the demo, skip the merging case.
I'm also going to vote for that because I've been tripped up by it. So, just space. So thank you.
I will put this up just as food for thought. If you see me around throughout the event, I'd be happy to talk about any of those. We can get into them now. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I remembered. Device ID.
Yes.
I would like to talk about that for a second. It doesn't seem necessarily like it's the best choice on it. Well, on iOS and the advertising ID makes sense, right? It gets reset when you blow away your phone or it gets handed off to somebody else. Device ID obviously on Android doesn't change. I know Google Play appears to have something like an advertising identifier. I haven't looked much deeper than that, but it certainly seems to be to put it mildly, non-ideal for a passed-on device to just automatically log in a user as another user.
Right.
So we're not using the IDFA because we're not allowed to. The IDFA is only there for advertising purposes. You're not allowed to log in the player using the IDFA. Apple will choke on you. Oh yeah.
So the issue isn't the desirability of the device ID, it's more the undesirability of the device ID.
Right, so in this case, what we're using for Apple is not the IDFA to log in. We're actually using the publisher ID, which is what Apple wants you to use to log in. And that is an ID that will change with the player as opposed to being tied to the device. Okay, sorry. No, we can, yeah.
Similar to that question, fantastic question. This is a very fascinating area of the game design, this account flow. In looking at, PlayFab's history to where we are today, looking back, we see we've given tons of rope for developers to hang themselves with in terms of the account system. So we do have the notion of custom ID. That's an alternative. Like if you were to not implement device ID into your game, but generate a GUID or some unique identifier that you kind of have logic around that means something to your game, you can pass that unique identifier into PlayFab, and we can use that as an ID. And then we have several other account login authentication options. And the account, it gets stronger and more secure, and just at the cost of more friction to the user in some cases, in most cases. But again, Marco and I are going to be working to get the ideal scenario for, or the ideal flow for most scenarios. I'll say it that way.
So I just wanted to add, I kind of came in late and I didn't quite hear the full context of the question, but I think the question was around if you've logged in with a device ID on an Android device or an iOS device, does that stick around after you've switched to a different device? Is that the correct question?
It does on the Android, but you don't have the device ID.
Right.
On the Android, you have some desirable situation where I lose my phone or I give it to somebody else, and suddenly playback is still off.
Correct.
So the recommendation is device ID default. Like
so I never recommend that you would only use a device ID. So you always want to pair that with some sort of other authentication method. You want to pair it with a device ID and Facebook, or a device ID in Google Play Store, and that way you can go to the other device and you can unlink from a different device ID. Does that make sense?
I think his question is, if you sell your phone or give it away, does that new owner of the phone, are they able to impersonate you or log in with the same device ID? And I think we just need to take it offline.
Yeah, I mean, if you use
and that's why it sucks. Generally wins for the
Cool. Yeah, and look to our blog and API site for updates on that. And then this is just what's next for Unicorn Battle. Perhaps it's going down the authentication route. Perhaps it's making a fully authoritative server and additional gameplay that teaches some multiplayer aspects. Maybe it's refined the existing levels to have more of a segmentation analysis data generation pipeline for creating large amounts of data and showing segmentation for something that approximates a real game. There's definitely some more UI polish that I'm looking to put into it. There's an event system, and that functions similar to the sales system, where you can add in events and stream that content in, basically that shows up at a particular time for particular users, and that's a system that I can finish up. And then a gated DLC example where you would pay for a particular token. Once that token is obtained, then a particular DLC would unlock. These are all ideas and stuff I'd love to add. It's really just at this point up to the community what people are looking for and what PlayFab is doing with their service. So with that being said, I will kind of wrap up my piece, and then whoever's next, let's get it. Yes, sir, Kevin.
For the uploader, why is a standalone executable instead of within Unity itself?
Good question. I think it was it came down to time. Like, I just had Visual Studio and just wrote a quick script for my own. Yeah, I wrote it for my own purposes first, and then it kind of became part of something that we were going to ultimately release. So that's just kind of how it genesised. And yeah.
questions? Okay, great. So we'll hear around to recap the afternoon. So this afternoon we're going to restart again at 1:15. So we got about an hour, just a little bit over an hour for lunch. So if you're on the live stream, 1:15, we're coming back in an hour and 15 minutes. And the sessions this afternoon, we got a bunch of really good stuff coming up before the break. We've got PlayStream Deep Dive, top PlayFab Gems, a talk on effective LiveOps using PlayFab. And finally, we have one of our attorneys coming in to give a talk on privacy and regulations, specifically COPPA compliance, European privacy regulations, and others. So we got a good stretch of stuff this afternoon. And then finally, the one we know you can't wait for, it's the future feature roadmap discussion. So that's where Matt and I are going to go through all the future goodies coming down the pipeline from PlayFab. So you want to stick around for that. We'll be continuing to live stream a blank screen for the next hour and 15 minutes, and we'll see you again at 1:15. Thanks.
Sorry, I thought I turned this on. Hi, everyone. A couple of quick housekeeping things. There's a scheduling change. The fellows from Flying Car Games are going to be presenting right now. Thank you. All right, we got some fans in the house. That's awesome. The PlayStream Deep Dive will be in their place tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So after that, we're going to have the top 10 PlayFab gems, and after that, we'll have a brief break. And then we will have effective LiveOps and the COPPA and privacy talk, and then another brief break. And I wanted to let you all know the kitchen is open for your use. There's a Keurig in there, there is tea in there, there are cold drinks in the fridge. Please make yourselves at home. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, we good to go? Okay. Hey everybody, I'm Marcos Alfonso, and this is my colleague Joshua Strunk, and we are the two lead engineers at Flying Car Games. We are the two engineers at Flying Car Games. And we're going to talk today about how to streamline your workflow by making the most of the various PlayFab APIs. Basically, you know, James was talking about the PlayFab cargo. We're going to make your cargo fly. So we just really want to smooth out any bumps and make things work as well as possible with your current workflow. So before that, we'll just do a brief rundown of the PlayFab API, the three APIs, excuse me. So there's, of course, the client API, which kind of speaks for itself. It's the client-level functionality, logging in, authenticating, matchmaking, accessing your own inventory, all that kind of stuff. We have the server API, which allows, you know, game servers and cloud script read-write access to the same information and also the title data in a trusted, secure manner. And then there's the admin API, which actually shares a lot of functionality with the server API from our understanding, but it's more geared towards external tools and that sort of thing. So if you're not on a game server and you want to have access to this kind of stuff, use the admin API. The admin API was already demonstrated with the Unicorn Battle uploader. So we're going to go over actually a similar example. Yeah, note the overlap in the functionality, but we're going to try to go over like when to use which. So we're going to have three examples of how we extended PlayFab service. Firstly, we were partway through development of our first title, and we decided we needed to integrate PlayFab. There was no way we were going to be able to do the backend ourselves. And we already had an established pipeline, however. We had extensive data-driven development, and we also had a set of existing tools we were working with, Excel, some custom Unity tools we had created, etc. And we wanted that to play nicely with PlayFab, so we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about how we improved and kind of tweaked CloudScript to work the way we wanted it to, so improve iteration times and testing. And we're also going to talk about a specific, you know, dev case where you want to grant items to your current character on the fly without spending gems, without doing any of that stuff, but making sure it's backed up on, you know, the PlayFab end, so it's not just this local fake item. It's able to be tested on multiplayer and that sort of thing. And yeah, the key takeaway of this whole talk is, you know, these might not be your specific needs, but the PlayFab backend is awesome and super powerful, but every game is going to require, you know, some specific functionality, and these APIs allow you to get that. So first off, believe it or not, that thing on the left is a really, really, really massive Excel spreadsheet that our designer Kevin spits out for us, and there's 10 to 20 of those, I think, driving our whole game. This is our item definition, our equipment data, and that produces all these beautiful items and many, many more. And really quickly, I want to show you guys.
So real quick, he's going to show you the pretty much what we end up uploading to PlayFab from this Excel spreadsheet. We kind of have some systems. So we've got around 500 items that, I mean, obviously we don't want to go on the game manager and upload this all manually. We're managing it all in Excel. It presents nice where we can compare items and edit things and rebalance as needed. And so we're going to kind of go over our workflow for getting those Excel spreadsheets into PlayFab for integrating our workflow. Cool. Cool. Right. Okay, so before PlayFab, we were kind of just going through this simple Excel to exporting to these to all our tables to different CSVs, and then we'd read them in at runtime. So whenever our game's actually booted up on a user's client, we'd read them all into C# dictionaries just from local, and that was working really well for us. It allowed us to access our game data from pretty much anywhere and be able to use it throughout the game. So once we integrated with PlayFab, we needed to come up with a way to get this up in title data and then get it back down in a real effective, easy manner. And we didn't want to do that much different. So we actually moved our reading in of it into various C# dictionaries over into like an external like Unity scene that all we do is like use the admin API and upload. And so from there, we're doing the same process ahead of time. Then we do some generating and compressing that is more specific to PlayFab. So we would like analyze through it and see, oh, maybe we should generate some keys to put in a compression table and combine some of our tables together before uploading. Then we serialize it out to JSON, and then we just push it up to PlayFab using the admin API.
Yeah, so real quick, I'm going to demonstrate or show what that data actually looks like. Whoops. There we go. So
yeah,
there we go. Where is that?
Title data, right there. So yeah, this is our title data. This is our decompression and compression table, which we look through. We're not really going to talk about that, but that's part of the generate step where we're just generating little hashes. And we also use this kind of version, so we have value, and then we have a version key further down, which we are able to do by using the admin API. We can pull down the data, look at it, and then compare and see if we have different data, and then version appropriately.
And just so y'all know, this is what our compressed item data ends up looking like.
Yeah. Okay. So going back to slideshow. So again, we're really just wanting to point out how easy it is, how easy PlayFab has made it to like implement these tools. These really are tools that you can get going in a day. So for this one, you pretty much just need to use admin set title data and admin set catalog items. So what we read in all those tables, and then admin set title data takes one key value pair at a time. So you basically just iterate through all of your data that you're wanting to upload, which is essentially just strings. And then when the previous call returns, like, hey, your values got set, and there's no errors, you push the next one. And just the only caveat is if you have massive tables like us, you might need to wait a little bit between uploads so you don't get service unavailable errors. And then, yeah, the set catalogs, you have like an admin.catalog item, which is a little model that you put your data into before you call set catalog items. And then we just map our data into that, I think, using link, if you're familiar with that, as we upload. Cool.
So the second thing we wanted to improve on was the Cloud Script workflow. So for anyone that's worked heavily with Cloud Script, it's a little cumbersome. You have to do your changes in whatever editor, then you have to go over to the game manager, browse for the file, upload it, unless you're using GitHub. Now, we're not using GitHub. We're using Bitbucket, unfortunately. So we had to kind of hack in our own version of that, and that got us some interesting side effects, good side effects.
Okay, so for this one, I'm not going to go about before PlayFab because we weren't using anything like Cloud Script before PlayFab. But one of the immediate things we noticed was just this workflow of going over to the game manager, finding the file, uploading it. It was kind of it was taking time. It's improved now where you can edit in line in the game manager, which is pretty awesome. But at the time, there was nothing like that. So what we just did was we started with an Atom plugin, and they have a simple call upload Cloud Script to PlayFab, and we were able to just create a hotkey in Atom pretty much that would then get the current view's text, like the entire text of our view, and then just throw it into a Cloud Script file object and upload it straight to PlayFab while we're in our editor. So type some Cloud Script, upload it, and then we have our Unity client that we're immediately testing and seeing results in. So as our files this allowed us to quickly iterate, and over time, our stuff started growing massive. We started getting a lot of different functionality in there. So we wanted to separate out into different files just for organizational standpoints, also sharing if we ever wanted to like say, oh, we've got this really cool Cloud Script file that does this thing that other people might want to use, you're going to need to be able to support separate files so you can keep it all separated. So because we're already in Atom, we just extended it to, instead of looking at our current file, we look through the entire directory that we're in, and then we concatenate all those files together. And while doing so, we can do some interesting, cool things dependent on us. For us, the log.infos were starting to get lost because our code base was growing. And so we actually decided to insert file name and line numbers before our log messages as we concatenated them together into a single string to upload. And then just as before, it just then turns that into a command and uploads it to PlayFab.
Yeah. So an important takeaway here is that, we only had to add the file name and line numbers because we had, put together our own system for separate files. The line numbers we would have been getting would have been useless because we're not working off this one single file, we're working off these totally separate files. So we're going to show really quick what our generated cloud script ends up looking like in the game manager. Again, we don't upload directly to the game manager, we just do this all through the Atom plugin. So here's our cloud script. And note, we have these comments, start admin functionality.js. So while he's working on the cloud script, if he needs to work on admin functionality, that's the file he goes to. He doesn't go to this massive 4,000 line cloud script. These are all separated.
Scroll down, you'll see a debug log too.
Yeah, and then
right here, you'll see the log.info inserted. So pretty much when we're concatenating it all together, we just look through the strings as we add them on, and we're like, okay, look for log.info, and then replace it with log.info admin functionality.js and line number. Yeah. Pretty quick hack tools for internal use. Cool. Cool. So this one's really easy to implement. It's admin.update cloud script. You could do some other things too, like change your live revisions as well, but we're primarily just updating. And so this takes a single file. It says it takes multiple, but currently, as far as we know, you just upload a single file, and it's just name and then content, which is that string that we're concatenating together. And then we always set our publish boolean to false because we don't want to publish to live immediately, especially because we're able to publish so quickly. And since we're working with Atom packages, we use the Node.js SDK, which we can set as like a dependency on our package. So as their SDK updates and stuff, if we distribute it, people will get the latest SDK. That's kind of a Node.js thing, though.
So the last thing we're going to talk about is granting items for testing. And when you're working, I'll just go ahead and go to the next slide. When you're working locally and nothing needs to be real, this is as easy as it gets. It's just like you put in some dev functionality. It lets you shoot an item over to your current character, and you can use it. And that's great, and it's super straightforward. But the second you want this kind of stuff backed up in multiplayer, it takes a little more work to make sure it's all safe and good to go.
Yeah. So before when we're doing like multiplayer testing, we weren't doing any like verification or anything. Our developers could just quickly add items and grant it to themselves and then play test, and it would all work out nice and fine. As we're moving over to PlayFab, we're having a server authenticate all this against their character data that we have stored on PlayFab. So we needed to come up with a workflow that our developers liked to quickly be able to test. So we use a mix of the client API and Cloud Script, and we set an internal flag on all of our developers, basically in internal data saying, hey, this person's a developer, set to true. Let them access our essentially Cloud Script developer API. And then we have a similar thing where they set up the item custom data on the client. We have like a little manager where they can set that up. Then we pass that data over to Cloud Script, and this is pretty much where PlayFab comes in. We verify that user's dev flag. We verify the custom data. Maybe they didn't fully generate the item, and we'll just put it in there. That way we don't break anything. We grant the item and set the item's custom data. This is a pretty good example of just Cloud Script workflow in general, and how you could use it as an admin API for your game internally. So these are the API calls we use. Pretty much execute Cloud Script. We pass in as our function parameter our item's custom data that we're wanting to set, as well as the item ID that we're wanting to grant. And then the function name's like, it's just a handler, admin, grant item. And then we head over to the server, and you get the user's internal data to check. You might get some other things like, and again, we're using the server API here because it's Cloud Script. You can't access the admin API. But you get the user's internal data, you check that key, then you grant the item ID to the player. And we note here, annotation, we haven't really found much use for, except in this case. We really want to make sure that we explicitly annotate that this person is granting the item as an admin call. That way we can keep track of that in the various stream event stuff. And then finally, we get back the item instance ID granted by grant item to character, and we put that into update user inventory item custom data. And that's where we pass in that that custom data value into the object.
Can you explain why you're doing custom data on the object? Why do you have custom data on your inventory?
Yes. Well, our game is very generative. All those items, while we have a bunch of them, there's a bunch of variations on it. Like we have like item tiers, recharge times, all this that kind of like in a Diablo-esque item system, with our items being a little more interesting than Diablo. And so we have a lot of custom data that gets set. A good example that in general most games would have for custom data on their item instances is inventory management. So that's one thing we also do. So we have items that can be in our backpack or be equipped, and there's not really anything that defines that unless you're using custom data on the items itself. And then also like the positions in the inventory. You can switch over to the, I think you showed it earlier, but
what? Oh, do you want me
yeah,
to show something?
just the custom data.
Yeah.
And we ended up compressing ours because we have so much, we define so much kind of like variance on it. Like we have items that could, for example, maybe generate a monster, and that monster could have items. So then we have to fit the entire definition for another item and a monster inside our custom data. Did you want to?
It's not coming up for some reason. Don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Okay. Well, he had it up earlier. It was just a.
I do know what I did wrong. Sorry.
Yeah.
One moment.
And this is partly why whenever we pass it to CloudScript, we have to, that data is pretty raw. I didn't mention this here, but we compress it in CloudScript to become this. This isn't what they're setting in the client at all.
Yeah, so this doesn't look like much, but we're basically defining, the way it works, we have this catalog of items, but catalog items can't have different variances between them. Like if you make an instance of a one-handed sword and don't do any custom data setting, everyone's one-handed sword's gonna be the same. Now we have 5 tiers of items, and then we have more tiers with penalties and all this craziness in our game, and we needed to, find a way to save that, and that's where this custom item data stuff comes in. But that equates to, power level 5, penalty level 2, et cetera, et cetera. Just this looks like nothing because we compressed it to save space.
Yeah, and some of these are like explicitly like, oh, this is a number that could be between 0 and 1, basically 1 digit, 2 digit, 3 digit, and we could have saved more space by just compressing it all down to 1 digit that can be between all the characters, but we just wanted it to be a little more readable. And then we use three character keys essentially, and that's where I was talking about earlier in our title data uploading process. We look through all of our pretty much all the like keys that item could have set on it, and we generate kind of like compression keys for it.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the 3 cases we use most heavily the APIs with. You guys have any questions, general or anything?
On your title data, are you, assume you have like monsters or something like that in the game, are you saving each monster or each enemy as one key, or are you having one key, like monsters key, and then having like 500 monsters or items, or how are you doing that?
In our title data, so we define monsters kind of as like a race. And we can define how we generate the stuff. You can go back over there. So we basically define them each as a separate row in our Excel, which becomes a row on here. If you go down, race table. Yeah. Yeah, JSON. Cool. So because we're coming from Excel, and this was one thing I mentioned, originally we were uploading raw JSON, and raw JSON copied all of these column mappings for every single thing in there, which essentially doubled or tripled our data usage. So that's something to keep in mind. Why don't you go ahead and collapse column mapping? So we have like race right there defined, column mapping. You can't see, yeah, collapse it. Cool. So then we have rows, and this is defined a human, and then this is where pretty much all the values are defined, and we define whether or not they get like a certain item or a specific item, and then we generate it elsewhere in CloudScript. In CloudScript, we do like a generate game definition, and that's where we kind of map all this data together, and it's kind of why we made our workflow for CloudScript easier. I hope that answered your question. I'm not.
So you're generating everything dynamically at runtime as far as.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Essentially the flow it would be is if you're going to start a single player game, so you're wanting to just go into a dungeon and play, you say play, and then we do a CloudScript call, basically generate game definition, and then that goes through all of these different tables and kind of pieces them together, rolls some values, generates new items, all that stuff, and then we pass that back down to the client as a JSON object.
Part of the reason it's a little hard or tricky to answer your question is because we have these race definitions, but the way our item system works is whether you're a monster or a player or whatever, everything's equipping the same item. So monsters don't have like explicit items that they come with their definition. We tell them, oh, this is a skeleton archer, you're going to have this bow, but that bow is no different from the equipment that our player characters will have in their inventory. So that's why like defining a monster is really defining its like basic race stats and then just giving it whatever weapon their items are supposed to have to give it actual functionality.
We have some game definitions up on there if you.
Do you want to? You're better quicker at this side of things.
Yeah, we actually have some static game definitions I can pull up. Static game dev table. So this is for a PvP game. So this is what a monster looks like when it gets generated. Pretty much we have the race ID because we're, again, on the client using that to kind of piece together the static information. We don't really like replicating information anywhere. And then we have an item definition here. You see equipped inventory, and then we have a list of items that they can have. Yeah.
And this is the instance that we were talking about earlier. You know, this is defined in the catalog, but we always want this skeleton warrior to have like base stats on that item. So that's where that gets hard.
And this is what we're compressing pretty much. We're compressing this variable data here, and we're also compressing the inventory info of where the items are located in our user's inventory.
One quick follow-up. Do you ever run into any issues with like key size or data size, or like you kind of like you have lots of items, and you ever have any things that you could tell us ahead of time, like mistakes that maybe you made that we won't make?
For dealing with large data sets?
Data limits, any kind of issues like.
I guess the biggest one I can say was that that JSON trick. Again, a lot of times our data in games are all very explicit. Like you're pretty much going to have like the same. This one doesn't use it, or yeah, this one doesn't use it, but you're going to have the same like item ID, variable data, like all this. So breaking that out and not saving all these keys again is really helpful. Because these alone, like, I mean, those are all your JSON key names are taking up space in your title data. And that's just something really big to keep in mind.
I just want to reiterate that if it was not clear. So, I mean, typically we're only storing 3 values, 0, 0, 2. If we know they're always going to be in that order, we can completely cut out this stuff and just store 0, 0, 2. And that's way smaller.
Oh, you're not mic.
All right, to repeat all that, assuming our order, or the order of our data is always going to be the same, and we do checks in case we update that or change that, instead of storing P1 index is 0, P1 bonus index is 0, et cetera, we can get rid of the keys and just say 0, 0, 2, and then parse that appropriately. And if you get the order correct, you don't have to store all these keys. So yeah. I just wanted to reiterate what he was saying.
Yeah, and we could actually apply the same kind of compression table mapping stuff onto our title data that we store. So we could even compress some of the row names or some of the values in there. We just didn't find that was a very efficient use of it. It would save us maybe 10% space. The like row header and then items saving more as like a CSV format is really what saved us the most space in our title data. And then yeah, of course, eliminating all of this and just saving 0, 0, 2 is what saved us space on our item instance custom data.
And there is of course a caveat to that where we were looking at our custom item data and it just looks like gibberish. So if you're trying to debug something or figure out, or like maybe just really quickly hard code something because you want to test something, that becomes much more difficult as a result of this kind of just blanket compression.
And that's where those sacrifices. And that's really where the admin API stuff can come in, because before we've also have tools like where essentially our same inventory manager that we have in our game that our players use, an admin could use, so they can like upload, like type in like get a character and just change the item values in a way that makes sense to them instead of like having to visualize it in this really awkward way. We've kind of moved away from that tool recently, but that is something that we've done in the past.
Yep. Anything else? I think we got like 4 or 5 minutes left. Yeah.
Are your tools available for other people to use?
I'm sorry?
Are your tools available for other people to use?
Not yet. It depends on the tool. We've talked internally a little bit about our CloudScript Atom plugin, but we're trying to ship a game currently, and we'll post on the forums, or we'll let people know whenever that becomes available. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, but some of the other stuff is like really specific. So I don't know if that's what you had in mind, but like our compression stuff, we're not really gonna. I don't imagine us releasing that, but that is part of why we separated out our CloudScript files in case we ever did want to release piecemeal some like of the libraries we're using in CloudScript.
Yeah. We have talked to PlayFab directly about maybe figuring something out. If you guys really want it, let us know, and that might grease the hinges a bit. I don't know. But we've definitely been talking about, particularly the CloudScript plugin. We think it's pretty badass. Yeah. All right, anything else? Cool. Great. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Go ahead. If you can pass your microphone to Brendan, who's outside in the hall. I'm going to get this up for the next speaker. All right, so Brendan needs no introduction. You've already heard him speak, and you all know him from the forums. And so I'm going to go ahead and let Brendan kick it off.
Hello. Okay. This one's a lot more fun, because in this one, I wanted to take the opportunity to pull up some specific things that titles are doing in the service that serve as good examples of just ways to use some of our interesting features. In some cases, it's more just they're more recent features. For example, kick off with the very first one, tournaments with resettable leaderboards. So Angry Birds Seasons wants to do tournaments, or actually I should say they do tournaments every month. So every month you're ranked against all your friends and you're trying to get to the best score. What they've done is they're using resettable leaderboards for this. Obviously, resettable leaderboards reset and you lose all of the data. So what they're doing is they're using a cycle of 3 resettable leaderboards. So each month they're just switching to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. That way, as they reset out the oldest one before making it the new one, that way you've still got the previous 2 months worth of leaderboard data being stored. Case in point. Don't worry, they get more complex from here. This is the one example of a case where there's actually a couple of titles doing this. Unfortunately, I wasn't thinking about the fact that they haven't actually announced themselves yet, so I didn't want to list actually who this is. But the idea is, in each case, these are games that want to do MMOs. Okay, so MMOs, as you guys are probably well aware, are their own class of beast. And they require persistent data stores. The data store needs to really be part of the server itself. They're much more complex than something that you're going to use just the kind of custom game server hosting that we have for. But you can do an MMO-like experience in our service by doing what these guys are doing. Basically, they've got 2 different builds. By the way, just a little clarification. Custom game servers, when you upload a build, that build is going to run on a game server host box in EC2. That host box is only going to run that build, instances of that build. So in this case, they've got 2 different builds that will run at the same time. One host box can be running multiple instances of build number 1, while a separate host box will be running multiple instances of build number 2. And in both cases, it's going to be very few instances of build 1 and a whole lot of instances of build 2. Because what they've done is they spin up build 1, and as players join into it, they just grab the user's data. It's basically their town, their city. And it's really just presence information and chat for the users. I mean, it's what it comes down to. Technically, could you do something like this with Photon? This is probably the immediate question some of you would ask. The issue there is that the request per second rate that you get through Photon probably wouldn't support the model that they're going with, because they want to get continuous updates so that you see people moving around and talking and all sorts of things. Much more of a real first-person type of experience. So higher rate of transmission means you're going to want to use a dedicated server box for it. I also highly recommend using area of interest for updates. If you guys haven't used anything like that before, there's actually a really good paper on it that was done back in my Xbox days, and it's search on the word Donnybrook. So D-O-N-N-Y-B-R-O-O-K. Donnybrook was the code name for a project that the research team did at Microsoft over in UK. And the idea is really simple. Increase or decrease the rate of the transmission of update packets for a given player to other players based upon the other player's interest in this player. And interest is based upon whose proximity to your view frustum. So somebody who's dead center of your view frustum, highly interesting. Somebody who's not in your view frustum at all, potentially not interesting unless there's something else they've done which is of interest to you, like they just shot you or they just said something to you. So that would be a case where you would increase their send rate to that individual person. It's a way that you can have then lots and lots of people all on a single server and not have to pump the update packets to every single person for every single person. Okay, and then in each case, these games are also then, the other build that they have is for their dungeons. And so they're instancing out dungeons where they have people jump into them and play. And this could be either a dungeon which is instanced for one party of people, or maybe you just do it on the basis of however many people can fit in an instance. But both would work fine. Okay, Battle Bears Overclock. So now I get to talk about specific games again. So this is Skyview Entertainment. They built out a Battle Bears franchise, and in this particular case, they have a game which is a first-person shooter game on mobiles. And what they wanted to do was they wanted to do a social engagement and rewards program for this. And so in order to do that, what they wanted was referral codes. So the idea in their game is you enter a referral code for another player, and when basically once that gets entered, there's a check that says, okay, great, give the person who referred you a reward and give you a reward because you just said this guy referred you. So great, it's a pretty typical referral system. They did use the PlayFab ID as the referral code, which is fine. There's nothing secret about the PlayFab ID. It is kind of long and obnoxious, though. So alternate ways you could use this would be using the username, email, title display name, or if you're linked into another social network and you have an easy way for them to reference that person's identity in that network, you could also pull that. We have a number of API calls where you can use the ID from another system and look up the ID in PlayFab. So there's like get PlayFab IDs from Facebook IDs, for example, something like that. And we actually just added into the code, and it should be rolling live this week, I would expect, one additional system, which previously those ID systems were all based upon integrated partners like Facebook and things like that. We just added in one which is a generic ID system. So now if you guys wanted to, say, have people link in, or LinkedIn, if you want to take somebody's LinkedIn ID, you now have a way of specifying for each player, this is their LinkedIn ID. And then you can do a lookup from any client to say, give me the PlayFab ID for this LinkedIn ID within my publisher ID space. So any arbitrary system that you guys want, you can now link in as well. It's not linked in from an authentication perspective, but from an identity lookup perspective. Okay. So then, obviously, on the back end behind this, you have to have a way of checking this. So, of course, they went with CloudScript. And what they have is they have a referral code redemption function call that they're calling into. And really all it does is it just checks that the player in question has never submitted a referral code before. It finds the player with the ID and gives them the rewards. It's a pretty simple referral system. If you wanted to expand this out, you might also want to add in things like checks for number of referrals or frequency of referrals, just in case you feel like there might be an opportunity for abuse in here somewhere. But I mean, honestly, that's not a high priority. If there's somebody really popular who gets tons of referrals, like maybe PewDiePie's playing your game, great. Maybe he'll get tons of referrals. Okay. Fancy Cakes. So this is another mobile title, obviously. Tell by the format. Fancy Cakes is basically a cake building game on mobile, and what they've done is they have this complex need for tracking on the user experience. There's a lot of base events that we give you as part of the system. You can actually see them all if you go into the play stream and you go to pick any action. You can get the drop-down list that shows you all the different events that we fire automatically. Log in, any purchase operation, any statistic update, all these things generate events. But there's going to be times where you're going to need custom events. You're going to want to track on things that are custom to your game. In their case, things like the tutorial system that they have. They wanted to know exactly when people passed each segment of the tutorial and when they completed it. They wanted to know when people started levels, when they completed levels. They wanted to know how often they were using the hint system. So, love this. These guys have a highly detailed set of custom stats. And this is huge. They went nuts with it, and that's fantastic. So this gives them a really rich set of information that they can then mine into to figure things out. Now, it is the case that they might have gone a little bit overboard. It is possible to actually glean this information out of some of the other information that you get. Like, for instance, if you're using statistics, you can usually tell when people are completing levels based upon the statistics reports and things like that. But still, this is a fantastic use case for making use of the custom data system, and then on the back end, the analytics that they're deriving from that by feeding all this out to an analytics provider. And of course, if you guys haven't seen it already, the event history chart is now very pretty and gives you all the ability to drill down and see. You can select individual events and see their incidences across your timeline. All right. This is one that I've talked about with a number of folks on many occasions, complex drop tables. It often comes up in the context of collectible card games, which is exactly what Drake and Lords is. The idea is, so you know that in your economy, you can define items of a wide range of things. In the case of a collectible card game, you're always going to want to define your cards as being stackable items. That's so that you don't wind up having a single line item in your inventory for every single card in your game, because that will rapidly overwhelm the limit on how many items a player can have in their inventory. So each one, like this Blood Pup, the Necromancy Tower, they're all stackables. Even if you have 100 of them, it's only one item in your inventory. Okay. Then, when you're defining how players can get your cards, you're going to want to have card packs. So that's exactly what this is. On the left there, you see you've got the store where you can purchase your card packs. And then when you open a card pack, it flips them over one by one and shows you what all you got. It's just the same as, in the real world when we were all playing Magic. You buy your card packs and you see what you get. So what you'll want to do is you create a container. And within the container, you get however many instances of each of your rarity types you want to give. In this case, you can see you get 4 draws from the neutral normal table, and then 1 from the neutral rare table. So it's a pretty typical card pack system. You could set it up pretty much any way you want, but that's the idea. It's a container. It is, you look all the way over on the side, it is not locked. You see there's no, did I pull it all the way down? There is no key required, so it's an unlocked container. It's a consumable. You set the count to 1 so that when they call unlock container on it, it automatically gets decremented. This object goes away from the inventory. These objects get added into the inventory. But they're not objects yet because these are drop tables. So in any collectible card game, you're going to have a variety of factors. You've got, earth, air, fire, and water. You've got weapons, artifacts, whatever, right? So if you drill down all the way to the bottom level, you're going to build out a table of like one axis of this. So here's all my fire weapons. Here's all my earth weapons. Here's all my water weapons. And then what you do is you combine them in different ways going up the scale. Here's one of any earth item. Here's one of any, normal rarity earth item. So it's exactly what they did. I'll show you them. This shows you then the nesting for how this all plays out. So at the top, you've got their container. 4 draws from the neutral normal, 1 draw from neutral rare. Okay, so neutral normal over there. That's the drop table. You've got 4 different rarity levels in neutral normal space. So each one of those is a drop table with the odds. So randomly pick one and you get, let's go with the top one. So that then goes to this drop table. And this drop table is, as you can see, the all default rarity 1. So it's the rarity 1 for elves, undead, neutral, orcs, and vampires. Okay, so now there's another draw off this. Let's go with the elves, and that gets you finally to the table of actual cards. So this one is a drop table of items, finally. And that's at the bottommost level, and it's every rarity 1 elf card in their game. So one of these 4 is going to get drawn from there just by the randomization that we just went through. But the other 3 could come from anywhere else in all of that So basically, you can build out a complex tree of these. We've already got a question.
Limits. Where do limits come involved?
Limits is a great question. Limits are on the number of. We you know what? We haven't defined a limit on the depth of your tree of drop tables. We can, if you want to do a tree of like 100 drop tables, we should probably talk. But this, 4 or 5 levels deep, which can get, once you go down 4 or 5 levels, the bottom of your tree is massive. If you need to go, seriously, if you need to go beyond 10 levels of drop tables, just talk to us about it. I'm sure we can work something out. I'm hard pressed to come up with anybody who would be pushing that boundary though. If you got a use case, I'd love to hear it. All right, complex drop tables. All right, next, Orion. I don't know if you guys have seen this one before, but it's got dinosaurs and robots. So there you go. So these guys built out this game. They've actually got a fascinating backstory in terms of everything they've gone through getting this game to market. It's well worth looking at their Steam page because they've detailed out everything they've done. But they went into early access, and actually I believe they're still in early access right now. And they wanted to do a reward tier for their founders club. So basically, anybody who joined into the game as a founder early on in their process, maybe through Kickstarter or program or something like that, they wanted to make sure that they were able to reward them separately. Okay, so this, going with one of the questions that I was asked earlier, this is in fact one of the use cases that I was talking about for PlayStream. So that's exactly what they did. Was they set up this, here we go, it's on the side. They set up a segment for founders, and the founders are basically anybody who played the game before a certain date. Because the only way they could have played before that date is if they were in their founders club. Okay, so anybody who's in this segment over there, what they're doing is they're overriding stores. This is just one of the things that they wanted to do for them. As we add in more functionality that you'll be able to use these segments for in terms of A/B, actually, yeah, we can do A/B testing right now. It's A/B testing on stores, but we'll be adding in like variation on title data, so you'll be able to A/B test title data and things like that. I'm quite certain they're going to be taking advantage of that as well. But yeah, their normal store that they would return gets overridden because, as you see down at the bottom, the segment that you're in, the founders segment, returns a different store. So what that looks like in the game is this. Is that they basically created a store which has half price on all their items. So, Triceratops hat. It's like I said, robots and dinosaurs. Yes?
Can you query and find out what segments you belong to, what client belongs to?
Yes, I'm trying to remember.
We can now. We just literally this week launched a new feature such that there's now a new API you can use, which lets you do several things. It lets you query what segments a player's in. Hotly requested feature, you can now page through all players in a given segment. So you can say, I want to know all my founders, and you can page through all the founders in that segment. That's huge, because that's something people are asking for a very long time. And I believe there's a third thing you can do. You can actually get a list of all segments. And so that together lets you start doing some more sophisticated A/B testing mechanisms ahead of our rolling out things like targeted title data based on that. And by the way, this is a preview. This title, the Orion project, will be doing a case study tomorrow morning. So they'll do a half-hour presentation specifically on Orion project. So they'll be doing way deeper. These guys are using a lot of PlayFab features, and they'll go pretty deep into how they're using it to build the game.
Okay. Any other? Okay. And then I've got just one more, I think, that I wanted to go through. This one is the most complex of them, so I'll spend a little bit more time on it. Dave & Buster's, if you guys are familiar with it. If you're not, Dave & Buster's is a venue-based arcade for adults. It's basically a whole bunch of arcade games. They've also got a bar where you can order beer, you can get snack foods, all kinds of things. A bit like Vegas Casino, they've got the concept of this power card. The power card is basically, it's a loyalty program. So every time you go to Dave & Buster's, when you're playing games, you just stick your card in the machine, and as you're playing the game, the cards actually, you can charge up the cards with money that you then use to play the games. But also by playing the games, you get tickets onto your card as a result of playing the games. And the tickets are like skee-ball tickets. So it's as you play games, you build up tickets. And then you can take the tickets over to a counter where you can turn them in for prizes, like maybe the Voltron ring, Maybe something else, but actually it goes all the way up to they actually gave away an Xbox One and at least one of them actually, and PlayStation 4 were some of the prizes that you could get if you got enough tickets. Okay, so and in addition they have their own custom games. So they have some games that are actually unique to the Dave & Buster's franchise that they've commissioned from some companies that make arcade games for them. So what they did was they took some of their games, Big Bass Wheel, Speed of Light, and Tippin' Blocks, and they made mobile versions of these games that you can play on iOS and Android. And what they wanted to do was, this was the program that they put together. They wanted you to be able to play the games on your phone, get points, turn those points into tickets on your power card. So then that gets you play the game. You know, it's free to play game. You can buy power-ups in it, so they're making a little bit of money on the in-app purchases. But more importantly is they're getting tickets on their cards, so that then gets people to come back into the Dave & Buster's to, you know, use up their tickets to get prizes. Oh, the prizes, some of the other prizes, by the way, are like discounts on the food or drink that you can order there as well. So it's actually a pretty interesting program they put together. So, right, now the power card, it's almost like a credit card. You've got an ID number on it, and you've got a PIN. Now, I will say right up front, we did not go for the PCI compliance. That's a very, very high bar. We don't really want to store, you know, secure credit card information in our service. We don't want to store health information in our service either. We do take care of personally identifying information, you know, as best we can, and I'm happy to discuss PII with you guys as well anytime. But yeah, this card, because of the importance of the card to the player experience, because of the security that Dave & Buster's needs to have for it, the communication about the card itself, its number and PIN, needs to go directly to their servers, which is fine. We worked with them to set up their own web front end for that. We're not involved in that communication. What we are involved with is you as a player, you jump into the game, you pull out your Dave & Buster's power card, you enter your card number and your PIN. It sends that as a message over to Dave & Buster's. Now you're already logged into PlayFab because you're already in the game experience. So what you're actually sending to them is information about your PlayFab ID plus the card and the PIN. What the Dave & Buster's server does is it then writes into the player record a hash, a secure hash that has the information that they need about your card plus PIN. So no secure information in our service, but we get something which is a one-way hash that enables them to identify who that person is, because they also store it on their side, obviously. So then that takes care of the security issue. We also had them. We worked with them to also have in title data the exchange rate for your points. So each of these games can have a unique definition of number of points equal to one ticket. So that way then, let's go to the next slide. Again, you've got a cloud script. And in the cloud script, what you do is you grab the title's exchange rate, you take the number of points from the player, and actually I should say the very first step is you're getting a report from the client about how many points they just scored in a particular game. You're going to do cheat checks on that. You're going to say, okay, how long has it been since the last time this guy reported a score? Has a reasonable amount of time passed? Could they actually have finished a level? It's one check. Next, okay, the level that they just played, is the score that they just reported actually valid for the, a valid range for that level? And outside the scope of that, you may also, I mean, it's certainly possible to do this programmatically, and you may want to consider it, but you would also then want to do some analysis on players using analytics tools to look for any instances of players who are consistently scoring the max level at the max number of points in every single level. A pretty good indication of cheating, although not always, to be clear. So anyway, you've done your cheat checks. You grab the title data to determine what the exchange rate is. You apply the exchange rate so that you say, okay, that many points in the game equals this many tickets. And then this makes an HTTP request out to the Dave & Buster's server in order to add the tickets to the card. But I just skipped a step, because what I just said wouldn't be secure, because anybody could issue that call, potentially. So what they actually did was they first set up an OAuth access to their service. So what we're doing is the HTTP call first gets used to set up an OAuth connection. We get back a bearer token from their service, from their OAuth, and then that gets used as the header input to the next call out to actually redeem points. So that way we set up a very secure connection between our services so that they know that the call to add points to a particular power card is only coming from a legitimate source, which is to say this script running in the game in CloudScript in PlayFab. And you could actually do this with pretty much any third-party service that you wanted to as well. If somebody has a web-based OAuth system that you can call with an HTTP call, you can call into them from CloudScript, set up a connection, and then make secure interop with them. One of the ways that you can use this right now is by using any of the web API supported database systems. So that was something I was talking about earlier today, is that if you guys had a need for direct access to a database like a MongoDB or something along those lines, it is possible to hook it up through this HTTP mechanism in CloudScript. Obviously, at that point, you do need to be cautious about making sure you have enough capacity on your data table so that you can actually make all the reads you want to from your player base. But there is one service, at least that I know, called MLabs, which does an HTTP access layer for MongoDB, and which then also manages the databases on your behalf. So that would be one option. In addition, there's also Azure Table Storage, and AWS has for DynamoDB a web API interface as well. So those are options that you could go with in addition. The one caution that I will always say about using any HTTP call out to a third-party service is do a lot of testing to see what their response times are like and see what their SLAs are around those responses. Because bear in mind, when you're running a cloud script, you've only got a 5-second CPU time limit, and that's when you're calling from the client. One of the things that we need to make clearer, in my opinion, in our documentation is there's actually two different ways you can call into cloud script. One of which is from the client, one of which is as a trigger of an action through a place stream event. So 5 seconds when you're calling it from the client, but when triggered from a play stream event, those need to run within 1 CPU second. So most of the time, you're not going to be making HTTP calls out to cloud scripts that are triggered from play stream events. But from the client, absolutely 5 seconds. I mean, it's a full-on server, tons of time to do whatever you need to in there. And generally, a couple of HTTP calls out to another service are not going to hurt you that much, unless you happen to be using a service that is so slow to respond that it pushes you out at time. Okay, but yeah, went through that one a little bit quicker than I had intended, but it's just because I was excited about this one.
Okay, so you just said there's 2 ways to call CloudScript.
Right.
Where does the server API call to execute CloudScript fall in there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, you're right. There is actually also the server API call. That one falls in the same category as calling it from client. That's a 5-second time period.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So again, on that 5-second call limit, does that change or get modified at all if you have to make a cloud script call that needs to make other server API calls, or is it just like a blanket, once the cloud script starts, it's 5 seconds and then it gets killed?
So it's basically 5 seconds of CPU time. Basically, the idea is this. Each engine that's running in our server, there's a logic server. The logic server runs V8 engines in order to host the cloud script. Every executing cloud script is taking up its CPU time, right? So even if it's waiting on a response, it's still taking that up. So it's a resource. So basically, that resource time has to be kept down to some reasonable limit, and we chose 5 seconds. If you're calling out to a server API call in PlayFab, that is still a web API call that you're making from CloudScript. The simplest way to put it is, because of the way we've set up our system, in order to make sure that it's scalable to an unlimited number, okay, I say unlimited, to millions and millions of users, let's put it that way. Each logical component of the system runs separate from one another. So if you're calling to a server API call from CloudScript, they're not running on the same machine, because all of PlayFab can't run on one machine. So yeah, it makes a web API call out to that. Now, they will be running in the same data center, so your response times on those should be pretty darn fast. But yeah, it's non-zero. Other questions? Wow. All right, well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, wait. Yes.
So when it comes to the monthly leaderboards, I understand that you probably want to wait until a user logs in to actually grant them items. So you're not
Oh,
going
right.
through 1,000 players or however many and just having a massive cloud script time.
Mhm.
But what about if you want to notify players within that segment? So if the month is over, the leaderboards are done, is there a way to send notifications to players that are in the top 10%?
In the top 10%?
Or X number of users from that leaderboard?
Yeah, the X number of users from the top. That's something that will be possible once we have the bulk actions that we were talking about earlier. So it's a good topic to bring up for when we're talking through our roadmap, because that's something that we can talk about there. Yeah. Yes. I can always repeat it too.
So his question just made me think about something too. Is there a way to connect a PlayStream event to when a leaderboard gets reset, so that then you could run a cloud script then on it, like as it happens, and send out a push notification or something to those people through a PlayStream event?
I see. So in other words, you want to send a notification to like your top 100 players from a leaderboard, and you want to do it when the leaderboard resets.
Yeah, so that it's
Um,
doesn't take somebody on a game manager manually going through and querying those people and then sending out one notification at a time to a list of people.
The leaderboard itself, when it is reset, what's happening is that leaderboard, it doesn't immediately reset because it could be millions and millions of entries. What happens is it think of it as swapping out so that you've got a clean slate to work from. The old leaderboard is then archived off to S3, and then you get the URL information about where you can get the leaderboard details from. It's a CSV you can then grab from S3. So in general, for what you're talking about doing, what it might actually be is more having a scheduled job where you say, I want to do this at this time because you know that the leaderboard reset's about to occur. Either that or making the leaderboard reset and the job to do the push notification be the same thing. So
yeah, I guess I'll chime in this, and I think what we'll probably do is when we add a couple thoughts on this one. We should have, if we don't already have it, a title. We have two different kinds of placement events. We have per player placement events, and we have per title placement events. And the per title ones may be newer, you may not have seen them. But the per title events are events that go through PlayStream. For example, when you upload a new catalog, that generates a title event. And we've done that to allow for automation of certain things in the game based on things changing. Like if a catalog changes, we generate an event, and you could you'll later be able to subscribe to that event, for example, from your game servers, and it will automatically update the catalog in your game servers when a catalog changes. That's why we're doing these title events. We could, if we don't already, which you could nail on this, generate a title event when a leaderboard resets. That would be a logical title event to generate. Next up, we're going to be adding bulk actions on segments we mentioned earlier to be able to do an action against an entire segment. We haven't fully worked out how you're going to trigger those bulk actions. The plan was either manually and or on a scheduled basis. There's no reason why a PlayStream event couldn't kick off a bulk action against a segment. That's a logical thing to do. So in other words, you could, connecting these boxes together, say when a leaderboard resets, use that to trigger off a bulk action against a given segment. And the segment in that case right now could only be things like based on stats and things like player properties. We could look at, we haven't done this yet, we've been looking at other things people in a segment on. For example, we've had several requests to segment players based on things in their inventory. We've had requests to segment players based on potentially leaderboards. I could imagine a segment called Top 100 Players or some segment based on players in a leaderboard. So finally put things together, and that we don't have yet either, but we could imagine a segment of your top 100 players, and then you want to message all those players when the leaderboard resets. That's how I would do it. And so we can look at those pieces. Those are the building blocks I would want to string together.
Yeah, as with anything else, all these, as we're rolling out new features, one of the things we're doing is we're trying to build them for use cases that we have in mind, but we're also looking for use cases from you guys so that we make sure we're able to accomplish those things using what we build as we build them out. So yeah, anytime you have ideas about things you want to do, send them our way.
Hey, Brendan, is there currently ways to save textures so that you can pull it out?
Is there a way to save what?
Textures so that we can pull down their pictures with the leaderboard?
Oh, I see. A way to save an image in a leaderboard. So one of the common requests is to get additional columns of data on leaderboard, and that column might be a reference to a URL or something along those lines. So that is actually, again, go back to our roadmap talk. That is actually one of the things we're going to be doing.
Actually, Marcos, as
as a sweetener for anyone watching from home, I just was told that the demo we're doing tomorrow during the custom game server talk will actually demonstrate this scenario, the resetting a leaderboard and pushing out a notification to all players on that game server using a new feature which we haven't announced yet, which is game server subscriptions to PlayStream. So basically, game servers can subscribe to PlayStream events. So when an event chain happens, like resetting a leaderboard, it actually will push an event down to all players connected to the game server. So we'll show that tomorrow.
Sweet. Cool. All right. Any other questions?
All right, just a reminder, we're going to take a brief break now, 15 minutes, and then we're going to resume at 2:30 with LiveOps.
All right. Thanks, guys. I love talking about fun things people do.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Zach.
Ellis Coleslaw says hi from Skype here.
On the stream. Cool.
Battle Bears. Do you know if they got referral codes working on iOS?
Beep. Yeah, because I was playing it on iOS. Now that I think about it, yeah.
Do you know if they do anything to get Apple's restrictions on that?
Oh, I see what you were talking about now. Yeah. So Apple doesn't want you to do if it looks like you're selling something around them and using the codes to grant something to the item. That's when they come down on you. In this case, a referral code is basically just you're giving somebody a reward because they got somebody else to come into your game. As far as I know, they're okay. I mean, obviously, ask Apple yourself, but they've never.
They don't answer any questions.
Oh,
they just shut your app. Yeah, they just shut the game down.
Yeah, well, if they feel that you're bypassing them in order to make money on your game and not give them their 30%, yeah, they shut you down.
We got shut down for having service codes. So our support codes, so our support team could generate a
Well, it was basically told people to stash their screenshots.
All right, we are going to go ahead and get started in the next session. Great. Okay, so 2 talks back to back. I'm talking about effective live game operations, and then after that, we've got our attorneys come in and talk about COPPA compliance, privacy, and what that means for your game. So, without much ado, LiveOps. So I hadn't even known the subject of LiveOps existed until probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I was over in Asia. I was running PopCap Asia, and in particular, I was responsible for PopCap Japan. And we had this game that launched on mobile over there, and the ratings were lackluster. The revenue numbers were lackluster. And then all of a sudden, 1 October, boom, revenue started spiking up. We went from being essentially irrelevant to suddenly making a pretty decent amount of money. And I'm like, what are we doing that suddenly this game became so much more successful? And the team said, oh, we finally added LiveOps. We finally added live events. I'm like, live events? And they explained that they had taken, this was basically 3 small mobile games, Bejeweled, Chuzzle, and Zuma, and they had added every week different events. And the events would have start times, end times, different rules, competitions, scores, and you had this thing called they called it the Popmon, the Pop Monsters. And you would basically collect the Popmon, and eventually, if you every time you succeeded in certain events, you would decorate your little world. So the island started empty, and you could eventually decorate the whole island. I'm like, that's so cool. And they would explain it. The coolest part of all with these events is that they basically would have certain kind of almost like dungeon missions. They would get harder and harder and harder. And at some point, you had to pay to buy items to basically complete the missions if it got hard enough, or just put in a lot of time. But oftentimes, these events had a limited time, so you couldn't complete the whole thing if you didn't, potentially spend money. And that explained why the revenues are going up. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool. So I started digging more into LiveOps, and I realized, and this is my personal definition. There's lots of different definitions. I define LiveOps as changes you can make after the game is live that don't require changes to game code. If you're changing game code, in my opinion, you're rewriting the game. LiveOps, to me, is all the things you can do that don't require bugging your engineers. And so good examples might be adding new items to your catalog that don't require changes to game code, things like limited offers, different events, paid user acquisition might potentially be on the edge of included in LiveOps. Not included in LiveOps, in my definition, changing the game to add, for example, adding crafting to the game. That's a whole new game feature. Or functional items require new game code, new tournament modes. This is changing the game. Now, it's a fuzzy definition, so we're just going to use it for this talk and go from there. In my mind, the ultimate example of LiveOps, MacGyver, right? MacGyver was basically, figuring out what he could do with the tools at hand, as opposed to, changing the rules. And so if you think about sort of the tools of MacGyver, there's this big question: what can you do without having to write code? So on one end, you've got the equivalent of paper clips and rubber bands, right? Those are things like web tools you've authored for yourself, or modifying game parameters. On the far other extreme, when we get into welding torches, welding iron rigs and blow torches, we've got things like hacking your game database or writing your own custom SQL queries to modify the game. That's like the extreme end of LiveOps. So again, we're looking here at not changing game code. Now, if your game has cloud script, and you're changing cloud script, where does that fall down? I don't know. That's somewhere in the middle, maybe. I mean, maybe changing cloud script is cool, even if you have an engineer doing it. But the ultimate goal. This is what Lance, the CEO, the chief creative officer of HyperHippo, described as going rogue. Like, he said, I always have these ideas, and I want to try shit out, and I get in our daily stand-ups. My engineers tell me, oh, it'll be 2 weeks. It'll be a month before I can try that thing. He's like, I just want to go rogue and just do it right now. I'm like, yes, we want you to go rogue. And so LiveOps to me is about going rogue. And so this talk is a whole bunch of, and frankly, the whole PlayFab mission is to enable guys like Lance to go rogue and to be able to try things out and not have to keep bugging the engineers. So what are some tools of LiveOps? A couple of things I'm singling out here. BI. BI is key. If you don't have good data about what's going on in your game, it's hard to make the right decisions and it's hard to know what to change. Live events. Live events are probably, if you're going to only add one thing to your game, to go into that LiveOps territory, I would add events. Being able to manage your catalog and store, adding new items post-launch, changing things around, limited time items, rare items, and so on. offers and promotions, 2 for 1, buy one, get one free, this weekend only, 50% off, happy hours. Customer service, I include customer service in LiveOps. Some people might call it the customer service team, but basically if you're doing service recovery, if you're granting and revoking items, that's to me LiveOps. And finally, running user acquisition. Again, it's a little bit on the border. Some companies have teams who do nothing but UA, but to me that is function, especially when you combine user acquisition ad campaigns with rewards or incentivized offers. That's when you're starting to cross the line. Like, what can I do to incent someone to come back or to cross-promote from another game? So let's start with BI first. What is BI? BI is not vanity metrics. What we have built into PlayFab right now, with all honesty and candor, I couldn't really call BI. Built into PlayFab right now, we have vanity metrics. We tell you things like number of logins, amount of revenue. You can feel good about these or bad, but you're not going to necessarily know what to change based on them. They're not actionable. Good BI is actionable, and it actually gives you ideas that immediately inspire you to go and try something out or tinker with something. For example, consider these 2 graphs. On the left, we have your monthly game revenue, and on the right, we have a chart showing your cumulative revenue today as of 10 a.m. in the morning compared to an average cumulative daily revenue for Tuesdays, average of the last 6 weeks. Which of these is actionable? Right? This one is not. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, I know it's spiky. I know that it was especially low on February 25th. Maybe I'll go in and figure out what happened on that day that made revenue so low. But this chart, like, fuck, we're down here. I mean, you know, today, this Tuesday compared to previous Tuesdays is low for some reason. What's going on? Is my Android build crashing and I'm only seeing part of my revenue? Is, like, this inspires you to want to go and figure out what's going on and fix something. That one, not necessarily. So I would call this one more actionable. So we can help with BI in a couple ways. First of all, custom events. You saw in Brendan's previous presentation a title logging lots of custom events. That's great because custom events give you the data you need to make decisions. We can take that data and we can put it into an analytics partner. Today we support Apiary. Apiary is basically a level on top of Amazon Redshift, which is a really good data warehouse solution. We have some pretty hardcore data scientists today using Apiary with PlayFab and custom events to analyze their game behavior really well. We're in the process of adding additional partners, Game Analytics, Delta DNA, Omniad, and some others. Those will hopefully give you a range of choices you can then turn on through PlayStream. And our goal is to allow a LiveOps team to turn on different partners, try different things out without having to write custom code, without having to, as long as you're doing this up front, you can turn on different partners without having to write custom code. And we have a replay feature where we can replay your historical data against a new partner. So when you turn on, let's say, Game Analytics, we can then let you replay 6 months worth of historical data or whatever the retention period is against that new partner to bring them up to speed. So you can try out different partners and evaluate different tools. That's coming. So we can do that. We also can give you, today, we can help you dump all your events into S3. And then in S3, if you're sophisticated or have a good data science guy, you can do Hadoop queries, map reduce. There's a lot of things you can do with your data once it's in S3. So that's what we can do for you today, maybe more in the future. Let's talk about live events, right? So Christmas at Disney, classic live event. You know, they take Disney World, and just by adding some special decorations and some new parades, boom, it's a reason to come back. They do it at Halloween. They do it at a whole bunch of times of the year. This is, in my mind, a good example of a live event. Games do this all the time. I already talked about the impact in Pop World. This is another game from EA in Japan, Tetris, Blitz, that was all over the board in terms of their rank because of live events. Right? The reason the game went from being down in the 200 plus up to something like 80 was not a new feature. This was because they suddenly tried a new event. The event was really successful. The event ended. It went back down. So live events can have a big impact. So some different types of events. You can just to get your juices flowing. Fun events designed to boost engagement. Monetization events, which are very specifically about trying to make more money. Marketing events, trying to boost traffic to a different game. Content events, where you're typically promoting or otherwise showcasing new content in your game. Tactical, which are sort of, I'll get to those, are my favorite. They're the ones where you have a very particular problem, and like a surgeon, you're crafting an event specifically to fix that one problem. And then finally, a hybrid, which is what, frankly, most events are a hybrid of these. So good events start with a calendar. This is the actual calendar from one of the most successful games EA was running in Japan when I was over there, which was a FIFA trading card game. And they had, at any given day, multiple events going in parallel, and the events had different purposes. They had gotcha events. They had challenge events. They had login events. They had retention events. Lots of different events going on, and they would mix and match them. So there's always something going on. And what was cool is the team would get in the habit of predicting KPIs based on what they thought the events would do, and then measuring their actual results against the forecast. So they were getting better and better as time went on at forecasting what effects different events would have in their players. So they got really good at predicting what would happen with different events. And I encourage you to think about how to do this. Now, maybe one day PlayFab will have an event calendar in the system where you can queue these up and schedule them and forecast them, and that's on my long-term roadmap. What's that? You raise your hand to say, yeah. I agree. I would love it if one day PlayFab has a UI screen just like this. So live events are key. So another thing before we dive into specifics, what's that?
No Gantt charts.
No Gantt charts, yeah. One thing I love about events is the fiction of the event is often very different from the mechanics of the event. And Korean and Asian games in particular are like brilliant at this. So the actual event might be a new dungeon only available after a normal dungeon is cleared, where the new dungeon is legendary plus difficulty with a stamina cost of 99, whatever that means. That's what's actually happening. So they've changed, so the mechanics are, they've added a new dungeon, they've made it very difficult, and it costs you a certain amount of stamina to do the dungeon. That's the event. But the fiction is, the skies are ominous, the earth is trembling, the legendary dragons are coming forth and challenging you. Do you have what it takes? I mean, they're taking a mechanic change and cloaking it in the fiction of a game that's a lot more compelling. And I think the best events do this. The best events are not just, double XP for this weekend only. The best events actually have a whole fiction around it with art and styles and things that make it more compelling. All right, some examples of events from World of Warcraft. A fishing event. Every Sunday, catch as many fish as you can. Who's the first player to reach 40 fish and win a prize? Very simple event. You can do this in PlayFab by simply having a statistic, which is number of fish caught. Reset the statistic when the event starts. First player to hit the 40, either end the event or just keep it going. And then after, let's say, 24 hours, end the event. Who had the most fish caught? Boom, give a prize. That's your event. You can do this very easily. This is the kind of event, I would call this a fun event. You're incenting people to come in and try something out. And you can do this, like all best events, you can do this event with the tools you have. You don't need to custom code. As long as you're tracking, for example, the number of fish caught with a stat, you could do this event. And so this is why I go into the MacGyver thing. Good event managers, good LiveOps teams are good at taking tools they have. What can I do with a fish caught stat and turning it into an event? This is the ultimate example of an event that requires like no tools at all. This is a hide and seek event where they basically said the GM, so this is from an RPG game, the GM will hide him or herself somewhere in the world. The GM has changed, and this is a game where the name of the person appears over their player. So they changed the name to I am GM, contact me. They hid somewhere in the world, and the goal is to find the GM. And the first person to find the GM was told, take a screenshot of you and the GM standing in the world and submit it to, post it on a forum. And that was it. That was the event. No code needed at all. No tools needed at all. But it was done entirely with like a forum and a screenshot. So that was a very simple event. Another example of a screenshot event this is from Terra, I think Terra. Basically, take screenshots and submit screenshots. That's it. So again, using the only tool needed here is a forum. These are now out-of-date slides. Hang on. Let me find the right slides. Hold on a second. Let me turn off my screen share for a second and go and see if I can find the, sorry guys, hold on one second here. I'm hoping that it was updated on my computer. So we got to figure out why this is not syncing correctly. Just a second. Unfortunately, Google Drive does not always start it up again. Meanwhile, let's download this talk. Yeah, much better. Good. Okay, back in business. Oh, and let me share my screen. Hang on a second. Okay, we good, Zach? Great. Okay. All right. Sorry for that little delay. Another event would be a monetization event. So this is an example of an event where they're doing spending ladders. This is no different from those, PBS television things are like, spend $50 and get the, umbrella, spend $300 and get the tote bag. So basically what they're doing is saying the more money you spend over a certain period of time, the better the reward tier you get. And so it's just a ladder like this. And you can do this as long as you have a way of tracking revenue spent over a period of time, you can do an event like this. Today with PlayFab, you would have to use a custom stat that you're incrementing yourself because we don't automatically track spending over time, but we really should. And we can, try to figure that out. But basically, custom stat's all you need, and then you can look at the stat over time and use the stat to drive. You can drive segmentation on the stat. You could use a stat programmatically to reward different tiers. And you could even do things like every time in PlayStream today, you could create an event that says every time my money spent stat exceeds a new threshold, trigger a PlayStream action to go ahead and grant the item automatically. So you could build an entire ladder level like that, giving items, given currency programmatically based on ladder levels entirely with PlayStream actions. So that would be an easy one to add using our tools. This one's an example where they're actually, it's a crafting festival where they're basically encouraging people to craft by reducing the failure rate for crafting. Now, we don't have a crafting system, but if we did, you could change the crafting failure rate and make this possible. Now, why do you think they're doing this event? Why would you have a crafting festival? Any thoughts? Why would they have a crafting festival? Exactly. So he got it. So he said to reduce materials in the economy. It's a fall. They're heading into basically end of the year period. They want people to basically spend more money. So basically trying to purge out materials that may be cluttering up their economy and encourage people to basically invest and get more materials. Or they're going to roll up perhaps a whole new dungeon or a whole new set of levels, and they don't want too much stuff floating around the economy that might shift the balance. I think this is an example. So it's got two purposes: spend money, perhaps, but also to kind of clean up the economy. People do this all the time. The most famous first MMO, Habitat, had a whole article where they wrote about lessons learned, and they talked about they had too much virtual currency floating around, so they added a special rare hat and had a big auction to basically just do nothing but get currency out of the system by auctioning off this rare hat, and everyone bought one, and the currency went down, and they were good. All right, another example of some events. This is an example of a content event. So here's a brand new dungeon, and they want players to check out the new dungeon and tell their friends. So they offer, for example, the new dungeon where they're basically making it, they're offering a prize for trying out this new dungeon. Visit the heroic dungeons, get a prize. And then here we have my favorite game, Adventure Capitalist. They just recently had their live event, Kashella. And again, this to me is kind of a content event. They're promoting it to try out this new mode. They're not just changing the rules on an existing game. They're adding new content specifically for the event to encourage retention and engagement. These are some marketing events. This is from World of Keflings, where if you played World of Keflings, they would grant you items in a different game. So basically, it's play in one game, get items in another game. And with PlayFab, because of our publisher data, you can do that. You can have data shared between games under the same publisher account. Here's another example from World of Warcraft. They're cross-marketing between Hearthstone and World of Warcraft. So go over to Hearthstone, play 3 matches, you'll get a Hearth Steed in World of Warcraft. Classic co-marketing event. This is another example of a targeted event like we talked about, specifically trying to clear out weapons. So basically, send us your old weapons, and you get triple XP. So they're boosting the XP rate to cash out old weapons to try to get them out of the system. Another targeted event Actually, this is now a content event, a random event. This is Chinese New Year, and they're selling a very they're selling a special costume just for Chinese New Year, very expensive, and it's limited time. Once Chinese New Year is over, you cannot buy this ever again. Guess what? If you're a hardcore player, of course you're going to go buy this because it's limited time. You can't ever get it again. So that's an example of an event that's also an example of a rare content item. So lots of ways we can help with live events. Obviously, you can change, if the game is designed correctly, you can change the behavior of the game through title data, changing stores, changing catalogs, drop tables. So these are all things you can change for the duration of the event and then reset back again. You can use in-game messages and push notifications to tell players about the events happening, about to happen, happening now, about to end. We can host assets. So if you need to have new content packs or asset packs or textures, we can use our CDN system to host those and make them available to your game. Resettable leaderboards, a really quick and dirty tool for a live event, like the fishing one. All you need to do is reset the leaderboard and boom, an instant event in a box. You can obviously grant items and currencies to winners to kind of incent. And finally, we talked about placing actions to take and reward actions based on players' behaviors. All things you can use to create live events. Uh-oh. This is another, what happened here? It's like we're getting closer, but we're still missing some key stuff here. Sorry. Not sure what happened. Relying too much, I guess, on automated, just a second. I may need to, shoot. Well, let's do this. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, run over, grab the latest presentation, run back, and resume. So give me just 1 minute. Sorry, guys. Should have checked that.
Anything that is an example of running an event, you have some stuff inside of the uniform.
Fishing example basically what says time period.
Yeah. So I think the way the World of Warcraft
All right, here we go. Sorry about that. We good, Zach? Cool. Okay, so next, let's talk about promotions. So promotions are great ways to make money. I mean, every time McDonald's has a 2-for-1 hamburger offer, it's a promotion. And games have been using promotions every which way. So you can use promotions to feature certain items. This item's special. Players will buy more of an item if it's featured, even though it's no different. Bundling items together, special deals, special prices, discounts, limited time offers, instant offers, shuffling around the object order, just changing the order of things in your store from time to time can make a difference. And then incentivize offers to bring people back to your game. So here's an example of a paywall I found. It's doing like all 10 at once. You've got, an offer is expiring at a certain time. They've got, only a certain amount of money. They're telling you it's 75% off, so it's a big deal. There's a bundle. You get a bonus things with it if you've got a certain rank. Here's a little flag, 30% bonus. They got a little number here. So anyway, a good example of trying a lot of different things to try to, boost attention to those things. Some other examples from another Korean game. Level 4 only, hot, bestsellers, all ways to draw attention. And we're actually doing some changes right now in PlayFab to make this easier to do. So right now our stores, today our stores have custom prices, and our stores can allow you to change the order. Whatever order you put in a store will persist. We're adding now labels, so you can actually add labels to items, which you can rearrange, and up to you how you want to use it, and promotional text. So you can have text for an item that changes in different stores for the same item. So that you can use it for things like 35% more gold for a given item, and your game can use that to display. And we're going to look at what else we can do to make those stores more attractive for that. Bundles. So we all know bundles, right? So here's an example. We've got different price tiers, and you get more stuff in there. We have bundles native today in PlayFab. Happy hour. This is an example of a promotion. It's a kind of an event meets promotion. It's an event, but it's a regular event. In this case, 50% off coins during happy hour. So again, we can do that today in PlayFab, a combination of title data. Actually, once we add title data changes based on segmentation, you'll be able to have a special segment of players saying every time it's happy hour, put the player in the happy hour segment, and then have a different title data that changes based on your segment. So when it's happy hour, XP rates can double, or coins can change, and stores can switch out. So there's things we can do today to change this based on segments automatically. So I already mentioned changing stores. We mentioned targeting stores, different segments, bundles, containers, push notifications, and then we can use placing actions to grant special offers. So for example, one thing I've seen games do is in your catalog, grant players like a ticket or a coupon in their catalog, which can be redeemed for things in game, because granting items is something PlayStream can do today. So some cool stuff here. Customer service. We don't yet have built into PlayFab partners yet with CS providers. We are working on HelpShift and Zendesk, but today all that means is when a ticket comes in, you have to manually copy and paste like the email address or username into PlayFab to look them up. We do have full text searching now in PlayFab. So I don't know if you've seen this, but now in our player manager, we can do full text searching, regex expressions, wildcards. You can also search across any field. You can search across their username, their display name, their Steam ID, their Facebook ID, all of that. So we've added a much more powerful set of features to help with CS in the player manager. You can first grant items and currency for service recovery. And if you have to, you can even go in and modify the player data. We've seen people have to sort of fix a corrupted save game sometimes by going in and editing the JSON data. So those are all things we've seen people do around CS. User acquisition, we don't have explicitly any features for user acquisition. We do have partnerships with COPPA so far, and we're looking at adding Adjust and Apps Flyer and Tune and a few others to help with that. What you can do, though, is you can tie, we actually have a PlayStream event we generate called the attribution event. And when a partner like COPPA tells us that a player came to the game via a given campaign, whether it's a retargeting campaign or a brand new acquisition campaign, that event gets triggered. And you can then do a PlayStream action based on that event to grant, for example, gold coins or an item. And that allows you to set up incentivized campaigns like, hey, install, come back, we missed you. Click on the ad, launch the game, get 50% more coins or 2 gold bars or whatever you want to give out. And we can tie that in. So that's a way we can tie rewards to ad campaigns. So that's it. Those are my sessions. So I'd love to take some questions before we roll into the next session. A lot of material there, but I love this stuff, and I'm happy to chat more later. Questions? Kevin.
How do you do the one-time items or limited time items when like you put them in the catalog? That's how you make them valid. If they're in the catalog, technically they can be purchased.
Great question. So he's asking if it's in the catalog, technically the player can purchase it. So one option. Yeah, you mean a player could hack it. A player could basically hack the purchase event. You're right. So a couple. Yeah, we don't have a good answer for that, to be honest with you. I mean, the easy thing is, in your game itself, only allow players to buy things through, say, stores, and just don't put it in the store unless it's for sale. We have a feature request, and you'll see in the coming soon section, to lock down certain APIs. And so, for example, purchasing from a catalog, maybe something your game just chooses not to allow at all, and only allow purchasing from a store is something we could look at. But that's a good point. We should address that. Other questions? Yes.
You wanted to have an event where
pass the mic.
you get like rewarded video.
I wanted to have an event where I get like rewarded video in the game, and I give 2x the payout for a certain limited time frame. How do I change that time frame? Do I need to set that up beforehand?
So you want to say, here's a rewarded video. Watch a rewarded video, and during a certain window, you'll get 2x the reward during that window.
Correct.
So today, you would probably have to do that the way Zach was showing by building into your game support for these kinds of events. And you can just use title data to turn it on or off or trigger that change. Okay. So every time you're in the game, it downloads title data. We have a whole bunch of new mechanisms coming that will make that easier. One mechanism coming is changing title data based on player segment. So again, you'll be able to, during that window, put the player in a new temporary segment and use that segment to change the title data, which in turn changes the behavior of the game, which in turn gives you higher XP, for example. That's one change. Another change coming is the ability to have the game subscribe to PlayStream events so that you can actually fire an event if the player is in the middle of, if the player is logged on when the event starts, they may not know to go and get the latest title data or know that it changed. And so we're looking at some ways to notify the client and push a message down to the client saying, hey, this data just changed, go get the latest data. And that way your game can react to an event starting midway through a player session.
Cool.
In the back.
So I haven't used stores at all, so maybe it's very obvious, but are you able to set times for like a happy hour store catalog? No.
No, you can't set a time on a store.
Okay.
But what you can do is so you have two ways of doing that. One way is like what Zach showed in the game itself, build in support to say I'm going to show a store at a given time. The other way you can do it in stores, we can do this today, is what's called segmentation overrides. Okay, let me show you. So if I were to go into, just a second. If I were to go into a game like Unicorn Battle, I could go into, for example, PlayStream, go into segments, and I could define a segment like, for example, like a June event segment. This is not quite a good example. Here's an example where the player's in this segment if the login's between 6.1 and 7.1. And so if I could, for example, change this to, for example, I don't know, 7/27 to, for example, 8/1. Is that going to work? 16. So this is going to work. Safe segment. We've got a new segment called, so actually I should rename the name of this. It's no longer June segment. It's now July end event. And so if I were to look at a player like my own personal profile, you'll see that I'm not currently, so when did I last log in? I last logged in 7/28. So I may be in that segment. Yeah, so I'm in that segment right now, July end event segment. I can then go into, for example, the economy tab here, go into my store, go to stores. Take a store like my Gems store, for example. So these are all my gems that I'm currently making available. $2.99 up through 99 cents, right? These are my different offers. Small, medium, large, extra large, and small gem bundles. I could, for example, let's go back to stores. I'm going to go ahead and clone this. So we're going to call this something like July end store. And we're going to say, okay, the medium gem bundle is only $1.99. This is only $3.99. This is now $7.99, right? So they're basically all kind of discounted. Let me save that out. Okay. Now I can go into my gem store, and I can go to my overrides here, find my July end event override. I'm going to override that with my new July end store. So basically, during this event, override the store, and I'm going to make that my highest priority store. Okay, and then save this. Okay, so now there's an override for Gem Store based on event. And so now if I go ahead and play the game on my phone, I don't know if you can watch this. So you can see I'm logging in there up there. I'm going to go ahead and go to my stores. So here's my gem store. View sale. And I don't know if you can notice this, but I'm actually looking at the store right now, and you can see the prices are the ones at the set. So it's saying $1.99, $3.99, $7.99, and 99 cents. So the prices here are all different based on that override I just set. And that's because I'm in the middle of this event. If I now were to go ahead and change the rules on that event, let's go back to PlayStream, and let's change that segment. So for example, the dates are now, you know, 6/1/16 through 7.1.16. Save that out. I'm no longer in that segment. So if I look at my players tab now, with my James 130, you'll notice in my segments, I'm no longer in that July event. That's no longer an event. And in fact, you probably even might have seen, no, you didn't, okay. And now if I were to go back and do the same gem store now, you notice, no, it didn't refresh, hold on. Gem store. Yep. Yeah, the prices are back now. So the prices now are it's different prices now. It's no longer those, it's different prices because I'm actually different overrides taking effect. But you get the idea. So that's an example of changing a store based on a limited time, based on an event or segment.
There's potentially a third way to do it, which in the short term, we don't have it quite yet, but it's on our roadmap, is a scheduled cloud script like cron job. So you could potentially schedule a cloud script every day to run and then another one an hour later and change the prices and title data back and forth as a hack until we have
that's cool.
Real calendar.
Yep. Cool. All right, with that, I'm going to end now because my time's up. I'm going to make an introduction. We're going to take about 1 minute to switch over, and then the next event is going to be our friends from Cooley presenting on privacy and COPPA compliance. So give us 1 second while we change out, and we'll get them started. Okay. Let me go grab that. Excuse me. Aljan, where did our friend? Oh, here he is. Hey, Alex. Alex, right? Andy. I'm sorry, Andy.
No problem.
Thank you for coming, man. All right, we are going to go ahead and announce the next speaker. So Andy Roth is a partner at Cooley and focuses in particular on privacy and does a lot of work with companies looking to go international, dealing with things like privacy issues with European data laws and COPPA compliance and other issues. And he's been good enough to come in today and present specifically on a topic we get a lot of questions about, things like how do I make sure my game is COPPA compliant? And do you have servers in Europe? Because I have a lot of players in Germany. And what are the German privacy laws? And are you guys okay with the new changes in laws? And we're like, what changes in laws? So it's good to have sometimes professional counsel come in and educate us about the recent changes. So with that, let me turn it over to Andy.
Thanks for having me.
The officer of American Express. And in addition to being a lawyer with Cooley, which is a firm that focuses on startups and venture, I also am a founder of a startup myself, a payment startup called Privacy.com. And have a lot of history with gaming. Actually, I don't know if people remember a couple years ago when there was an esports company that had Bitcoin mining code in the client. and then it got downloaded. So I actually resolved that issue for them and still work with them, but settled that case. That was the first Bitcoin-related case with New Jersey. And I, for the last couple of years, at another firm where I was focused on a lot of the big credit card breaches. And then my payment startup is burner Visa cards. And so every time you pay for something, we create and kill a one-time use card. And help folks with domestic issues, but also international issues. So how many people are familiar with the name Max Schrems? Anybody? So Max Schrems is a young hoodie-wearing privacy advocate in Europe. And he is the one who challenged Facebook that kicked off all these issues with European and US privacy. And ultimately what Schrems was complaining about is the US government access to everybody's information. And so I'm involved in privacy not because this was an area that was like near some other stuff that I'm doing. I believe privacy is a fundamental human right. And so when I work with companies, I think that you can do a tremendous amount with data and insights, but you just have to do things the right way. And then it's up to the lawyers and the subject matter experts to tell you, well, what are the requirements? And so I think that's what the invitation was today, was to come here and talk about some of that. Some of the things we're going to cover is online behavioral advertising. That's a major focus of regulators. And Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA. And so young gamers is a very attractive demographic, but when you go into that space, there are certain things that you need to do, and we'll talk about that. And then EU legal and regulatory landscape, which is my personal favorite. And if people have questions as we go through, feel free to jump in. OBA, online behavioral advertising, this is the idea that you're being tracked with cookies, with pixels, with code. Obviously, you guys are very familiar. There's more and more scrutiny from regulators. In the US, we don't really have a fundamental right to privacy. We don't have a constitutional right. We're more of a no harm, no foul jurisdiction. And so it's a lot about what are your disclosures that are made to the users, to the end users and the customers, and then are you adhering to those disclosures? And so everybody in government is focused on this space. They're also focused on native advertising, which is where advertising is moving into other channels that typically did not have advertising. What can you do? When you adopt a privacy policy, it's really tempting to just cut and paste somebody else's privacy policy. Especially, I mean, I get it. I'm an entrepreneur, burn rates, everything else, but the privacy policy actually reflects your strategic goals of how you're going to use your proprietary data, how you're going to work with third parties, things like that. So the privacy policy needs to be accurate, not just to keep you out of trouble, but also to give you the flexibility that you need to do things with your business. And you should disclose any and all third-party advertising. California has a requirement on your website itself that you disclose whether or not you accept a browser-based do not track signal. So they're not saying that you need to accept the do not track signal, but you actually have to disclose whether or not you do. And that's a common thing that people don't have on their privacy policy, and that's the thing that is most visible to the AG. COPPA, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. A lot of privacy law in the US gets developed first with children because it's very hard for people to come out against children's privacy rights. And so we're caught in a little bit of a struggle now in the US between government, which wants increased information, and then a lot of companies who've come around to recognize the value of privacy, like Apple, like others who are implementing end-to-end encryption, who are pushing back on requests from the government for information. And children's privacy is one of those areas where the law is actually developed and where there's been enforcement activity. And a couple of years ago, Disney got tagged with a substantial fine for having things directed towards children. So, so if you're going to go into this space, you can't really go halfway. You either have to be fully disclaiming that you're working with anyone underage and then have content that can't be interpreted as targeted to them, or you just age gate and you do the things that you do to be COPPA compliant, which I think more and more developers are embracing, specifically as you start to tie up with bigger partners, because it just accelerates your market entry, and it satisfies a lot of concerns that people have around risk and regulatory risk. The regulators take a wide view of this, and actually the class action plaintiffs who are bringing privacy cases are referring to COPPA, because COPPA is sort of the most developed of the privacy schemes. What should you do? If you're dealing with COPPA, that is something that there are third-party solutions for age gating and things like that that are pretty easy to incorporate, and you have to obtain consent from the parent before collecting the information from the user that's under 13. PII here, originally in the US, the discussion around PII was, well, it's just name, and IP address isn't PII. But what we've seen with structured, unstructured data, with Hadoop and machine learning, it's super easy to connect different types of data and identify individuals. So the definition of PII has been expanding, and now the focus of the regulators is not just on the data itself, but the re-identifiability risk. So if you believe that you've de-identified information, but now you're sharing it with a third party who can easily take their data set, put it against yours, and then re-identify those individuals, that's something that draws scrutiny as well. Again, all these things are solvable. You just get consent and you just make clear disclosures. EU landscape. So Max Schrems, who's the privacy advocate, he's inspired by Snowden. He's a cool guy. He brings a case against Facebook. He brings it with the Irish Data Protection Authority. And they say, we can't hear the case because there's a thing called safe harbor that the EU and the US agreed to, and Facebook follows it. And so he actually brought the complaint to the European Court of Justice. It goes up to an unappealable decision, and not only do they rule in his favor that the suit can proceed against Facebook, but they actually go further and invalidate the whole safe harbor program, which caught people by surprise, and it probably shouldn't have, because it was Europe and an unappealable decision. But even the European Union itself was caught by surprise. So the folks who are in charge of privacy for Europe had not planned for that. And so companies immediately scrambled. Most of the big companies ended up finding other mechanisms to satisfy the European requirements. There is a new scheme that's been put in place called Privacy Shield. So they came up with a much stronger sounding macho name instead of Safe Harbor, which implied like, come here and we won't touch you. And so also the only enforcement activity in the US on Safe Harbor, which was a self-certification scheme, was people who said they're Safe Harbor certified but didn't actually go onto the Department of Commerce's site and register. And so one of the big takeaways for folks in your position is all the stuff that faces the outside world, that stuff has to be rock solid, because that's the stuff regarding privacy that people look at. And so the US and the EU got back together and they created Privacy Shield. Privacy Shield goes into effect August 1. If you sign up within the first 60 days, you get a special amnesty for 9 months on phasing in compliance. This is something that we do for companies where we help them become Privacy Shield compliant. And I think it's something that everybody should look at as an easy solution for EU compliance. In the meantime, Max Schrems continues to challenge the validity of these transfer mechanisms, and even though Privacy Shield has a lot more things in it, there's still a carve-out for mass surveillance for national security purposes. So the same thing that he's been complaining about still exists, and the reason it exists is because both the US government and the EU governments want access to the information for fighting terrorism. And so privacy is a check-the-box thing. It is an important compliance issue, but it's also an issue regarding our fundamental civil liberties. and how we engage with technology. And so I would urge people to take it really seriously. It's something that can build your brand. It's something that's very easily addressed, but it's often mistaken for a compliance thing, and really in the position that you're in with data and with your ability to try to find additional revenue streams from being innovative, it's your right to your proprietary data set. I think the last thing we're going to cover, cybersecurity. This is what goes for graphics at Cooley. But it's like, you know, people downplay privacy because, like, look, there are telephone books for years that they leave on the street with everybody's information. But the world is changing, and the U.S. is moving closer to the EU. The EU is not going to come to the U.S. on this issue. And I think we're seeing a shift in sentiment among the tech world and the startup world to say, you know what, we're very much aligned with our users' privacy interests. And so it's cybersecurity is really a governance issue. Again, as you start to work with bigger partners who have expectations themselves in this area, you've got to pull together some basic policies and governance on cybersecurity. It's something that developers do second nature because security is built into design. But having some very clear policies that are based on industry standards can be very helpful. One of the things that we work with companies is mapping their policies and procedures to the NIST cybersecurity framework. And so that was a multi-stakeholder effort to say there's no clear standard, there's ISO standards, there's others. Let's get together and create a rationalized framework for cybersecurity. That's what that is. And so we work with companies to map their existing policies against those, do a gap analysis, fill in the things that are missing, and then you can represent to the companies that you're working with that you have, you're in a control state on cybersecurity risk. Some of the things you should have is an overarching written information security policy. Massachusetts, as a state, requires that. Other folks will bring deceptive acts and practices claims against you because they'll say that you didn't have adequate security and you represented in your privacy policy that you did. And actually, that's the way the FTC went after Dwala. Security awareness and training. How do you socialize these things so that everybody in the company takes it seriously? I mean, you can get commodity malware that moves laterally and does all sorts of stuff, but you could also have somebody who clicks a link, like somebody who's really smart who gets phished because they use some social engineering and it seemed totally reasonable. One of the things, I'm in New York, one of the things I've been busy with is private equity funds who've had wire fraud because they get phished. It looks totally legit. They're used to wiring out, you know, $900,000 and then they never get the money again. And so how do you make sure that everybody in the company, even if they have technical acumen, they still understand that they need to be aware of these policies and follow them? And then accountability across the organization. Perform periodic data security assessments, pen testing, adopt written policies and procedures. I'm not a fan of policy sprawl and having lots of policies, but the basic stuff that you should have is an overarching information security policy, a vendor management policy, so that when you hire third parties and they get access to your systems or your data, you have all the right contractual protections in there and you make them represent that they have ISO certifications or SOC 2s or something. Use strong encryption, multi-factor authentication, and finally, incident response. And incident response means you're in the ready position should something happen. You probably have a lot of contractual obligations. You might need to notify other companies if you had a breach. And so incident response is not typically one person in the company, their responsibility. It's how are all the stakeholders going to work together. So how is the CEO going to know? How is the board going to be escalated to if there's a problem? And then how are you going to make sure that you act quickly to mitigate the breach and then drive it to the best outcome possible? And so one of the common mistakes is you have a breach and you engage third-party forensics. maybe you're bleeding. Maybe you don't even know where the breach is. By the way, a breach is not just personal information. A breach could be proprietary trade secret information. It could be competitively sensitive information. And so engaging the third party directly as opposed to engaging them through counsel. If you engage third parties to look at your systems through lawyers, you can assert privilege over that relationship and the work product that's created. And the lawyers can help guide the situation so you mitigate risk of litigation, of regulatory agencies looking at you. This is not stuff that you want to do or think about for the first time when something happens. It almost always is. And then afterwards people get religion and then they put in place. But there's just some nuts and bolts stuff. It doesn't matter if you're a 2-person shop or a 12-person shop. That it's good first to manage the risk of bad things happening with privacy and security. But then second, to actually accelerate the business, make you a better partner, and ultimately drive much more shareholder value. So I think that the US and the EU will be in a tug of war on privacy for a couple of years, hopefully. And it's one of those issues that whether or not certain schemes persist, companies will have to have detailed records about the information that they collect on people, how they keep that information, how they dispose of that information. And it used to be that companies thought about document retention, and now I work with companies on document destruction. And so another thing that you can do that's not necessarily a legal thing is don't keep data longer than you need it, even though it's relatively cheap to store, because you're just creating additional risk for yourself contractually with breaches, things like that. Anyway, that's a lot of me talking. If anybody has any questions. Sure, absolutely.
And by the way, all the slides and stuff we shared today online afterwards.
I think we got one.
I was at Disney when that all went down. I remember, at least at the time, you had to be categorized into certain buckets, like a family bucket, to have to put the age gate on. Do you know, is that still the case?
It's not. There's a lot of self-regulatory stuff. But what was the thinking at Disney before it drew regulatory attention? Did anyone think that it was an issue, or just
some folks did, but not everyone?
Interesting. It's if you're going to be close, these are easy things to address. I think that's one of the common mistakes that people make, is they think being aggressive on privacy or security issues somehow is like going to lead to a better business outcome, and it won't. Because it creates risk, and then also increasingly now the partners that you're working with are very sensitive. So I represent a lot of media companies who do development, third-party development for games and things like that. It's like they are laser focused on these issues. And so one thing that's happened in privacy and security is you've had a lot of regulation of the bigger companies, but now the regulators are saying, okay, now we're holding you accountable for the third parties you work with. You got to put the same requirements on them. And so I would expect more scrutiny. In the back, I think we got one.
So I've got 2 questions if you're up for it. The first is that it's really easy now to deploy pretty much anywhere in the world. I mean, we deployed on Steam, and it was just a checkbox to select which countries you want to be in.
Yeah.
And I don't understand all the regulatory frameworks. So would you suggest that you actually deselect all the countries when you initially deploy until you learn whether or not you need to meet certain compliance factors, or do you get some sort of advice from someone? Or
I think you get advice, and so we give advice to developers and to game companies and media companies that are deploying. If you deploy in Europe, Europe treats privacy as a fundamental right. And so there's no opt-out framework. Europe is opt-in. So what's very important is that when you deploy on those platforms, you don't rely on the platform to make all the disclosures for you. Because I don't believe that the platform thinks that that's their responsibility. I don't know that they could. And so what you would need to do is you need to obtain consent from those users for the transfer of their data. And so assuming that you are going to engage with those users abroad through that platform, but you're going to bring those European data subjects' personal information back to the US to process it, then you would need a valid mechanism for that transfer. Easy to take care of. Sign up for Privacy Shield. Don't do it in a bullshit way. Put some real governance behind it so that you can actually manage risk and be a good partner. But I would say take advantage of being able to get that kind of scale. That's amazing. The issues are addressable, but don't put your head in the sand and say no one's going to notice or it's not going to come up, because the risk isn't worth it. And also, it will come up repeatedly from partners who now are under the same pressure and looking at all the same issues. So an example of how you might do that, you could sign up for Privacy Shield, and then you could make a disclosure in your privacy policy and do all the things that Privacy Shield requires you to do, and then you'd be able to operate in those markets. Latin America and Asia, not quite as strict on exporting personal data.
And then is there a general, I don't know, rule of thumb or consensus on what constitutes personally identifiable information? Like, we don't, for example, collect names or even your country of origin or anything like that. For our part, it's all just anonymous data that's tied to some sort of login credential. Actually, you're just using like the link Steam account or link Congregate account or whatever. We don't actually really care who they are, just as long as they can sign into the PlayFab service in our game consistently.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, it's anonymous information, but it is tied to an account that might not have anonymous information associated with it. So is there some point there, or a line?
There is no clear. Everybody wants the list of what's PII and what's not. It's become more complicated. Europe takes a very broad view. So anything that can be used to identify the individual is PII, and you'd need advice from a lawyer to go through the data elements that you're collecting to determine. It sounds like you have a strong case that it's anonymized information or de-identified information, but you have issues with segmentation and how big each segment is, and the ability of somebody to easily re-identify. And so are you sharing with any third parties, like the platform, who now has an ID that they can tie to that individual? The other thing is there's an increasing focus on persistent identifiers. So even though it's not personally identifiable, it may be some other number that's hashed or whatever, but then that follows that individual everywhere they go, cross-device, things like that. That's another area of increasing focus. But it sounds like from the list that you may not be sharing, you may not be collecting PII. Are you getting IP address? So you could be in a position where you don't trigger those responsibilities from Europe because you're not transferring personal information to those European data subjects.
I think part of it that comes into it as well is what is PlayFab using that you're not. And like, I had a specific example where I hadn't even known about PlayFab or anything like that, and was working on a prototype and brought over PlayFab integration and had Steam logged in on my computer. And when I launched my game and logged in with my email address, that email address had been registered in another game I'd played on Steam that I didn't know had PlayFab integration. Loadout never anywhere shows you that they use PlayFab, but I had played that game 6 months before. And when I logged into PlayFab now, it said my account was actually created 6 months ago and not that day when I thought it was. So like, it comes down to just that email address or that ID or that account was created even though I didn't know about it, and now you don't know what Loadout stored about me, right? But potentially maybe there's a way you could be held liable, or PlayFab could be held liable if they were doing something that you weren't aware of, right? So I don't know if that thing. Sure.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So I guess it's two comments. First of all, is we've worked with folks like Cooley and others to make sure that our own terms of service describe how data, sort of what our rights and responsibilities are and are not with regard to data we store. In that particular case, That's a good example of us being caught a little bit short-sighted by our own policies. Like, that's a case where nowadays it wouldn't happen. Nowadays every game is completely firewalled. Every publisher is firewalled. If you create an account with, let's say, Sad Panda, and then another company, creates an account on PlayFab, different publisher, and a player wants to log on with the exact same email address, it will not show the account creation was dead. They're not completely. Every publisher is a completely walled garden. Now within one publisher, like say Sad Panda, if you had multiple games, and you logged into one game with an email and then logged into a different game on the same publisher, it would show you as having been originally created with the first one, because it is in fact one account per publisher. Basically, when you first created PlayFab, all of it was that way, and it was not wired; it was walled off.
And our developer account space, like for the game manager, that's probably why you ran into it. That's in the same publisher space as our original. Yeah, exactly. So we can talk more about it, but the bottom line is game, player accounts and publishers are completely separate. So, if they log in with the same Steam ID or email or anything else, that won't be cross-linked.
Alright, I'll try to make this quick. I've seen it in a lot of games where it's just a little terms and conditions or privacy policy as a link at the bottom of their splash screen. Is that best practice, or do you need to actually put it in front of the player first to say, read this?
Best
accept
practice
yes.
would be getting somebody to click to make it go away, that it pops up interstitially, because then you could say they took an affirmative step and they essentially opted in, they're playing the game. It's something that you have to evaluate holistically. The better practice is having the click-through EULA, that you're baking all of those terms, not just the privacy, because you've got a bunch of other issues that you want to address and make sure that they've consented to also.
How much is Security Shield to register? How much is it going to cost?
I'm not sure that there's a cost for it. Certainly we have a cost when we work with clients, but I think, for small companies it's very manageable. I don't believe that there may be a nominal filing fee, but it's not geared for that. And really, everybody wants to coax you into finding a way to formally comply. The EU and the US are encouraging you. And so if something goes wrong, it gives you some relationship capital that you try to be good people and signed on to the program. Something I would really encourage people. And again, if you do it now, within the next 60 days, then you get almost a year to be compliant. So they snuck a little safe harbor in there anyway.
For COPPA compliance, how would you recommend a game goes about getting the parents' consent?
For the COPPA compliance, how would you recommend a game goes about?
So there's providers of third-party platforms that essentially will email the parent, and then the parent will have to affirmatively consent on behalf of it.
Otherwise, you don't opt them into any kind of data collection.
I would not suggest doing it yourself, building a proprietary capability, because then you'd have to figure out tracking and record keeping. I would just use a third party that provides that service for developers, and there's a bunch of them, and you could just integrate it right into your game and your site and your flow. The user sign-up flow, really.
So this is kind of a simple question. I'm just kind of being devil's advocate. So what happens when a kid puts a fake email or his email and then approves? What's the recourse from that?
I think it's reasonability. So anytime you're dealing with the government and the FTC, they're not draconian. They're saying, like, were you willfully blind?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you know that thousands of kids were doing this? And it was really obvious, and you just didn't do any diligence. You weren't authenticating other email addresses or something like that. But if you reasonably relied, then, it's unfortunate, but it happens, of course. And I think that's the approach that you should take to this space, is like, try to do the right thing with privacy. It's the right thing for trust in your brand, in the game, and it's actually the most valuable thing you can do for your company. And that's it? Good. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Change the levels over here. Like I was picking up the other guy with one mic. I was picking up both of them with one mic, just on.
All right.
That's
GDC, but I think most people only found it because
All right, we are going to be starting shortly. So we're just waiting for some folks here to take their seats. And this is the talk I know you've been waiting for. Everyone wants to know the roadmap of what's coming soon from PlayFab. And so Matt and I are going to get up here. The inspiration for this talk actually came from a recent session we had with Amazon Web Services, where a gentleman from AWS came in and sat down and was taking us through the near-term roadmap of what's coming soon from AWS. And he was going through some very technical stuff. I mean, he was talking about things like, now changing elastic load balancer so the ELB can now operate in this
Dream
region.
connections, and we're just like, oh my god,
and
so
I'm like,
awesome.
yeah, and there's like fist pumping in the air, like, yeah. And I'm like, oh my god, there's like so much excitement around this stuff. And so this presentation is in a similar vein. We're going to talk about what's coming soon from PlayFab. We've got 3 different categories. Features are either now, i.e. something we just added, and maybe you don't know about it yet. Features that are Q3, meaning they're coming this quarter, so next few months. And Q3 is kind of like Q3 plus a little bit. So in the next few months feature. And then proposal means it's on a roadmap. We want to do it. We don't have a fixed date for it yet. And we're kind of gauging a little bit the reaction from the crowd. This is your opportunity to provide some feedback for us. And so this is actually a session where, Zach, if you don't mind keeping an eye on the chat window, those of you who are watching from home, especially interested in your feedback as well. So we'll ask Zach here to kind of shout it out as we go. We've divided this roughly based on the major sections of the PlayFab platform. So game services, play stream, game manager, marketplace, and then there's an other that's going to be the 5th and final category. All right, you ready for this, Matt?
I'm ready.
All right, let's start with game services. So the first one we already talked about this morning, data storage. So a bunch of changes happening. We realized that the way we do data today is just not good enough. It's all based on key value pairs. There's no structure to it. It doesn't map how players want or developers want to store data. And so we finally threw our hands up and said we can't make micro changes. We need an entire new data storage system. So we're adding a new API. We're breaking things down into either files or JSON objects. And then you'll be able to attach files and JSON objects to virtually everything in the system. You can attach them to titles, catalog items, inventory instances, players, characters, guilds, not on that list, but when we do guilds, they will also have the data API. And all those things will have the ability to have either files uploaded and attached to them or JSON objects with permission models, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and obviously your existing data will still be there, and the existing APIs will still work and everything. It's just that we're hoping that you'll like the new ones and start gradually moving over to them.
And by knowing that it's a JSON object, we'll be able to do things like merging JSON objects together for things like title overrides and other features, which will be great. Any comments on? And we're gonna ask for comments as we go on these things. So raise your hand if you've got comments as we go and just shout it out. But we're gonna move on unless we hear those. And we are looking for feedback like oohs and ahs if this is stuff you're looking forward to. So all right, Unity. Yeah, question.
So like if I have a catalog item, I can like bundle with that.
Yes, that's exactly right. So in the catalog, you can attach things like graphic files, texture packs, asset bundles, music files, and attach these objects in your catalog.
Right, like every.
Sorry, you got a light there.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, every object will have an owner, be that a player or a shared group or character, and then a flexible way of defining permissions. So you can do like read-write permissions based on that player or their friends or shared group members or other players. You get the idea.
Okay, next, Unity scriptable objects. So this is actually something earlier mentioned today, the idea of for those game studios where you want to edit things like title data and configuration data through Unity, the idea of actually, in our Unity SDK, overriding scriptable objects with the ability to write directly through to PlayFab. And
I think it's just one part of an overall, I guess, direction we're going, which is making it easier to just use Unity out of the box to integrate with our data system. I think we were talking earlier about like I just want to save my game save file. Like, of course, like we want to make that ideally require no code, So, but scriptable objects, we see that as a way to more easily bind title settings with you know, the UI and the way that you're currently controlling those kind of like balance changes and whatnot in your game.
Okay, and then and the proposed category is better support baked into our SDK for offline caching of data. Yeah. So, all right, a lot of feedback on that one. Like that. Yeah, we like that. I heard a lot of applause there.
Everyone likes that. Yeah, the devil's in the details. So we're going to take it, you know, small steps first, and probably start with like analytics, right? So queuing up events while you're offline and playing them when you connect back up. That's an obvious one. Trying to reconcile changes offline on multiple devices, that's a little bit harder. So,
and you'll probably see read-only. You'll probably see things like a catalog object that automatically synchronizes in your client read-only mode will come first, and then things like inventory, which automatically synchronizes and can be changed offline, and sync changes back to the server. That will come later, and that has obviously big challenge questions for security and other issues.
What's the #1 problem that you guys are facing with offline mode? Like, what if we could do one thing? What would it be?
That.
Awesome.
All right. Cool. All right. Next category: authentication and account management. So there's a brand new object coming. It is called a session object. And the session object is cool because it will start even before the player is logged in. So when a game first runs, we will immediately start a session. After the player logs in, we'll then associate that login back with a session object. We also will be automatically uploading, if you want, the information about the device. So, you know, screen size, RAM size, all of our analytics.
Is the lawyer gone? No,
yeah. All of our analytics partners basically say they really need this information because it turns out that even something as simple as the screen size of your device has an enormous amount of signal in it for what kind of player this is. You know, it turns out RAM size of device has a huge correlation with how much money someone's willing to spend. And knowing the RAM size of your device often will lead you to, for example, in your store include some items that are more expensive than others. And so there's a lot of valuable data in there that you may want to later synchronize with other gameplay behavior. So device information, and then of course with this new session start and end, we'll also create new placement events. So you can trigger a placement event on a session start independent from a login, and then in the player profile manager, where we currently have a list of logins, that will probably get replaced with a series of playstream events, which are the series of placement events that map to that player's login history. So that's another, by the way, general change you're going to start seeing. Where before we just had a list of logins, whereas like a fixed database table, it'll be in the future a list of playstream events corresponding to logins, if that makes sense. Yeah.
This is actually great coming up, because one of the things that I've seen happen more and more frequently that bugs me when I'm iterating really quickly in the editor, I might be like pressing play, making one change, like crashes in the first second, I'm pressing play again. I sometimes see like errors with the PlayFab login, like unsuccessful, could not. I feel like it's getting throttled or something sometimes, but I've seen weird issues. And
so
we have a whole like re-login on a timeout feature, so if user session's been open for a long time, whatever we log in. But you know, sometimes there are quick successive login functions, and I was wondering if like there was any thought or anything going into like generating an authentication token that expires after 6 hours. So you log in once, you can potentially be logged in for a certain amount of time, like Facebook does, right? They give you an auth token good for 24 hours or whatever, and all your login or API calls that happen before that expires, you can use token sort of thing. Like, is there anything you guys have done to move towards that sort of thing, or is this going to do that for us? Or
you can do it today, right?
Yeah, I mean, so today what we have is a authentication ticket that you get, that your client uses, and I think it's valid for 24 hours by default. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Taking from the client side, if the client could store that.
Yes. So,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So you could. So today, when you log on.
Log in, just make API calls and get the same token every API call, just know it's logged in.
Right. I think so. We're certainly going to be adding additional like options for login and how you persist, you know, the auth credentials or whatever. I could see us maybe having a longer term token that you can store on the device, and then maybe you just renew a short-lived ticket each time and allow the player to stay logged in for a longer period.
I mean, today, you could log in today, get your auth ticket back, store it on the device, and the next time player runs, check at it, try using that, and as long as it works, keep using it.
So the auth token actually returned?
Yes, it's a security ticket. Now, our Unity SDK may do some of that under the covers for you, but it's there, and it is being made available. That's actually how our authentication works.
Be happy to walk through that scenario with you after.
One thing I should say, one thing that's changed. This is a big one. We got a lot of requests for. Right now, if you log in twice from two different devices, it's allowed, and that's really problematic because you can log in on one device, same player logs on a different device, and now you're overwriting player data and other information. You can cause corruption. This new feature will allow you to basically say it's an option, but you can say that my game only allows one login at a time. And if you log in on one device and then log in an hour later from another device, it will invalidate the first session token, which means you can't have the player logged in twice at the same time from multiple devices. All right, some applause to that one. In the back? All right. Is that actually... What, James?
Just a quick question. Does the end tracking imply some kind of heartbeat like that?
The session ending.
Oh, the end tracking. Yeah, so the way we're approaching it is by default, depending on the SDK, like let's say the Unity SDK, which we're going to support first, our code will just call start and end session based on the app open and close events or whatnot. Obviously, that's not 100% reliable, but what we're going to be doing is tying the same session concept to other connection methods. So longer term in the roadmap, I think we get to it later, is the idea of a persistent connection between the client and PlayFab, and you could think that ties into session, and when that connection breaks, that auto ends the session. So we'll have like a variety of options for when session ends.
Kevin? Q3. So we're 1 month into Q3 right now.
That's scary.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. All right, debugging support. This is a big one. We're making some big investments here because we think this is really valuable. Wow, already got calling. So yeah, so we are going to give you a ton of help with debugging your games, and in particular, in your client. Starting with Unity, but we'll eventually move on. In your client, when you recall log on your local device, that goes to a local log file. Today, you never get to see that. That lives on 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 phones out there that you'll never see. I know, right? We will automatically stream that log file up to PlayFab and archive it in your players in your system under your player accounts using our new file API, so that when you go to a player's profile, you can actually look at all the log files from their previous sessions from that player, and potentially even make them searchable if you pay us money.
But I was hoping that'd be popular because that's like my pet feature, but it's another thing that fits in with this theme of making Unity work out of the box. Like this thing is going to listen to the built-in logging subsystem, so theoretically you should be able to drop in our SDK, not change any code, and start getting log files. It also ties in. Sure.
Yes, of course.
Right. Absolutely. So we're going to give you lots of options to like filter it or turn it off completely. So yes.
But this is cool. Live logging is cool. The idea is that you can also specify the opposite, which is for really high-profile log events, automatically don't wait to stream the whole file up, but like fire off a PlayStream event right away for that event happening, and then you can do actions on that if necessary.
Yeah, and another idea we've had that we think might be kind of cool is allow you to have an option for whichever player you're currently viewing in the game manager, just like you can see their PlayStream stream. It could tell the client over this persistent connection, like go into live logging mode, and so you could basically inspect any player session and then start getting more detailed information.
Like turn up the volume or turn down the volume on a player-by-player basis. So if some guy's complaining or you're actually doing a live customer support session, you can actually turn up the volume of the events and get more data while you're talking to that player. That's especially useful for VIP whales and other customer support scenarios. So if you've got players that are especially valuable to you, you could potentially, and starting a little creepy, get in sessions of like be notified when that player logs in and like watch that player's session. Look, if you're getting a player who's like 50% of your revenue, maybe that matters. And by the way, this is exactly what big companies are doing today. So if you don't think that like Zynga's not watching every high revenue user on their social casino games, think again. So Yeah.
But it's also useful for debugging.
Yeah. Yes.
If I hard crash, those logs get saved to disk for that.
Not only that,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
actually
yeah.
think we can potentially grab the crash. We're looking at what we can do actually do
Yeah,
crash logging.
so we'll have a few levels, like, obviously standard logs will get uploaded, exceptions, we'll have an exception handler that will upload those, and then we'll attempt to detect at session start that, like, hey, there must be a crash because this file wasn't cleaned up or whatnot, and then upload that. So basic crash upload.
Does that also mean like we'll be able to do that with like analytics, like actually storing those off?
Right. So again, anything in PlayStream also gets sent to analytics partners. So knowing like crashes. So in this case, for example, if we detect a crash, not only upload the file, we'll probably generate a title event called crash event, and that of course can then get pushed off to game analytics or your analytics partner, and then you can associate it with things like the device information, like memory size, screen size, and you can start to look for patterns.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, like, our trend is everything is going to have a PlayStream event, and including a log file or session or crash, and then that all gets attached to the player's profile.
This might be ridiculous to ask, but right now we get crash dumps from users. You have to go find the file and figure out where the store are. You guys version information, crash information, find the files for version. Yeah, that's cool for us.
That's a really good idea.
You repeat the idea for the.
Yeah, can you make a note of it?
Oh no, the feature. Sorry, the feature is the feature request was if you upload the PDB file to us, and then somehow tie the version number to the PDB file.
We'll know the version of the client, and then we can find the
so
right
when the event comes
PDB.
in, yeah, we know. Yeah, so basically we know the version of the client, we know the PDB file, we can link it together and potentially give you symbol access directly.
So just email you, hey, here's a new crash stuck with.
Yeah.
All right, write that
We
down.
love that.
Zach.
Yeah, write that down. All right. So debugging support. More. This is a hot area. Yes.
So is there any way, I don't know about, anyway, map that over to like the custom game servers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we were doing some really nasty crashes for a long time, and we couldn't get any logs. I had to tie up market time for a long time. So,
Yeah. So we're gonna start with clients, but obviously all this makes sense for game servers as well. So expect that soon after we'll have game server events along with crash dumps and whatnot.
Okay. Cloud scripts. A lot of things coming for cloud script. So
I mentioned this one, and there was like 4 or 5 people who are like, yeah, I want that, and it's like the simple things, right?
Right. So basically, any cloud script function you'll be able to put on a schedule and say, run this function every X time. It's the simple things, man.
It's like I could have done that in 5 minutes.
Right. Well, I did. Yeah. But then other things are coming a little bit longer term. C# support. So it's, all right. Yes. All right. We hear that. What we want you to be able to do is take code from your game client Unity and easily put it into the cloud script and be able to share the same code between client and server. Yeah, I know. We all know.
Let's not be nasty.
What's that? But then, yeah. So we want your feedback. All that means is it won't be this quarter. It'll probably be next quarter.
I mean, something like that is obviously it's not a trivial feature, but we think it's powerful, and if we have enough enthusiasm, maybe we can juggle it around a little bit.
We've also heard over and over again local debugging support, and going to C# actually helps with that because it makes it much easier to have the local debugging mode. Another thing that's not on this list that we've heard a lot of requests for is the ability to inject into the environment handlers for either add-on partners or other libraries. So for example, imagine going into the add-on marketplace, turning on MongoDB support, let's say, because you want to have your own database because you're building, again, it needs its own database, and then boom, CloudScript now has embedded in it new functions you can call directly that were provided by that partner. So different partners you add on, the marketplace can then insert functions into CloudScript automatically. So that's also cool.
Would there be also any way to get list of available class definitions and API that you can use in CloudScript for that JavaScript version or whatever version you're using? Because when I was doing it, I basically had to do it in a text editor, and I'm lazy and I'm a terrible typer, so I like autocomplete.
Yeah, you're basically looking for a real IDE environment for CloudScript.
Sometimes I don't even know what I'm looking for until I see it. So that sort of thing.
Well, it's just short term on that. How about C# support would be great. That's probably going to take some time. How about native TypeScript support, which would solve that entire issue?
Yeah, and we use TypeScript in the game manager, so maybe I'll talk to Jordan about that. That would be cool.
Yeah, maybe we can do that for you. That's okay. All right, moving on. Game servers. Lots of stuff happened with game servers. So first up, we will very soon have support for all Amazon regions and also all instance types. That may even be a now thing, right?
Yeah, this was one when I put it on here. James like, I thought we already had that. I'm like, almost. But yeah, it's we've done all the work to support it. We just need to like do a little bit of configuration. That's like a next week thing.
And then this is a cool one. This is actually one of our customers is launching a pretty high-profile multiplayer game hosted on PlayFab for console later this year. The game is already out on PC with support for Steam, and it's going to console, and we're providing the console support for it. But this is a case where they did not want to use our PlayFab auto-managed server thing. They simply wanted to work with an external GSP, where the GSP would automatically spin up a lot of servers. And every time a server got spun up remotely, it would just tell us, hey, I'm now available and I'm in the list. And it's how Steam does it today. So there's a lot of GSPs out there that support games like this, including people at home. I just want to run my own server. And you run your own server, and it talks back to Steam and says, hey, I'm a server, I'm available. And then it's entered into a list. And then when the matchmaker runs and the matchmaker tells a player where to connect, they can tell it go to that server because it knows the server exists. So instead of the way we do it today, where we spin up servers proactively, or based on need, the servers are already running and they just tell us about it. So we now have support for this. Now running, the customer we built this for is testing it, and it will soon be rolled to everyone. And what that means is we're going to be able to list in our marketplace new GSPs like, for example, Multiplay. You can just go to and say, hey, I want 100 servers all running my game. They can give you a better pricing than we can through Amazon in some cases. And as they spin up the servers, they'll just talk back to us, get registered, and then your game can matchmake to them. So it's a different model. It's not as advanced a model because this is a little bit more old days school A, like find the server in a list and check the ping time to pick the server you want. But some games do it that way, and this will make that much easier.
And the old way will still work.
Yeah. Okay. So that's almost done. It's done, but not rolled out yet. New things coming: revocable groundable private keys. So right now, if you're using a game server, you get one private key. And if it leaks out, you're kind of screwed. And so we're going to make it possible to have lots of private keys, potentially one per server, or one per partner, or one per. There's a lot of, and then you can actually revoke those keys if you need to, and potentially even set different permission levels for different keys. So different game servers can do different things. Crash detections. Right now, if your game server crashes in the middle of a game, we don't know about it. And our game wrangler will detect the game session ended, but it won't know it ended because of a crash versus on purpose. And so we can't do things like Overwatch does, which is gracefully start a new session and say, hey, your server crashed, we're very sorry. Let's automatically match you back into a game session with the exact same people. We can't
I would, rather than crash detection, I'd probably call this like crash recovery. It's more like game crash. Now what? Tell the clients that are connected to that server where they should go connect to now.
We've also heard a lot of requests for our matchmaker to be more customizable. Right now, our matchmaker can match on basically one stat, and this is going to make it more extensible. And finally, our matchmaker right now is really only usable if you're doing matchmaking for multiplayer game sessions. And this is basically saying let's let the matchmaker create a match, just a match, and then you can do whatever you want with that, including asynchronous gameplay. Oh,
all right.
Hearing feedback for the last two. Okay. All right. Next, leaderboards. So one thing we're working on now is the ability to add custom data fields per stat. So when you store a stat in the leaderboard, like number of kills, people keep saying, I want more information stored, like so that when you show the leaderboard, you can retrieve additional information for that stat. That's a very common request.
Or like for car racing games, it's common, right? I want to see what the various configure what the car was.
What track I was driving on.
So we think this is going to tie into the new data API as well. Like you can optionally per stat say, oh, for leaderboards, I want to include this custom data object, and then your get leaderboard response will just have that included in line.
And then the next step beyond that then is to actually be able to start filtering leaderboards based on custom parameters. So doing things like I want a leaderboard of just people in Seattle, or just people in US, or just people on iOS. And so you can actually start to filter your leaderboards. Okay. All right, in-game commerce. I already mentioned new store fields are coming, like labels and promotional text. Rearrange item ordering actually works right now in the system, but not in the UI. So we're going to be modifying the game manager to make it easier to edit the order of things in your store. This is a new one we're adding right now, item scarcity. You're going to be able to designate for a given item in the catalog, no more than X instances of that item will ever exist. So you can say things like a very rare item, there will never be more than, say, 5 of this item anywhere ever. When someone buys the 5th one, it's now no longer available. And then another corollary of that is you can also say no player can ever have more than N of this item. And most commonly, I'm guessing it'll be 1. So basically, this is an item where you can buy one of them, but once you've got one, you can never buy more than one.
This one is like surprisingly, harder than it would seem to make sure that there's only exactly 100,000 of this item that can ever be purchased, and everyone who purchases it definitely gets it. But yeah, we're working on it.
Yep. So we heard some nods on that one. Yep. Okay. Okay, that's it for core underlying system stuff. Thinking of anything missing? Oh, yeah.
Kind of a specific request. So I work a lot with the custom backend server stuff.
Yep.
And there's a lot of different parameters, game modes, and
yep.
max instances and stuff. There is some documentation on it, but I think it's a little lacking. Like I get a little confused, and I was walking through it. I don't know if you're here. I was walking through it with Marco once.
Yep.
He even got a little confused.
Yeah.
So a little enhanced documentation for the custom game server, all those different parameters and
yep.
all those different command line
yep.
arguments and
yep.
stuff would be really nice.
Okay. Cool. Go to that. Cool. All right. Let's talk about PlayStream. So what's coming with PlayStream? If you haven't noticed, we have a whole new UI for how we search, discover, and visualize PlayStream events. It's cool and getting cooler. The new, I don't know if you've seen it, but the new history, just I'm here. I mean,
can't resist.
Can't resist. If you haven't already taken a look at it, let me show you some examples. If you go into, for example, PlayStream. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a second here. If you go into PlayStream, for example, and you look at the event history, we have this neat little event history chart, which is showing you for the last 24 hours. You can actually do that, and it'll actually zoom in and show you just that one region. And you can actually zoom in that and actually go look at that and see exactly what's going on within that history range. And then there's all the different events and how many did them. And then you can also click on any one of these events and filter just in that one event. Like if I say just player created events, it'll filter just.
No, it turns it off.
Oh, sorry, it turns it off. Never mind. But you can click down here. If I click on player stat changes, it'll only show me player stat change events, for example, over time. And again, I can zoom in and see that range. And then any one of these you can actually open up and see the full JSON in body, who it got delivered to via PlayStream. And then we have a query builder now, so you can, and it's full text searching. So this is actually all full text searching, the ands and ors and things. So you can do things like I don't know, login event or character events. Let's see, character consumed items. Any of those? Let's see, run query. Yes, some character consumed items. What were these? You can see, for example, player consuming a crystal key, for example. So better searching tools on PlayStream events. Cool.
The miracle of Elasticsearch.
Yeah, the miracle of Elasticsearch, exactly. And then we also have built now a replay. So you can take a history of events and replay it against add-on partners, but it's not yet exposed in the UI. So the feature's there. If you need it today, you can do it for you today, but the next step is make it self-serve.
I'm just curious, how hard was that to get in? Because that seems like a pretty unwieldy feature, but I don't know.
Replay?
Which one, replay?
Replay vendors with the new add-on.
I mean, well, the hard part was getting to the point where we have all of your events in an easy-to-find place, and once we've got that, it's pretty straightforward. Basically, we're storing an archive of all your events in S3, and then we have a job that can go pull them all out and then repost them.
All we're doing is basically put it right back to the same processor. So yeah.
I'll talk more tomorrow in the PlayStream talk.
All right, player segmentation. Some cool stuff happening here. Overriding title data based on segments. So I already showed you overriding stores based on segments. Next is overriding title data based on segments, and be able to merge blobs together. So you can do things like if you've got, let's say, a monster, an adjacent object in your title data, which is your monster table, being able to actually replace that with a different monster table or merge two monster tables together based on a player segment. So if the player is a founder or a developer or an elite player, you can actually change the behavior of your game based on the segmentation information, which is pretty cool. Batch actions against a whole segment. So take a whole segment and then iterate through this segment and actually apply an action to every player in that segment.
Yeah, this one is pretty big.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
and
so
that's gonna,
like for example, send a push notification to everyone who bought this item in the last 15 days or whatever.
yeah, that's gonna be cool. Although that would have, yeah, okay. And then finally, actually be able to export the whole list into a file. So you can actually, people keep saying, I want all my players, I want all my players. And until now, it's been hard for us to do that. Now we finally have an easier way to do that.
That's like one of the most common requests we've gotten.
Yep. Okay, this one's really hot. Pub sub for PlayStream. So PlayStream events right now, I don't know if you've noticed this, in the browser, that cool little debugger, that's actually your browser subscribing to a feed from PlayFab. So what's actually happening is we're using SignalR in the server, and as events are going through a pipeline, one of the listeners to that pipeline is SignalR, which can basically take that event and actually kind of rebroadcast it to all the browsers that are listening. And that currently scales to, thousands or tens of thousands of browsers, but not to tens of millions of players. The next step is to not just be able to subscribe your developer browser, but your game servers. We're going to show that tomorrow. It's really cool, because what it means is your game server can be proactively notified, pushed events from PlayFab as things are happening. Player accepts an invitation, player got granted an item, player, or leaderboard reset, the catalog changed. So your game server can react to these in real time. That's already cool, because if your game server has a persistent connection to the player, your game server can turn around and do things immediately to the client, assuming you're a multiplayer game server. So that's already pretty cool. The next step beyond that is for the actual client itself to have a direct feed from PlayStream. So a player can immediately just get fired up. So we'll have a persistent connection, and then basically as things are happening, we can fire them down the pipe to the client and for real-time notifications. Match, a player wants to challenge you. Player just beat your match. It's your turn. You got granted an item. Event is starting right now. Here's a chat message. These kinds of things. So that's really powerful.
Really, you're talking about how title data changed.
Title data change. Yes. Right. Exactly right. This one's relatively straightforward. We can do this today because the scalability is limited. This is much harder, and we're not sure if SignalR is going to
and more expensive.
And more expensive. It won't be free, but it'll be cool. And yeah. Okay. Offline mode. We talked about this. This is specifically offline for PlayStream. So batching events and replaying them. Okay. Okay. All right. Game Manager. So Game Manager. So we just added now full text searching for players. So I don't know if you've seen this. I'm just going to demo it. It's cool. It's not fully documented, but it's in there. So if you go into Game Manager today, and you go into your Players tab, and you go into something like, Gwertzman. There's all my Gwertzman players. Or, Gwertz star, or Gwertz question marks, or whatever. But I can also do now things like Gwertzman and, Anthony. Okay, there's no Anthony. Hold on. Yeah, so where's an and Anthony? It should actually be or, isn't it? Or two. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna provide some better querying language here, but it's also serving everything. So if I want to look, for example, at something like, whoops. So James 130, for example. Here's my Facebook ID. I should be able to search on that now. So Facebook ID, no problem. Now there's a bug right now where it's actually showing you older ones too. But Android device ID, I think I can search on that now. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's full story. Full story is being cranky. There we go. Yeah, so it's finding, you get the idea. So much better searching across all the fields. And then we have, right, so security rules. So basically right now in PlayFab Game Manager, we have permissions. They're really fine-grained. They're annoying to work with. We're going to be building roles, so you can have a role like an editor, event manager, customer support. It will bubble up multiple permissions.
All right.
Cool. All right. File upload download. Have you guys seen this yet? Newest feature last night. Let me show this. So we now have in the Game Manager a new tab, Content tab. That's a new one. Go to the Content tab, and this is where Title News has moved to. We now have File Management, and you can now go into, for example, a folder and upload files, download, delete files, create folders, click on files and download them. This is a GD file. This is actually files being used by Unicorn Battle right now. And so this is basically now where you can easily upload asset packs, texture, sound files, and they live at the title level. This is basically title level file management. and all these files can be retrieved by your game either directly or through CDN. So we now have built-in CDN management for these things. Yeah.
So we were adding.
Go.
Tell Jordan.
Yeah, tell
We
Jordan.
were adding like new items to a game, and we didn't want them to have to open the Apple Store or whatever. That would be a place to do it.
Right.
Art in there, the stats.
Yeah. So what you can do is
Yeah, anything that applies to like all or a large number of players, that's the most efficient way to do it.
I believe we have this new thing in here called image URL. Oh, that's different. That's for Facebook purchases. Never mind. Yeah. The next step. Now that this is still, I would say, a baby feature. It's here and you can use them. The next step is actually link this throughout the rest of Game Manager, right? So make it easier to have files stored and be able to link to catalog and all the other things you've got. Yeah.
How does this work with S3? Are these files distributed, replicated?
Yeah, these files are stored in S3, and then optionally they're distributed through a CloudFront distribution, which maps to S3 as the origin server. No, I mean you can manage it all through here. The direct S3 download is so that you can make changes and then immediately see the update without waiting for the TTL to expire. That's another improvement that we will be making, is an easier way to like invalidate files that you want to update. But yeah.
We got a question from the live stream. Pretty simple one. Will the proposed roadmap features be posted on the forums or uploading downloading? I think that's a great suggestion. I told them.
Oh, put the roadmap into the forum. Yes, a part of us doing this today, this is like getting up naked in front of the class. We're basically, for the first time, starting to share our roadmap more publicly. We've shied away from this in the past because A, it's been so unpredictable, and B, we didn't want to tip our hand too much to other backend services out there. But now we're like, oh, screw that. We'll just be open. It's one of our transparency is one of our values. It's actually number one value. We're just going to be more transparent and share with you more what's coming and what's coming and when. So.
Trustworthiness.
Yeah. Oh, well, and the values, not, yeah, sorry.
This feature was here before, correct? Like, through the admin API,
Yes, this is just a UI, exactly. This is simply a UI on top of our API. One thing we should talk, I forgot to mention this in my keynote today. Where possible, we have an API first approach. So features tend to start first as an API and then make their way into the game manager's UI. Not always. There are some things in here now that we're only just catching up to with an API, but we really try to build an API first. And this is a good example of one of those. Cool. Okay, let's go back to.
Sorry, can I ask one question?
Yep.
So do we select different options one for CDN?
Today, no. Today, if you can choose CDN yes or no, and if you say yes, it's CloudFront. It's Amazon CloudFront. We don't yet have other options.
But we then have to discuss the game?
It's billed to your account. So you have to have a credit card on file, and then just like if you're using custom game servers today, we simply bill you for the custom game servers. We bill you for the CDN. Okay, extensibility, custom game manager pages. Think Canvas apps. The ability to add new pages to the game manager, which is your own basically code, like an iframe, able to access objects and access essentially the admin API. Yeah, so you can basically build your own custom functionality.
Yeah, those overwrite
Maybe.
Overwrite like the custom data thing that pops up.
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
That's like hooks basically to pop in and yeah.
Just replace it.
Yeah.
Instead of seeing our compressed data, we actually see.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
That's a good idea.
And also the goal, of course, is to add on marketplace partners do the same thing. So if you turn on, let's say, Community Sift, there might be a new page where you can configure Community Sift directly in the game manager. Likewise, this is like a whole new major thing. But remember earlier presentation today, cargo containers, PlayFab as module. A lot of the customers who come to us want to use PlayFab in the game manager, but they want to use it across, let's say, a dozen different games. Some games using PlayFab, some games using legacy backend services or third-party services from other companies. And the goal is to eventually make it possible for one game manager to be able to bring up and access and provide all the features we do in a game manager across other backends. So, for example, when you do game manager search right now and you search for PlayFab, a player like Gwertzman, right now we're just calling an API on our backend to find that player. We could build almost like a device driver where that same API call can be remapped onto a different backend server and we bring up a player profile from some other third-party system. So that's a really complicated thing to think about, but we want to eventually have this ability so that you can have PlayFab act as a middleman between the game ops team and multiple different games and multiple different backends. So you don't have to switch between 10 different tools for 10 different games, but have one consistent operations tool for all your games.
We should all migrate to PlayFab.
What's that?
They should just migrate to PlayFab.
Not
totally
every game
agree.
can migrate. I agree, but not every game can. Okay, marketplace stuff. So we're going to go through some major categories. We already talked about community SIFT. Have you guys seen this work? It's kind of cool. You see a demo? I'll show you a little demo. All right, it's a
I
demo.
just want to type bad words into the.
Yeah, I do. It's true. So basically, we can go into community SIFT. So go into the add-ons tab here. Go to community SIFT right here. It's already installed, and I've got it set to the teen level of profanity. You can choose kid, teen, or adult profanity levels. Go into, we can watch this happening from the dashboard. Let me run Unicorn Battle here on my phone. Right now, we're only applying this as display name, right? So it only applies to display name, which is important because that's what goes in the leaderboard. So you want your display name to be cleaned up. What's that?
Is there more play?
We probably should also do username. I mean, username is an obvious one. I don't know why we're not already doing that. So username, display name.
Eventually chat once we have that.
But yeah, so we don't really have a chat feature. But when we do, yes, it'll apply to chat as well. Yeah. Okay, so I'm in the game right now, and I don't know if you can see this. So right now I'm called James130. If I go to my account tab here and choose account settings, I can change my display name, and I can. Yeah.
I already
so,
did.
yeah, someone just tried that. Okay, so someone just rejected that. I can now. So if I change my name to James Gwertzman, you'll notice this should just work. So I just changed it to James Gwertzman. That worked okay. And by the way, it sent me push notifications because I've got a little feature to send push notifications automatically on display name changes. But now, if I wanted instead change it to, well, you just saw it, fuckface. Fuck. And just change it to fuck. It's going to reject it. It says callback error, and sure enough, it got rejected. And this is an example of a title event. So that's an example of a PlayStream event. You can see the logo there from Community SIFT. And I can actually open this one up and see, you can see what was rejected. So what was rejected was that, and it should show the player who got rejected. I don't know why the player ID is not in there, but it should be in there.
So is that essentially just like it's like a non-breaking change, like it wouldn't overwrite?
Exactly, it's a non-breaking change. So here's an example where someone just did S-swipe, by the way, with $signs, and that works fine, you'll notice. That's because we're in a teen setting. If I were to go and change it to the kid setting, and it's not retroactive.
S-swipe with $signs is PG-13, apparently.
Part of the difference, by the way, is at the kid level, it actually tries to prevent PII. So if I try to, it actually will not make it easy to do my own name. But let's go back to dashboard. So I challenge someone to try S-swipe again. So you'll notice, by the way, title add-on change. That's an example of a title config data event. So I just changed the add-on. There's an event for that. And so now, right, so Anthony just got rejected. I don't actually know what will make it through. Let's try James Gwertzman. Will James Gwertzman make it through? No. So I'm not sure what will make it through. Let's try Flower Power. I don't know. Flower Power.
Wait, text like common names?
Yeah, because of PI.
Sure.
Right. So Flower Power was fine, but Anthony was not.
I think James Gwertzman's a creepy old dude, like trying to join.
Right.
He's like, yeah. He's like
Right, exactly. That's why it's rejecting it.
Yeah.
So, anyway, you continue. All right. And by the way, the whole point of this feature is all you do is turn it on, and it just starts working. So calls that were previously, nothing changed in your code. You just keep calling display name like before, and it'll just return a new error message. Now, if you're not expecting the error message, your game may not handle well, but as long as you responded gracefully to any error at all, it'll just work fine. Cool. What were we going to ask?
I just noticed that one of your events showed, looking at the batch, showed 3 rejected names.
Yes, it's called event stacking now. What's happening is when 3 events happen in a row, we're going to automatically stack them up and show them in one event. And if you open that one up, it's actually 3 different events stacked up side by side like that. So yeah, Jordan will be happy to hear you. Yeah. Before, it was really annoying. What was happening before, we did that because
you'd change like 20 stats, and it'd be like.
Yeah, you can see right here. All these stat changes happen all at once, and it was annoying. So now they're all stacked up. Plus, they have little logos. Cool. Okay, let's go back to stuff. That's Community Sift. Everyone should use Community Sift. If I haven't said that before.
Can you whitelist words? Can you blacklist words?
No, only because right now it's all under one master account, which we're maintaining for every game. You can have your own private account, and then you can, and we can work with you to help set that up. Okay, analytics. So we're already working with game analytics to add them into the system. We're soon going to have, we're already talking to Delta DNA, Omniata, Ninjametrics, Firebase, and Unity. And I'm not sure the exact schedule, but we will eventually probably get, multiples on all of these on the list. And again, you just turn it on, and it just starts working. And as long as you're using PlayStream, it will just work. What's that? We'll get there. We'll get the ads. We'll get the ads. Yeah, in the back. Facebook. Does Facebook have an analytics provider? They do. Okay, we'll put on a list. Yeah.
When you have the Unity SDK updates with session tracking, all that will also be forwarded.
Exactly, including device information. And also the whole offline event pushing will all just work. The goal here, again, the goal is to be able to turn these on without having to add yet another SDK to your game, yet another update. The game's already live. You can turn these on and try them out without having to change your game code. Yes? So we put Firebase down there because that's the replacement of Google Analytics for mobile devices. It's a new hotness. That's right. We do. That's it. We should say we do have segment.com today, and that will go to a lot of places. That works right now, but this is going to be our direct replacement. Yes.
We use Segment. I know that's already supported, but Segment has like 3 different tracks.
Yep.
3 different types. You got regular tracking, identity, and then there's a screen one.
Yep.
I'm wondering if there's screen support.
We should support that. So screen is a good example for really lightweight events. Could be for screen.
Yeah, I know we support track and identify.
We should think about what a screen equipment would be like. Yeah. Okay, monetization. So we're working right now with Scientific Revenue. Scientific Revenue is pretty interesting. They do price optimization. So they basically gather a lot of data about your players, and they allow you to automatically target different stores to different players. So every player gets their own custom store. So that's an example. I love these guys because it's not necessarily available to everyone. This really only works if you've got 100,000 DAU or more. So it's not for every game. But I love it because it's a really good proof case for PlayFab, because historically to use Scientific Revenue, you had to do a custom SDK, send data directly to them, and then you had to wire it into the store yourself. And once we turn this on, it will automatically intercept the store call. So when your game asks for the store, just like we showed you store overrides based on segment, just like that, only now the store will be overridden on a per-player basis. And that's a case where they have basically a machine learning algorithm automatically determining what items to show to which players, and you don't have to change your game code to do that. It should just work. So that's, again, that's the vision of this, at least. And so we're inputting them now. Xsola is almost done. That adds another PC provider for payments. Stripe is proposed. Happy to hear other thoughts on the payment side. Yeah.
Okay, so we are looking at, our first choice could be desktop initially. We're kind of still not struggling, but we're still figuring out how we're going to charge that, not freaking out with our own information, obviously. Yep. Is there anything like that currently?
For what? For your own desktop?
Taking credit card through a desktop.
That's Xsola.
Okay, sorry, I'm not familiar with
Oh, Xsola. We have PayPal today, and Xsola basically is one of these payment aggregators that has like 150 different payment methods. It has like every credit card you can imagine. It does like direct bank deposit in Germany, and it does stuff in China. And it's an aggregator of other providers.
Kiosk and
right. Walk up with cash and pay it to a guy, and there's all sorts of payment methods. Yeah. Okay. Advertising. So we absolutely want to have an advertising provider in PlayFab. The main goals, we're looking at 2 things. Number 1, automatic segment integration. So the advertising partner will be able to access segmentation through PlayFab to pick and choose different ads for players. For example, advertisers will pay a lot more money to know they're targeting a player who has historically spent money in your game than not spent money in your game. And that means you get more money because you're getting a higher yield. That's only possible if the ad provider can know that who spent money in your game. Now, historically, they've done that by making you send all that information to your client. So putting their SDK in your game and wiring it up to do things like every time a purchase was made, tell your ad provider. It's always seemed a little bit off because why should they care? Now you know why. We can tap it in directly so that as long as you have a segment called, for example, payers, they can feed it automatically to the advertiser, and again, it just works, and you get basically more money. We're also looking at doing things like automatic callbacks to PlayFab for PlayStream. So every time someone is done watching an ad, guess what? PlayStream event gets fired. And you can then do things based on the PlayStream event like reward incentive, fulfillment. So if you want to experiment with different reward fulfillment ads, you can basically set it all through PlayStream. So player watches an ad, they get double XP for 4 hours, they get more gold, they get some other items. You can experiment with that through PlayFab, through PlayStream, decide what makes most sense without having to change your game client. And then once you do whatever reward, you can push it back down to the player through the new pub sub stuff when you get it working. So the goal is to enable all sorts of more flexible testing. Lots of evidence shows rewarded ads is one of the best ways to monetize your game, and so we want to make sure we support that really well. So right now, we're in talks with Fiber and Iron Source, more coming. One question that came up over earlier discussion was potentially like a PlayFab network of helping cross-promote ads between developers on PlayFab. So we're not sure what that would look like. There's been some discussion. We'll start with these for sure, but maybe down the line you might say, hey, I want to opt in, and for every several impressions of my game, I get to show an ad impression on some other game, and start to do cross-promotion between games on PlayFab, just like EA does today with all their games, for example, cross-promoting traffic. So I need some positive feedback there in the front. Yep. Okay. Development tool. So MongoDB, Amazon RDS. Basically, people really want their own data. A lot of games need their own database. We get that. Great. We're going to make it easy to have your own database. I mean, one thing I'm looking at, after Pokemon Go, I was already starting Googling geolocation databases. Like if you wanted to have a game that could, I don't know, store objects with latitude and longitude locations and be able to easily pull up all objects in a 200-foot radius of me right now, that seems like a useful partner to have. So we're looking at that. All right, other stuff. We have the big one. It's exciting. It's already working. It's coming soon. It's China. So PlayFab in China is coming soon. We already have it running in proof of concept mode. I was going to demo today, but I didn't get my act together to get a demo put together. But basically, it'll be in AWS Beijing, and that means that you'll be able to fairly easily, if you have a game built on PlayFab and you sign a deal with a Chinese publisher, you don't have to rip all of PlayFab out and swap in some other Chinese backend. You can simply say, oh no, PlayFab works in China now, Chinese publisher.
It's a separate player base, but
Walled garden, fully independent, sits behind a firewall, but it works. And that's a big deal because AWS historically has been blocked from China, which meant a game on PlayFab actually couldn't even run in China before. So this solves that problem, or will solve that problem. Yeah.
How long is AWS Beijing?
It's been around now for a couple of years, but it has not had support for all the things. And it still doesn't today, actually.
You can't just go sign up for it on their site.
But and Amazon's actually about to roll out a second data center in China, and that new data center is actually a more modern data center with all the things. And when that's available, we'll be there as well. Cool. Localization. So the first step will having all user viewable strings in PlayFab will be aggregated and put into one master string table. So you can then add additional language columns and go through and customize all your strings. So every catalog item. And I told you. No. So every item in the catalog, every news item, everything that's user viewable, put all in one place. The next step then is to actually have machine translation as a feature. So if you want to turn on the Portuguese tab, you can just right-click and say auto-populate, and we'll just go to Google and it won't be great, but it's something. And then the next step is actually we're actually talking already to several localization providers who can do the common workflow still in this day and age is you email a spreadsheet and they do all the work and they send you back a spreadsheet, which is ridiculous. And so the goal is to set this up so you can have partners in the add-on marketplace, pick one you like, turn it on. They then get special login rights to this string table. They can do the translation in real time. And if you're smart enough, you can give them a build to your game with a refresh button. They can basically play your game. Oh, that's wrong. Alt-tab, go to PlayFab Game Manager, edit the string, save it, go back to the game, hit the refresh button, and see it in-game immediately. And do it all through PlayFab. So we're working on that. But I think localization is a huge opportunity, and we want to nail it. Okay, you ready for another one? Big one? Yeah. Guilds. Yeah. So this is one that Matt is fucking just going to do. He's been talking about it.
Fucking do it.
We have the API defined. It's really straightforward. It's basically add players, remove. So what's a guild? A guild is a collection of players with roles, so owner, non-owner, but some potentially multiple roles. It'll initially be just 2 roles, like peon and master or whatever. You can be able to request to join a guild, be approved, rejected, kicked out, change rank. Guilds have data, so all the JSON objects and files will be associated with a guild object. So you can have things like what's our motto and our logo and whatever else you want to store at the guild level. They can have inventory. So we already have a trading API. No one's really using it, but we have a trading API. Then we're going to modify the trading API to not just trade between players, but trade between players in a guild. So you can basically upload things to a guild or get them back again. And again, the guild owner can approve or reject your trade requests. We'll have leaderboards. So a leaderboard can be guild versus guild leaderboard, as well as inside of a guild, a leaderboard of just the players in that guild. Yes? Please allow people to abandon the guild. Like delete the guild?
Well, that's an implementation we thought of.
Okay.
So that would be great. I know one of the guys on my team, Clash Royale, where they made the mistake of making a clan and it goes bad, doing stuff, and you're the one who owns the clan. You can't get out of it.
Disown it.
Disown it, right. I disown my guild. All right, so dissolve a guild. Guild dissolution, we'll call it. All right. Burn it down. Cool. So guilds, people like guilds? Guilds? Yeah, okay. Big pitch. Okay, some other stuff. More geeky stuff now. Deployment improvements. So, dev test live. I know, right? Yeah. We know. Initially, this may be as simple as taking multiple title IDs and virtually associating them so they're all collectively one title, but they're also multiple titles, and then having tools that easily migrate settings between them. That's one option. We've talked about using GitHub in the background to do that, so you can actually have branching and merging of different...
Just Git.
Or just Git, yeah. But anyway, dev test live, we know we need to do that. We don't have a date for it yet, but we know we need to do that. Private cloud support is basically built. We haven't rolled it out yet. So the ability to have your own completely walled off private PlayFab just for you. There's benefits to that. It's expensive though, but there are benefits, like the ability to choose when new features get rolled out, direct access to data, much better metrics. And one of the coolest things, it all runs in your own Amazon account. So it's all you, it's under Amazon. One of the biggest features we don't like to talk about, but it's the ultimate insurance policy. If something were to happen to PlayFab, God forbid, and you're on a private cloud, nothing changes because it still just keeps running in your own private cloud. But anyway, it's private clouds. Matt, you want to talk about these stable versus latest private endpoints?
Yeah, this is kind of in between like our common shared cluster and a private one is the concept of private API endpoints. From my talk this morning, we saw like load balancers and how we can map API endpoint DNS entries to them. I think having your own load balancer plus your own API servers, and then perhaps like control over when we do updates to the code there. So you'd still be sharing data. You'd be on the same storage as other titles, but the request processing and the code version would be controlled by you.
And then stable versus latest simply means we can basically roll out new features to a different API endpoint first. So if you're in development, you don't care. But if your game is live, you might not want to take, like right now we do update, you don't know this, but maybe you do. We update the back end probably 2 or 3 times a week. And we're just continually updating PlayFab. And sometimes we make mistakes, and sometimes we have to roll things back. And usually people don't notice, but sometimes we screw up, and you do notice. We rarely take everything down. We haven't had a full system outage now for, I want to say, almost a year. But we have had glitches from time to time. This basically says that when we're going to roll out new features, we're going to first roll them out to to the latest API endpoint first, and after a few weeks, push them to the stable API endpoints. And so you can actually choose your exposure to new features. Yep.
How granular or for example, I was working with Disney, went some continuous delivery
Yep.
stuff and DevOps stuff, and they talked for specific things where AWS is probably will spin up an instance of a website or something like that that they're working on, but have it filtered only to 1% traffic for a certain amount of time.
So we do that today. We actually do that today. So
we do that as part of our standard deployment.
We do that for like title data changes.
Oh, I see.
Our side of stuff instead of the back end.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Let's put that on the list.
Changes on something
That's a good idea. Yep. That's a great idea. So let me since I wasn't necessarily captured on audio, what the request is, if you want to roll out changes to your game, let's say new title data, for example, to your game, or a new catalog, can you roll out that change instead of hitting the live button and it just goes live to every player at the same time? Can you hit the live button and somehow it goes out to say 10% of your players, and then slowly goes to all your players?
Yeah, I can see how we might do that. I mean, this is controlling, where code updates go, but I think something like you described with title data and other settings could potentially be done through segmentation, right?
I could imagine instead of having dev test live, you could have dev test like live A, live B, and like live A is automatic 10% of your players or some percentage you can set, and live B is everyone else.
Your non-spenders get the newest untested code change.
Right, exactly. Keep your whales on live B. Yeah, that could be interesting. We'll look at that. And then finally, a lot of people have asked for load testing, the ability to basically say, I want load testing on demand, and they're willing to pay a lot for that. So imagine as part of your continuous integration process, every time you change your game server, for example, it automatically gets hammered with 100,000 client requests for an hour or something like that as part of your standard test package.
Yeah, it's definitely a game server type feature.
Yeah. Okay, we're almost done. A couple more things. Player messaging, player inbox. So basically, every player would have an inbox that lives on the back end, and you can put messages in the inbox for eventual delivery.
Sorry,
yeah.
One thing on the last slide that I didn't think of before, mentioned ongoing load testing. It made me think of automated testing, and is there any way you guys could think of ways to do automated cloud script testing? So when a designer goes in and changes some catalog item or removes something from the drop table or whatever, breaks something in there, and we already have cloud scripts that rely on that data, that potentially when those changes happen, we could run an automated test on every cloud script we have and with those changes, and then see,
that's a good idea.
Alert like, hey, you broke this cloud script by making that change.
So like you would register your
upload your own tests,
then,
basically.
Optionally, like before you commit the change, the title data would run your tests and something like that. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't do that for you. You'd have to write your own test cases, but we could run them for you.
Integrate it in and run it for them.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention this one. Actually, this is a big one. Actually, big one. No one noticed this one. We have a problem right now. It's actually a bit of a security hole. Every single API is basically available to your customers, and we've had people say, I don't want. Even something as innocuous sounding as get catalog, I don't necessarily want players to be able to do. Right now, any player can go to PlayFab, look at our API, figure out the RESTful API, and then call these functions. Right now, we've done some things on security, but the client API is pretty open, and they basically want to be able to lock down their API and say, I don't want players calling get catalog. I want to be able to limit that. And so we're looking at actually having not just the 3 or 4 we control today, like change stats and add currency, but potentially every function could be turned on or off on a per title basis. What were you saying? Mike, did you want to say something? No, okay. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, player messaging. So the idea here is give every player an inbox, and it'll make it possible to queue up messages for the player, so when they next log in, they can get messages waiting for them. You can kind of do that today, but we think it's something we should just build into the system. Likewise, having the ability to deliver those messages via multiple channels, so whether it's email, push notification, in-game messaging, chat, other vehicles. And finally, a lot of people these days are doing chat. We support Photon today. We love Photon, great guys, good partner of ours. But we have for people asking, for example, XMPP for things like Unreal, which has built-in XMPP support, and potentially looking at some other mechanisms. So we are looking at whether building in chat natively to PlayFab is something we need to do or should do that would then tie into the rest of the system with things like vanity filtering and play streams, and imagine going to your player profile and having a chat log of everything that player's ever said. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do if it's all integrated in. So, yeah. Cool. Okay, almost done. Common request we get is crafting. It's another one of these very game-specific things. We've held off on it because it's so game-specific, but we've gone so far as do some basic design for how it would work, the ability to kind of create recipes, and then a recipe is simply a combination of these 2 items equal this item, and then having recipes and having an API for crafting. You can do it today. If anyone wants to raise their hand and do it, we'd love to talk to you, but this is on our list to do eventually. And that's it. So now's your chance. If you haven't heard something you're really hoping you're going to hear, now's your chance to wave your hand and say, James, what about blank? Alex. That was in there.
It's in there?
Yes. Sorry, it was under targeting. You missed it because it was under targeting title data based on player segment, and player segment is actually tied into our A/B testing system. So that's in there. Yeah. Yes, Marco.
I mentioned custom game server documentation. In addition to that, you can improve error messages.
Yeah.
There's been some really silly little mistakes I've made, and I hope I'm not the only one. And I've been so tricked up, and it turned out it was like a typo. I mean, if there's been an error message, hey, mismatched game server name.
So not just like invalid params, that generic invalid params.
Or internal server error.
No, it just says an error happened.
That's,
okay.
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. Yes,
So what
Kevin.
about redeemable codes like commit for?
Right. Okay. Yes. Thank you. That's a big one. We get a lot of requests for. Coupon system. So improvements to coupons. We hear a lot about that. So we should have. So right now the coupon system is 1 coupon per item, and they're burn one coupons. We've heard requests for multi-use coupons. So single coupon code, good for up to X number of uses. We've also heard expiring coupons, a coupon that expires on a certain date. What else have we heard? We've heard oh, that's a good idea. So basically, a given coupon series can only be ever used once or n number of times. Yep, that's good. That's good. That's good. Can you write that down? So no more than X redemptions of a given coupon series. Yep. One thing we've heard requests for is the ability to do targeted. So one of the problems right now with Steam keys is there's no attribution tracking. So you don't get to know which key was redeemed necessarily. And so one thing we've heard a lot about is the ability to generate coupon codes for different and tag them with campaigns. This is my Facebook campaign, my Twitter campaign, my this campaign, and then give the coupons out different channels. And when the coupon gets used in the placement event, we'll have a placement event for coupon redemption. In that event, tag it with which campaign it led to, which means you can then tie back to your analytics to know which campaign is effective. Yep.
What are your plans around supporting
So Node.js SDK support?
Yes. Yeah. Are you committed to that?
We are. I wish Paul was here. I mean, obviously Unity is getting a lot of love, but we don't want to ignore our other SDKs, and we do our best to keep them all up to date. There's 14 different SDKs we maintain right now, and that's just a lot of work. And we have automated testing for all of them. We have a pretty complicated Jenkins system. Are there particular errors you're seeing or problems?
My interest in
Yep.
For stuff that's going on outside of the
Yep.
ecosystem,
Yep. So I guess the simple answer is we are. Here's Marco. Are we committed to supporting Node.js, Marco?
already have an NPM, and we regularly update that. So it's already being supported right now. Yeah, I just we had to talk about before. I just wanted to see what you guys' sense of. Yeah, I mean, we love Node.js.
Yeah, we love all our SDKs.
We
talk about Unity.
We love all our SDKs. Yeah.
And what we want to do for the future.
Can you give him the microphone?
Better documentation.
Coming up, Marco. Everyone meet Marco. Come on up, Marco. No, come on up. So Marco's head of our DevTools group, and so Marco is responsible for the team that builds all documentation, all code samples, all SDKs. If the doc site is down, it's his fault. Yeah.
So what as far as Node.js goes, we want to write some better docs, have better examples, better samples, so that you have a better idea of how to use it, especially in comparison to all of the stuff we do for Unity. We want to, I'm being told to move to the left, upstage Matt a little. In comparison to the amount of content we have for Unity, we want to actually do that for Node.js, JavaScript, and a lot of other SDKs that we have too. So that's all upcoming in the future.
We love community help, by the way. I mean, we're not afraid to take charity of others. So if anyone here wants to help with documentation or write code snippets or other things, we'd love to repurpose that for the community. Yeah.
On that note.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts around open source?
Already done. It's all on GitHub.
Okay, well,
And not only have we open sourced the SDKs, we have open sourced our SDK generator, which is even cooler. So if you go to GitHub, let me show you what I'm talking about. If you go to GitHub and you log in, hang on, I'm not a big, hold on, here we go, PlayFab. I know, my last commit has been out for a while. If you go to all the repositories, we have here, so all the SDKs here are open source. You can go look at them all. And we have people, in fact, people submit changes all the time. Like, if you look at, we have a bunch of commits from different contributors. So, there are contributors in the list here that are not just PlayFab employees, I think. Well, maybe not. But anyway.
Slacking.
Yeah, but if you go look at, yeah, that's exactly. Under Blueprint, I think it's mostly Phoenix Labs, right? Yeah, so that's not a PlayFab employee. All right, let's go back to the SDK generator. So we have this thing called the SDK generator, which you can actually, this is actually what we use to build the SDKs. And we publish files, and it basically goes and spits out all 14 SDKs based on definition files. You can use this to create your own SDK. In fact, that's what the Blueprint guys did.
And you have to build all the boilerplate stuff.
So Matt, sorry, Marco. Oh. All right, so JL Lions and Gwertzman, find red mist. Yeah, cool. So the basic idea is, if you find a problem in an SDK and you fix it here, it will automatically deploy to all SDKs. Cool. Yes, JJ.
Support for turn-based games?
Turn-based games. So what does that mean to you?
Some place where the player can store data in the game system. So next time something comes on,
Matt?
I mean, we sort of have support for that with shared groups, right? And we mentioned.
That's a no.
Yeah,
that's the number one no.
Oh, earlier today during the mistakes session, we said the number one mistake was overusing shared group data.
Brendan, right?
I think the answer is our new. I would like to believe that our new JSON object mechanism will give you will make it easier to store the JSON object, and then we'll just need to give you a good place to park it and store it.
And then combined with the async matchmaking, that might be of use as well.
Yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at it. I agree that's an issue. So we'll put it on the list. Yeah. Yeah, so we have two-factor auth for Game Manager. Does anyone know that, by the way? That's like the most secretive feature. I don't know why we don't talk about it. So you can go into your profile here and enable two-factor auth right there. So look at that, two-factor auth. That is for your account in Game Manager.
Can we add that so it requires it for all per title?
Yeah, we should make it a requirement. So on a per title basis, don't let anyone administer who's not a two-factor auth. Yeah. We could do that. Yeah.
I think you mentioned this. Did you say you were going to have...
Sorry. Were you asking for two-factor auth for your players? No. Yeah. Okay. It's already there. Yeah.
That would be great, though. Players.
It would be great.
Yeah.
Like, people verify that, like.
PlayFab app on your phone that gets notification when you try and log in. You have to authenticate.
That's kind of cool.
Google Authenticator as a service. Put endpoints in.
Yeah. So maybe I'm talking selfishly
if you
here.
Enable it in your
that
game,
might be the reason. That might be. So I've been looking for an excuse to have a PlayFab identity that players know about, as opposed to just being the invisible guy behind the scenes. I wonder if we had like a PlayFab identity auth app that was what you use to authenticate. Would you guys be cool with that or not? No. It has to be white labeled, private labeled, my company studio. Curious to hear your thoughts on that. Because we could do it. We could have a PlayFab auth app that you install on your phone, which could be used to do two-factor auth for any game on PlayFab. Curious. No.
No, that would be fine. But like, I have the Google Authenticator
Yep.
app where you just put in the server URL and.
Yeah, we could potentially do it with Google and other things like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Google. That's how this works. So
yeah,
you could definitely extend it to player accounts.
Yeah. Okay, we got to wrap this up. So, any other features? Yeah. Add-ons.
It's great that you can go in on a per title basis and see what add-ons are there. It would be really great to be able to look at
add-ons to see what equals?
Sure. Of your own titles or in general? Like
yeah, no, my own titles.
Yeah, okay.
Because sometimes you get lost.
Yeah.
Forgot to enable.
Good idea. And the other thing is that we also we realize we've got a problem right now, which is too much is per title. And if we're relying on titles for dev test live, that's kind of broken. We have to have a way of enabling things across your entire set of titles and not just one title. Like Community Sift, that should be a turn on for all my titles feature kind of thing, and not be charged extra per title. I mean, there's things we need to fix there. We know that. Yep. Yep.
Zendesk in one signal.
So one signal, the only thing we've been waiting on for one signal was they needed the ability to get a segment from us. The goal of the segmentation, you can do it one signal today, but it doesn't talk to us. The goal is to be able to hand one signal a PlayFab at a segment, and then fire off all the messages based on that. Now that we finally have that, we're going to go back to them and say, hey, maybe now it's time for that. I still don't have an ETA, though, but at least we're one step closer. Zendesk, probably not this quarter, but it should be one of the next quarter ones, I'm thinking.
Are there any other third-party add-ons that you haven't talked about?
Sure. Wish list for add-ons. What do people? What kind of integration would you want? User voice.
Same as Zendesk.
Okay.
Different VC.
Okay. Others? Okay. All right. We're gonna wrap up now. We'll be around for a while, so we'd love to chat with you. Calendar-wise, what's next, Zach?
Yeah. So what's going on right now from the audio table is we are hitting the max stream, so I've got to wrap this up here.
Yep.
We can start a new stream. We've got everything being recorded, so there's nothing missed there. However, I just have to end the session.
Yep.
The next session is open mic Q&A PlayFab, so keep all your questions.
Yeah. So
we'll catch them in the next stream.
yeah. So. And by the way, if you're watching from home, tomorrow is going to be a whole new stream. Go to the blog to get a link to the blog. So go to the blog, and we'll edit the blog tonight with the link to the stream for tomorrow. Cool. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Zach, what time close the stream, and then what time is the open mic session supposed to be?